Third brother Zhou, give me your clothes. The rabbit's about to float away. Hand yours over too. We'll twist them together into a net. The river at the foot of Hujin Mountain was swift and icy. The fat rabbit was drifting downstream with the current, and Xiaozue and I had no choice but to use our clothes to fish it out. I knotted the two jackets together and flung them across the water. Spray burst up, but the rabbit slipped past the edge of our makeshift net and vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiaozue clutched her basket of wild greens and swallowed hard in disappointment. I felt the same. A week ago, I had still been a special forces soldier carrying out a mission. Then I died, opened my eyes, and somehow found myself in Shay village in northeastern China in the 1970s. This body was also named Zhou Qin. It had only just survived a severe fever. My father, Zhou Han, had broken his leg. My mother, Wang Shuqin, kept the family afloat by sewing, while my eldest brother worked himself to the bone in the fields and my second brother was hardly ever home. We were short on food and still owed debts. I had gone up the mountain today only to get some meat and nurse this body back to health. After the rabbit got away, Xiaozue tried to leave her wild greens with me, but I refused them. Her family was not doing well either. Just as I was about to head down the mountain, a line of white words suddenly appeared before my eyes. The strongest hunter system is activating. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart beginning to pound. With a system and the skills from my previous life, I might truly be able to turn my whole family's fortunes around. I decided to go back to the village, fill my stomach, and wait until the system had fully activated before returning to the mountain. But the moment I reached the entrance to our home, I saw several burly men blocking the courtyard. Auntie Zhou, it's not that I want to force your hand, but how long have you owed our family that money and grain? Isn't it time you paid us back? Yeah, my brothers and I only lent it to you because we felt sorry for your family. Uncle Zhou broke his leg, after all. Our own family can barely feed itself. Auntie Zhou, if you really can't pay, use your old family house to settle the debt. Otherwise, the whole village will know your family doesn't keep its word. The men standing at the gate were the 5 Su brothers. My mother, Wang Shuqin, had borrowed grain and money from several families. She had promised to repay everyone next month, but the Su brothers had come early to demand their money. Brother Su, didn't we agree it would be next month? I asked. I had only just turned 18, but this body was already strong. There was force in my voice as I spoke. The eldest Su put on a helpless expression. What can we do? My 4th brother just got married. He's short on grain and money too. That still doesn't mean you can make us pay with the old family house, I said. If we lose it, where are the 5 of us supposed to live? The eldest Su's face darkened. What? You owe a debt, and you still think you have the right to argue? Fine. You tell me, then. If you won't use the old house to repay us, what can you use? How about this? This afternoon, I'll bring something to repay the debt. If I can't, you can take anything from our home as payment. I won't complain. After thinking it over, I spoke with absolute certainty. The eldest Su was delighted. Good. You said that yourself. If you dare welch on it again, don't blame my brothers and me for getting rough. With a broad wave of his hand, he led the others away. I stayed calm, because my system had finished activating just then. Hunting enough game to repay the debt would be easy. Son, are you really sure you can pay them back? If we have to hand over our old family house, your father might be furious enough to die. Looking at my mother's tangled hair and small, gaunt frame, I sighed. Mom, don't worry. Not only can I repay the Su family, I can bring back extra game to build you and Dad back up. When I had been burning with fever, Mother had been the one running herself ragged taking care of me. She had only been forced to borrow grain and money from the Zus because she wanted me to recover sooner. The other families did not have any spare grain left. Wang Shuqin instinctively reached up to feel my forehead. Son, you haven't got a fever again, have you? You want to hunt to repay a debt? You've only been learning from old Uncle Lu, the village hunter, for half a year. But you don't feel hot. Gently moving her hand aside, I smiled. Mom, just let me try my luck on Hujin Mountain. Don't worry. I won't go anywhere near where the tigers are. Wang Shuqin was still uneasy. You absolutely must not go above the middle of the mountain, especially not to the north slope. I've heard old Uncle Lu talk about how many tigers there are on Hujin Mountain. Every year, people from the villages around the mountain get bitten to death by tigers while hunting. After a pause, she added, just last month, a tiger came down from the mountain in the next village over. It carried off the sheep a family had worked so hard to raise, and their child. I nodded. I understand, Mom. Don't worry. Your son isn't stupid. I won't go anywhere like that. Danger often meant opportunity. Because of the tigers, Few people dared hunt around Hujin Mountain. I knew this was an opportunity to pull us out of poverty. I looked over and saw that my eldest brother, Zhou had come back. Zhou had spent the entire morning hoeing the fields and was exhausted. The moment he came inside, he grabbed a wooden dipper, scooped several dippers of water from the vat, and gulped them down. Then he wiped his mouth and said in his deep, muffled voice, "I heard the Su brothers came to our house to make trouble?" Wang Shuqi nodded. "They did." Zhou immediately shouldered his hoe and started for the door. "I'm going to reason with them." I grabbed my honest, straightforward brother by the arm. "Big brother, I've already dealt with it." Zhou stared at me. "Dealt with it? How?" Wang Shuqi explained from the side. "Your brother said he'd go hunting this afternoon to repay them. If he can't, he'll give up the old family house." "What the hell?" Zhou roared. Then, realizing something, he quickly clamped his mouth shut and glanced toward the little room where our father was sleeping. When he saw that he had not woken father, he said angrily, "Third brother, have you lost your mind? If dad finds out about this, he might really die of anger." But I was completely confident. "I told you I have a way. Just put your mind at ease, same as mom." "All right, let's eat first. After lunch, I have things to do." My second brother was off living his own carefree life and did not even come home for lunch. Once I confirmed no one was nearby, I raised my head and looked at the towering, majestic mountain. Listening to the roars of beasts and the calls of birds coming from its depths, I focused my thoughts. The white words appeared before me again. The strongest hunter system has activated. Essential hunter equipment is ready to be claimed. The next second, an old hunting knife dropped at my feet. The knife was about the length of my forearm. Both its handle and blade were made of refined steel, and what looked like a very dirty strip of cloth was wrapped around the handle. Once I claimed the hunter's equipment, new words appeared. As the strongest hunter, how can you be without a hunting companion of your own? Number of hunting companions currently available to tame. 1. Size limit. Small. After your hunting skill reaches the next rank, both the number of companions you can tame and the size limit will increase. I froze when I saw that. I immediately realized how overpowered this ability was. If I kept raising my hunting skill, wouldn't I eventually be able to tame tigers, black bears, even the legendary golden eagle as hunting companions? According to the system, every successful hunt would earn some experience. Once I accumulated enough, I could raise my rank. There might even be extra rewards when I advanced. Fired up, I immediately headed for the mountain. My body had not fully recovered, and until my physical condition improved, I still did not dare go above the middle of the mountain. So I chose a dense stretch of forest between the foot of the mountain and its middle slope. Suddenly, I whipped my head around and looked at a low shrub nearby. The shrub's broad leaves had moved for no apparent reason, as though some creature had darted past. Without nearly a moment's hesitation, I used the same killing technique I had learned in special forces and threw the hunting knife with all my strength. The knife smashed through the broad leaves, and then I heard a sharp squeak. A wild rabbit. A gray and white rabbit, even fatter than the one from before. I chased after it in a few strides. But the rabbit was faster than I was and vanished into the thick brush in a flash, leaving thin trails of blood on the ground. My first throw had broken one of its legs and cut it open as well. When the rabbit hopped into the bushes, it was already limping. I bent down, picked up the hunting knife, and stood where I was without rushing. I watched for movement in the broad leaves of the surrounding brush. As long as the injured rabbit showed itself again, I was sure I could finish it off. Thankfully, I did not have to wait long. The brush ahead, and to my right suddenly stirred, and the rabbit poked its head out again. The razor-sharp hunting knife of refined steel shot into the brush like an arrow leaving a bowstring. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A miserable cry immediately rang out, followed by the harsh sound of her scraping violently against the bushes. What I saw was a plump mole rat scrabbling frantically on the ground with its chubby little limbs, blood spilling from the corner of its mouth. The sharp hunting knife had gone straight through its belly and pinned it to the ground. This. I pulled out the knife, grabbed the mole rat by its tail, and held it upside down. Blood gushed from its belly, but I did not care. A hunter had to bleed game anyway. Mole rats were useful. Their fur could be made into clothes, and their bones and meat also had medicinal uses. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wait, where did that rabbit go? I became alert again and swept my gaze over the low brush around me. When I caught the mole rat, I had guessed the rabbit would use the chance to run. I had kept watching for it, yet I had not seen the slightest sign of it moving. The rabbits on Hujin Mountain are practically becoming spirits. I took off after it without hesitation, raising my hunting knife at the same time. The gray shadow was staggering, but it ran extremely fast, leaving drops of blood on the ground from time to time. There was no doubt it was the injured rabbit. While I had not been paying attention, it had quietly crept to the edge of this patch of brush. Now, having found its moment, it made a break for the deep forest. There was no way I would let it go. I followed immediately. The rabbit veered left, seemingly about to dart into a patch of tall grass. Then it suddenly changed course and ran toward a hollow on the right. I stopped, my mind sharpening to a razor's edge. I could not catch it by running anyway, so I might as well gamble. Whoosh! The muscles in my arm bunched as I hurled the hunting knife with all my strength. In that tense instant, the knife tore through the air and, in the next second, plunged solidly into the rabbit's hindquarters. The rabbit cried out in pain, rolled over, and struggled fiercely. Only after it fainted did I pull out the knife and strike its head again. Today's haul was not small. One rabbit could repay the debt, and the mole rat could earn me a little extra money. There was still time to keep hunting. Wait, what about my hunting skill rank? Something suddenly occurred to me, and I looked at a point in empty air. Hunting small prey like rabbits and mole rats gives 1 point of hunting skill experience each. Does that mean I only need 10 animals to advance a rank? Raising hunting skill from rank 1 to rank 2 required 10 experience points. The thought of the rewards I might get filled me with energy. I was ready to keep hunting. With that in mind, I looked at the patch of tall grass beside me. I remembered clearly that, while the wounded rabbit had been fleeing for its life, it had been about to dash into that tall grass before abruptly changing direction. Grass more than a meter high can't hide a tiger or a black bear. So what is in there? A fox? A wolf? As I considered it, I tightened my grip on the hunting knife. I could handle a fox. If it was a wolf, especially a pack of wolves, I would have to think about running. This body is still too weak. I need to eat more meat and build it up. At my peak, with this knife in my hand, a few wolves wouldn't have been a problem at all. Muttering to myself, I walked over slowly and used my knife to gently part the grass. The next moment, a purple blur shot out and bit at my hand. So fierce. I reacted quickly, jerking my hand back and narrowly avoiding it. Then I looked closely and was delighted. That purple blur was a marten, a rare purple marten, at that. No wonder the rabbit changed where it was running. A purple marten is one of its natural enemies too. I laughed, but I did not strike with the knife again. Instead, I reached back and pressed down on the purple marten as it tried to escape. The next moment, white words appeared. The host has subdued a purple marten. Would you like to take it as a hunting companion? I chose to tame it without the slightest hesitation. The purple marten, which had been struggling hard beneath my hand, suddenly shuddered from head to toe. A spark of intelligence appeared in its bewildered, wild eyes. As soon as I released it, the purple marten circled around me several times, looking distinctly pleased. Whatever command I gave, as long as it did not exceed the marten's intelligence limit, it could understand and carry it out. I immediately lifted the rabbit in my hand and asked, "Can you find the others around here?" The purple marten stood on its hind legs, studied the rabbit carefully, sniffed it with its little nose, and then nodded in a surprisingly human-like way. Then it turned, dropped to all fours, and ran toward the muddy hollow not far away. Is it leading me somewhere? I narrowed my eyes and followed the marten. When I reached the muddy hollow and saw it was filled with rotting leaves, I immediately began searching around its edges. Then my eyes lit up. On the slopes to the left and north of the hollow, where the ground rose and fell, there was an opening on each side. They were obviously rabbit holes. The purple marten stood up again and made several soft, whimpering sounds. I vaguely sensed what it meant. It wanted me to guard the openings while it went inside and drove the rabbits out. Ordinarily, even if a purple marten entered a burrow to hunt, rabbits could still escape through other exits. That was what people meant when they said a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. But now I understood. With me guarding both openings, I could catch every rabbit that came out. With a thought, I gave the purple marten a hunting command. Its purple form flashed, and it immediately burrowed into one of the openings. Before long, terrified rabbit cries came from inside. I licked my lips, gripped the hunting knife, and fixed my full attention on the 2 entrances. The next second, a panic-stricken gray shadow darted out. The gray shadow shot toward the distance the instant it emerged from the hole. An ordinary person could never have caught it, neither in reaction time nor in speed. But it had run into me. I stepped forward in a flash, somehow faster than it was, and snatched out a hand with lightning speed. Crack! In the next second, I cleanly snapped the rabbit's neck and lifted it up. An ordinary villager, Even an experienced old hunter would have let that rabbit get away without a trap already set at the burrow entrance. Just as I put the rabbit on the ground beside the rabbits and mole rat I had caught earlier, movement suddenly came from the other opening. A larger rabbit crawled out, its fur a rare calico mix of 3 colors. Almost at the same instant, another gray wild rabbit sprang out from the opening in front of me. The purple marten flashed out of the hole after it, squeaking sharply and urgently. I vaguely understood what it meant. There had been an extra-large calico rabbit hiding in this rabbit warren. It was extremely cunning, and it had come out at the same time as another rabbit. The gray rabbit the purple marten was chasing had emerged from the opening I was guarding. It was worried that the large calico rabbit would escape through the other entrance, which was why it was so anxious. The 2 rabbits had barely emerged before they scattered, one bolting left and the other right. I moved instantly. I threw my arm hard. The old hunting knife flew from my hand with a sharp whistle and, at incredible speed, pierced straight through the large calico rabbit's head. At the same time, I took 2 steps forward and lashed out with my right foot. My kick landed squarely in the belly of the gray rabbit, fleeing away. Xiaozi was stunned. It had watched many humans hunt from the trees or the brush before, but it had never seen anyone with skills as incredible as its masters. Expressionless, I walked over, picked up the limp rabbit, and pulled the hunting knife from the head of the large calico rabbit as well. That was why I had aimed for its head instead of its body when I threw the knife. I wanted to keep its pelt intact. I looked down and saw Xiaozi rubbing its head gently against my foot, showing affection and submission. At the same time, I sensed that the connection between Xiaozi and my mind had grown stronger. I shook my head with a laugh. I had not expected that showing off a little of my skill would completely win this little fellow over. You need a name. I'll call you Xiaozi, Little Purple. The purple marten lifted its head in confusion. Its dark, round eyes stared blankly at me, as if it understood and as if it did not. I smiled and did not dwell on it. I immediately began looking around for firewood. At the same time, I checked my hunting skill experience bar again. It had risen to 6 points, leaving only 4 points before I advanced. Taming Xiaozi had counted as 1.2. My original plan had been to take 3 rabbits and 1 mole rat home. I would use 1 rabbit to repay the Sioux family and keep the rest for my own family to eat. Then I took out the hunting knife and quickly dressed the gray rabbit. First, I removed its ruined innards and tossed them to Xiaozi. Xiaozi gave a few happy squeaks and began eating. I skinned the rabbit, keeping the hide mostly intact, and was about to carry it to a stream or lake to wash it. Then a rustling sound came from the patch of tall grass not far away. It sounded like a man and a woman talking. Could it be a young couple sneaking into the woods to taste forbidden fruit? Shinchingru, I thought you educated youths from the city knew how to keep your word. Turns out you're just like those dirt-poor villagers who go back on their promises. I didn't break my word. Then if you want grain, you have to sleep with me. Otherwise, forget it. Our family doesn't have enough to eat either. But didn't we agree that I'd tutor your little brother in exchange for grain? Tutor him. No, I've never even had a boyfriend. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? Even better, I like virgins best. No, don't come any closer. Get away from me. Help. The woman screamed, and the sounds of tall grass being trampled and broken rang out one after another. I had already walked away, but I immediately turned back. I had vaguely heard the name Shinchingru. This female sent-down youth from the city had specifically brought me medicine from the city when I was burning with fever. It sounded as though she was in danger, so I decided to take a look. As I walked toward the brush, the man's voice became even more brazen. Thinking no one was around, he threw away all pretense. Shinchingru, you won't lose out by giving in to me. My dad's the village chief. With a little pull, he can get plenty of grain. And you still have to stay in the countryside for years, don't you? Stick with me from now on, and you can eat things other people can't get. How about I give you 2 gene of white flour? I guarantee I'll feed you until you're fair and plump. The moment I heard that, I knew exactly who the man was. It was He Lianjian, the village chief's son from the neighboring Shana village, a little hoodlum who usually bullied people all over the countryside. After listening carefully for the direction of the voices, I stepped into the tall grass. I had only taken a few steps when a warm, soft body fleeing in panic threw itself into my arms, trembling uncontrollably. Save me. He wants to rape me here. The moment Shinchingru finished speaking, He Lianjian chased after her and saw me, the inconvenient obstacle, at once. Damn it. Who did I think it was? The third boy from the Zhou family in the next village. He Lianjian recognized me immediately. Shanha village and Shay village had been neighbors for generations. There had been plenty of marriages between the two villages, but plenty of grievances had accumulated over the generations too. Weren't you almost dead from illness before? Your mom's been borrowing money and grain everywhere. How do you still have the mood to come here? Did you come looking for a grave ahead of time? With a cold, mocking smile, Heliangian said, "Get lost if you know what's good for you. Pretend you didn't see a thing here, or I'll send you down below to find your great-grandmother ahead of schedule." As Heliangian spewed filth, Shin Qingru raised her head and looked at my resolute face. "It's you?" Shin Qingru still remembered what I looked like. Ignoring the arrogant Heliangian, I smiled at the frightened Shin Qingru. "I didn't get a chance to thank you for the medicine before. Don't worry. With me here today, he won't dare touch you." When Heliangian saw the two of us talking back and forth as if he were not there, his bad temper flared at once. "Third Jobrat, are you looking to die? Get the hell out of here. I'll pretend you were never here." His fist came whistling toward me, but in the next second, it stopped abruptly. Heliangian's face went white. With a flick of my wrist, the hunting knife in my hand had already put its point against his Adam's apple. At that sight, Heliangian went pale, and large beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He did not dare move, but he still forced himself to sound tough. "If you've got the guts, then stab me. Try stabbing me." Heliangian thought I would not dare act. But the moment the words left his mouth, the point of my knife pressed against his throat. He was so frightened, he nearly lost his soul. He hurriedly stumbled back 2 steps. Then his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the tall grass. Of course, I had no intention of actually killing Heliangian. I was only scaring him. Or rather, with the skills I had gained as a special forces soldier, if I had truly wanted to kill him, he would not have been able to dodge even if he were 10 times faster. He glared at me afterward as though he wanted to eat me alive. "Fine. Third Jobrat, just you wait. This isn't over." Bang. Heliangian had barely finished making his threat before I moved again. I darted forward at a speed the eye could barely follow, reversed the hunting knife in my hand, and struck Heliangian beneath the jaw with the handle. Heliangian screamed. 2 teeth flew from his mouth, and he fell to the ground again. I turned the knife back around and said, "Enough talk. Are you going to get lost on your own, or do you need me to help you?" Heliangian covered his bleeding mouth, looked at the hunting knife gleaming coldly in my hand, and went green and white. In the end, he scrambled up and left on his own. Watching him flee down the mountain in a sorry state, Shin Qingru finally let out a full breath and thanked me sincerely. "Zhou Qin, thank you so much. Without you today, I don't know what I would have done." I smiled. "Compared with the medicine you gave me, this is nothing. But how did you get mixed up with someone like that?" Shin Qingru lowered her head and stammered. I didn't want anything to do with a person like that either, but I had no choice. I was so hungry. The climate has been terrible these past 2 years. Your villages have had poor harvests and nothing to eat, and there isn't much in the city for us either. A few days ago, I wrote to my parents and learned that they were having a hard time too, so I couldn't bring myself to ask them to send me anything. I couldn't hold on any longer, so I went to ask Heliangian for help. He told me before that his family had steamed buns made from white flour. I thought I knew him well enough to get some food on credit, but he treated me like this instead. Honestly, if you hadn't shown up today, I would never have had the face to see anyone again. By the end, Shin Qingru did not dare look me in the eyes. She was afraid I would think she was useless, all because she had gone up the mountain with someone like Heliangian for a few white flour steamed buns. I could see her predicament, so I did not say any more about it. I only smiled. Then it works out perfectly. He didn't give you white flour steamed buns, but I have food that smells even better than steamed buns. Before she could say anything else, I took Shin Qingru's little hand and ran toward the muddy hollow. Shin Qingru did not pull her hand away. She followed closely behind me. The moment we reached the hollow and she saw the rabbits and mole rat there, Shin Qingru froze. "You caught all of these?" And I had caught so much prey alone on Hujin Mountain, where fierce tigers roamed. Seeing her shock, I chuckled. Not all by myself. That little fellow helped too. Shin Qingru gave a cry of surprise. Then she said in even greater disbelief, "Not bad. You tamed a purple marten too?" "Huh, and it's female." That made me curious. "How can you tell Xiaozi is female?" Shin Qingru answered. "At university, I studied medicinal herb cultivation and livestock care, so I can tell at a glance." I nodded and did not ask more questions. Picking up the gray rabbit I had already skinned, I smiled. "I'll roast a rabbit. We can split it, then head down the mountain after we eat." I quickly found a small lake nearby. After cleaning the rabbit, I took out the matches from my pocket, built a fire on the spot, and started roasting it. Perhaps bored, Xiaozi used its paws to dig in the dirt beneath the roots of a pine tree nearby. After roasting for a while longer, I took a small bag of salt from my pants pocket and sprinkled a little over the rabbit meat. Just as the rabbit was about to be done, Xiaozi stood on its hind legs and gave me 2 squeaks. I turned my head and saw that Xiaozi had dug a dark red rhizome out of the dirt. I was wondering what it was when Shen Qingru abruptly stood up beside me, pointed at the dark red root, and said with delight, "This is." It was as though Shen Qingru had found treasure. For a moment, she was so excited that she could not speak. "Isn't it just a grass root? It doesn't look all that special." As I spoke, I casually started to throw it away, planning to fill my stomach first. "Don't throw it away. Absolutely don't." Shen Qingru hurriedly stopped me. "This is Hushihong, a tiger tongue red rhizome. It's an extremely valuable wild medicinal herb. At the traditional medicine market in our town, one like this can sell for 200 yuan a jean without any trouble. Take it to the city, and it can sell for 500 yuan a jean." Afraid I had not taken her seriously, she added. "But if the outside is damaged, the medicinal potency of Hushihong will leak away. Its value will drop sharply, and it naturally won't sell for much." I had already raised my arm, but I quickly lowered it and held the root with great care. "Did I hear you right? This dirty-looking grass root can really sell for several hundred yuan." For villagers, even 10 yuan was a huge sum, let alone several hundred. "I'm 100% certain it's Hushihong. Don't forget that I studied medicinal herb cultivation. I've dealt with herbs like this for years. I can't be wrong. Little Shun." "No, I should call you Miss Shen. I really have you to thank this time. I would have wasted such a valuable medicinal herb otherwise." "Zhou Qin sincerely thanks you. Now that I had this medicinal herb, I could sell it in town for cash. My family would no longer have to worry about repaying money, and we could keep the farmland for Big Brother to work." Shen Qingru quickly waved her hands. "You don't need to be so polite. If we're keeping score, you're still the one who saved my life. This little thing is nothing." Then she paused, turned toward the purple martin, and smiled. "Besides, it wasn't my credit alone. If this purple martin hadn't dug up the Hushihong, no one would have discovered it." Only after Shen Qingru said that did I remember that the purple martin was a contributor too. Looking down, I found Xiaozi rubbing its little head back and forth against my pant leg. "I nearly forgot about you, little fellow. You did well today. I'll give you something extra to eat later." Laughing, I reached down to stroke its back. This purple martin really was my lucky star. Ever since I had taken it as my pet, I had not only successfully caught several animals, but had also found the precious Hushihong herb. "Miss Shun, don't worry. You have a share in this Hushihong too. Once I sell it after going down the mountain, I'll be sure to bring your portion to you." Shen Qingru refused again, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. No, I couldn't possibly take it. You already saved my life. No matter what, I can't take this money." At the end, she lowered her head, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You can call me Qingru from now on. It won't sound so distant." "All right, I understand." Because the original owner's body had been malnourished for so long, it was already showing signs of weakness. Having gone so long without any grease or meat in my stomach, I impatiently tore off a rabbit leg. The skin was roasted golden and crisp, while the meat inside was unexpectedly fragrant, tender, and juicy. As I chewed, a feeling of pure happiness exploded inside me. "Qingru, don't stand on ceremony. Hurry and eat. I know you're starving." Of course, I had not forgotten Xiaozi, the great hero. I tore off a whole half of the rabbit as a reward for the purple martin. The little fellow ate until its belly was round and bulging, then lay happily on the ground, hiccuping again and again. Not long afterward, the 2 rabbits were picked completely clean by the 2 of us and the martin. We did not even spare the rabbit heads. Nothing but broken bones was left on the ground. That showed just how hard it was to fill one's stomach in those times. If Shen Qingru had not been starving to the point that her mind was slow to react, how could someone with a college education have fallen for a little scheme from Helianjian? "Zhou Qin, this is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life." Shen Qingru's beautiful eyes shone as she looked at me and smiled from the heart. Before, she had never paid much attention to the younger me. Although she had brought me medicine that had only been out of a healer's compassion, now that she was truly looking at me, she discovered that this young man was different. "If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time I get the chance." Before I could finish, a muffled clap of thunder sounded overhead. The once gray sky had turned thick with dark clouds, and raindrops began to patter down. In only moments, they put out our fire. "We can't stay here. We need to find shelter from the rain, now." As I spoke, I gathered up the things I had gained on this trip and whistled to Xiaozi. The little fellow immediately scampered after us. Even with half a rabbit in its belly, it was still extremely nimble. With rolling thunder overhead, a torrential downpour came crashing down. We did not dare descend the mountain in the rain. Instead, we found a nearby cave and took shelter inside. In remote rural areas, not many people could afford medicine. The same was true even in town. Without medicine, people who had been malnourished for a long time and were already weak could develop complications from even a mild cold. This weather is crazy. It was clearing up just a moment ago, and now it's pouring. Listening to the rain hammering outside the cave, I complained. Though we had moved quickly and rushed into the cave, the rain had come too fast. Almost every part of us was soaked. The cave was already cold and damp. Wearing wet clothes made both of us shiver, and we began sneezing one after another. I did not dare delay. I hurriedly started a campfire. Then I took off my clothes and pants and hung them on branches near the fire to dry. As an outstanding Special Forces soldier in my previous life, I understood the consequences of hypothermia very well. Especially in an era with poor medical care, getting it could practically be a death sentence. What are you doing? Relax. I'm not the kind of man who takes advantage of someone in danger like Lianjian. I'm worried the temperature is too low and you'll get hypothermia. With all your learning, surely you know about that. After I explained, Shin Qingru finally relaxed. She had studied medicinal herb cultivation at university, so naturally she knew what hypothermia was. But she was curious. How did a country boy like me know about hypothermia? In an era when medicine was still undeveloped, hypothermia was a rare term. Even the doctors at the town clinic might not know it. When they saw similar symptoms, they usually lumped them together as the shakes. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take off your clothes and dry them by the fire. If you get sick, it'll be trouble. But Shin Qingru was an unmarried young woman. How could she be comfortable taking off her clothes in front of a man? And if word of this got back to the village, how could she ever face anyone again? No more arguing. If something happens out here in the wilderness, no one can save you. Then, after hesitating again and again, Shin Qingru nodded. Compared with saving her life, so-called face was less important. Can you turn around? I'm too embarrassed to take them off while you're looking. After I turned my back, Shin Qingru finally reached for her buttons and took off her wet clothes. I heard rustling behind me, followed by Shin Qingru's shy voice. You can turn around now. When I turned back, I was struck dumb on the spot. Paired with those soft, bashful eyes, she was enough to break any young man's heart. No wonder Lianjian had been so entranced by her. I had to admit, that bastard had good taste. Well, there's no telling how long this rain will last. I'm going to look for more firewood, or we'll freeze later. Near the cave entrance, I found only a small amount of wood. Most of it had been soaked through and could not be used as fuel. To save the firewood for warmth through the night, neither of us even ate dinner. We only drank some dew water to fill our stomachs, but the wood still kept dwindling. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Autumn and winter nights were colder than we had imagined. With the firewood long gone, the two of us could only curl up in the cave and struggle against the cold. Even after our clothes had dried and we had put them back on, they could not block the waves of icy air pouring in from outside. As the cave grew colder and colder, Shin Qingru's face became whiter and whiter. Weakness slowly swept through her body, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. I sensed something was wrong and gently pushed Shin Qingru. It's nothing. I just feel hotter and hotter. Don't worry about me. But Shin Qingru was acting abnormally. She actually felt warmer and warmer, and even tried to take off her outer clothes, as though she could no longer feel the cold. There could only be one reason: the terrible outcome I had been afraid of. Hypothermia. After long-term malnutrition, being soaked through by the rain, and failing to take off and dry her wet clothes in time, her body's defenses had finally collapsed. Thinking that, I drew a deep breath and spoke as calmly as I could. Miss Qingru, don't be afraid of what I'm about to say. You're already showing signs of hypothermia. Shin Qingru had not yet lost consciousness. When she heard that, she went completely still. She knew very well that hypothermia in a place like this was practically a sentence of death. Her eyes instantly reddened and filled with mist and tears. I wanted to comfort her, but she cut me off, shaking her head with empty eyes. Zhou Qin, you don't need to comfort me anymore. I know what hypothermia means. Even the town clinic might not be able to save me, much less out here in these barren mountains. She grabbed my arm. Her pale lips trembled as she rambled. I only ask one thing of you. Help me exchange the work points I saved for grain coupons, then mail them to my parents back home. Even at the end of her life, Shin Chingru was still thinking of her parents. That devotion was truly rare, and it moved me deeply. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. In her haze, Shin Chingru only felt as though she had wrapped herself around a small stove. Fortunately, I was no ordinary person. My resolve was strong enough. The next morning, a scream suddenly rang out. It jolted me awake. I opened my eyes, still groggy. Years of special forces experience made me throw up a hand to block on instinct. I was about to strike back when I saw clearly who it was and hurriedly stopped. It was none other than Shin Chingru. Miss Chingru, what are you doing? And you have the nerve to ask? I thought you were my friend, but you're the same kind of man as He Lianjian. You took my innocence while I was asleep. How am I supposed to get married now? With that, Shin Chingru gritted her teeth and lunged at me again. Wait, who took your innocence? Check yourself properly before you jump to conclusions. I can't carry a charge as serious as being a hooligan. Seeing things going badly, I hurriedly stopped Shin Chingru. After a great deal of patient persuasion, she finally calmed down. What kind of joke was this? In the 70s and 80s, acting like a hooligan could get a person arrested and paraded through the streets. When Shin Chingru lowered her head and checked carefully, she found that her close-fitting undergarments had not been touched. Then she came to her senses and realized she had made a fool of herself. When Shin Chingru had awakened just now, she had found herself naked and holding me in an embrace. I'm sorry. I thought you had done that to me, and I acted on impulse. Don't ever do that again. One careless accusation could get me shot. So you were the one who saved me, and I thought you were that kind of person. I did not hold it against her. I simply got dressed and gathered my prey. All right. We spent a whole night on the mountain. It's time to go back. Shin Chingru nodded. She looked down at the clothes on the ground and recalled the blurred memory in her mind. Back then, she really had felt warmth. She had thought it was a little stove, and she had clung to it, enjoying the warmth. Only now did she understand that it had actually been my body. Neither of us spoke much as we walked silently down toward the foot of the mountain. I had not slept all night and kept yawning from exhaustion. Shin Chingru kept her head down, lost in her thoughts. Let's part here. Our villages are in different directions. We should each go home and get some proper rest. Although they had spent little time together, only the previous night, it was enough to become a memory she would carry for half her life. Zhou Qin, I'll remember that you saved my life. If I ever have the chance, I'll repay you. Keep this rabbit and use it to build yourself up. You've only just recovered from hypothermia, so you can't let your guard down. As for the hushihong we sell for money, I'll give you your share when I get the chance. Before Shin Chingru could refuse, I had already turned and strode away, with Xiaozi bouncing along behind me. Watching the man and Martin gradually disappear, then looking down at the rabbit in her hands, Shin Chingru's eyes brimmed with tears as she silently remembered this man's kindness. After returning to the village, I went to see Old Li, who made his living dealing in medicinal herbs. I did not waste words. The moment we met, I showed him the precious herb I had carefully kept safe. Old Li had spent years buying herbs all over the place and had seen his share of things. At a glance, he recognized the famous hushihong. It was a hot commodity at the herbal markets in town and even in the city. Whenever hushihong appeared, customers rushed to buy it. There was never any need to worry about finding a buyer. But Old Li did not call attention to it. He simply smoked his dry tobacco with an unhurried air. Third Zhou boy, this herb of yours is in decent condition. How about I buy it for 30 cents? To him, a precious herb worth hundreds of yuan a gene had become something as cheap as a head of cabbage for 30 cents. If an uninformed villager had come in, Old Li might really have fooled him. Uncle Li, take a good look. This isn't some common roadside herb. It's valuable hushihong. I didn't expect you to know your herbs so well. Fine. Since we're from the same village, I'll offer 10 yuan for this hushihong. That's not a cheap price. It's enough to buy dozens of gene of grain. In a remote village like ours, 10 yuan was already a fair amount of money. An ordinary villager could work himself ragged all year and earn only a little over 100 yuan. Old Li had thought the deal was in the bag, but I still shook my head and refused. Uncle Li, let's not dance around it. I've already asked about the market price of hushihong. A plant in the condition of mine can sell for at least 300 yuan a gene in town. Old Li was so shocked that he jumped to his feet. In his excitement, the dry tobacco made him cough again and again. Cough, cough. 300 yuan a gene? You really dare ask for that kind of price? Do you think you're selling a lump of gold? If you think you can sell it for 300 yuan a gene, then go look elsewhere. Old Li can't pay that much. I did not intend to waste more time. I picked up the hushihong, carefully put it away, and turned to leave. Wait, we're from the same village. We can talk things over. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate it. Seeing that I was truly about to go, Old Lee immediately panicked and hurried over to pull me back. I let myself be pressed back onto the Kong bed with a reluctant expression, though the corner of my mouth lifted without anyone noticing. I had played this game of feigned retreat perfectly, pinning down Old Lee's mindset exactly. Since you're an expert, I won't beat around the bush. I truly can't afford 300 yuan a jean. Let me weigh this hushihong and give you a fair price. How about that? I nodded. Fine. Weigh it. I'm watching. Old Lee grinned, knowing the kid was afraid he would cheat him. After weighing it, he found that the fresh hushihong was a little over 8 liang, not quite a jean. After a round of haggling, we finally closed the deal at 290 yuan. He even had to call 2 herb dealers from the neighboring village. The 3 of them pooled their money to come up with that huge sum. On my way home, I did not know how many times I reached into my bulging pocket. Carrying more than 200 yuan made me feel as though I were in a dream. If I brought this money home for my parents to see, there was no telling how badly it would scare them. But just as I happily pushed open our front door, my expression changed. The house was a complete mess. There were signs everywhere that things had been searched through and smashed. Mother, Wang Shuqin, was covered in dust and leaned helplessly against the wall. She clutched the half bag of food we had left tightly in her arms. The moment she saw me, her tears began to fall uncontrollably. Son, you're finally back. Those 4 beasts from the Su family aren't human. I hurried forward, carefully helped Mother up, and took her into the inner room to sit as I asked what had happened. That afternoon, the 4 Su brothers had come to demand the debt again. They insisted that the Zhou family immediately repay the money and grain. After Mother pleaded with them over and over, they agreed to wait until the next morning. She had thought I would surely be back by evening, and if I had the luck to catch a few animals, she would at least have something to say to the aggressive Su brothers. But Mother had begun worrying for my safety, afraid that something might happen to me. And then, at exactly that time, the 4 Su brothers came to demand payment again. When they saw the Zhou family could not repay them, they started turning everything over, intending to take every valuable thing in the house as debt payment. The half bag of grain in Mother's arms was what she had fought desperately to snatch back. When the 4 Su brothers saw there was nothing valuable left in our house, they still refused to give up. They headed to the east side of the village, planning to seize all the Zhou family's plots of land. Big brother Zhou Tiniu had gone after them, determined to protect the land. After hearing only a few sentences, rage was already burning inside me, and my fists clenched tight. The Su brothers again. They dare bully us so openly. Do they really think the Zhou family has no one left? Mom, stay home and take good care of Dad. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll make the Su family answer for it. Zhou Tiniu, murderers pay with their lives, and debtors pay their debts. That's been the rule since ancient times. Your Zhou family owes our Su family money and grain. Using your fields to settle, it is only right. We agreed before that we would pay next month. You're the ones who broke your word first. Autumn harvest is almost here. If you take our fields, how are we supposed to make it through the winter? Seeing that Zhou Tiniu was making perfect sense, the Su brothers knew they were in the wrong. They stopped arguing and picked up their tools, ready to seize the land by force. The eldest Su raised his hoe, about to bring it down on Zhou Tiniu. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. A hunting knife flew sideways toward him. It struck the eldest Su squarely in the arm, followed by a crisp crack of bone. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the eldest Su broke out in a cold sweat. His legs went weak, and he dropped to the ground, his face ghastly pale. Zhou Qin, you dare hurt my big brother? Are you tired of living? I swept a cold gaze over them and took out a thick stack of crumpled banknotes. We owed your Su family 16 yuan and 27 cents. I'm returning 20 yuan, principal and interest. Take this as a lesson for eldest Su. If you dare provoke the Zhou family again, you'll suffer the consequences. The Su brothers were obviously dissatisfied and wanted to use their numbers to demand compensation. But no matter how they tried, they could not say the words that were already on their lips. This third Zhou boy seemed completely different from before. The masculine presence around him was like that of a general who had been through war. With that thought, the Su brothers took the 20 yuan and slunk away. Third brother, why are you here? Seeing that Zhou Tiniu was still acting as though nothing had happened, I put away my cold expression and said, if I hadn't come, you'd be lying on a stretcher by now. Stop standing there. Let's get home. The moment we got back, Wang Shuqin hurried out to ask what had happened. Zhou Tiniu was about to answer, but I got there first and told her that the matter with the Sioux family had been settled. By the way, Mom, take this money first. Pay off the debts we need to pay, buy some grain, rice, cooking oil, and salt, and save whatever is left for an emergency. When I took out the thick stack of banknotes, all the same 10 yuan notes, Wang Shuqin and Zhou Tiniyu's eyes went wide. They stood there in a daze for a long while. After some time, Wang Shuqin looked at me strangely and stammered, "Third, our family may be poor, but we absolutely cannot do anything illegal. Listen to your mother. If we have to, we'll go to the town police station and turn ourselves in to get leniency. Mom, rest assured, every cent of this money came honestly." Then I told her everything. How I had found Hushihong on the mountain and sold it for cash. Only then did Wang Shuqin finally relax. My third son has grown up and become capable. Let's see who dares point fingers behind our backs now. As noon approached, I took the mole rat I had caught and sold it. I did not forget Xiaozi, my spirit pet. I gave it all the prepared innards as snacks. The little fellow ate with enormous delight, humming and squeaking constantly. It could not have been more content. Zhou Tiniu became curious. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but was afraid of being bitten, so he asked, "Third brother, what is that thing? It kind of looks like a weasel." "Big brother, it's not a weasel. It's a purple marten. I'm raising it specifically to help with hunting." Zhou Tiniu scratched his head and said in his muffled voice, "Most hunters I've seen keep hunting dogs. Why are you keeping a marten? It isn't even as big as a puppy. Can it really be useful when you hunt in the mountains?" Before I could answer, Xiaozi put down its food and stood on its hind legs. Even Wang Shuqin looked over in surprise. I never expected this little thing to understand people so well. It actually knows Tiniu was talking about it just now. Only after I stroked Xiaozi's head and soothed it for a while did its little grievance fade. Don't underestimate Xiaozi. If it hadn't helped me, I might not have caught all that prey yesterday. After lunch, I tidied myself up and prepared to make another trip to Hujin Mountain. But Wang Shuqin would not agree. She thought I had just returned and must have been badly chilled the night before. I should rest properly. Third, you earned so much from selling that herb. It's enough for our family to live on for a long time. There's no need to risk Hujin Mountain again. What would I do if something happened to you? She had a point. Those who lived by a mountain relied on the mountain, and those who lived by water relied on the water. There were more than a dozen villages of different sizes around the Hujin range, and many villagers made their living by hunting. Mom, don't worry. I know what I can handle. I'll only stay around the outer edge of Hujin Mountain. I won't take risks by going deep inside. As long as I don't enter a tiger's territory, there won't be any danger. One after another, people entered the deep mountains with hopeful luck, thinking they would catch a few valuable animals and leave at once. They thought they would not be noticed, not realizing that the moment they stepped into the deep mountains, hunter and prey had already silently switched places. Tigers watching their prey were more than just an idiom. Counting the money owed to our neighbors, along with father's long-standing medical bills, there would not be much left after the Zhou family paid everything off. Besides, I was not the kind of person who could sit around eating through our savings. No matter what, I wanted to try my luck on Hujin Mountain again. Seeing she truly could not change my mind, Wang Shuqin could only agree helplessly. Before I left, she stuffed several pieces of dry food into my hands and told me again and again to be careful. It was all right if I did not catch anything. The important thing was returning safely. Half an hour later, I entered Hujin Mountain again and reached the place where Shun Qin grew and I had parted ways. Everything from the previous night with Shun Qin grew seemed as vivid as ever, and I could not help savoring the memory. I wondered how she was doing after going home. Would that scoundrel He Lianjian harass her again? Just as I was lost in thought, footsteps sounded behind me. When I looked back, I saw several hunters from our village walking my way, laughing and chatting. When they saw the hunting knife at my waist, their faces filled with mockery. Some people really don't know their own limits. They dare go up Hujin Mountain with nothing but a broken hunting knife. He learned a couple of amateur tricks from old Uncle Lou. Does he really think he can catch game now? If you ask me, he should find a tree and wait for a rabbit to crash into it. Maybe a blind cat will stumble across a dead mouse, and he'll get lucky. After those remarks, everyone burst into laughter. Just as they said, these hunters had made careful preparations for hunting in the mountains. They had a full set of equipment. Each of them had a hunting dog and carried 2 short-barreled hunting rifles. Even if they encountered a large, ferocious wild animal, they could contend with it using their gear advantage. Compared with them, I did look rather poorly equipped. I had only a hunting knife, and my hunting companion was merely a small purple marten. But I did not care much. I gave them a calm glance and said evenly, No matter how good your equipment is, it's no different from a fire poker if you can't catch any prey with it. The four hunters immediately took offense. Song Laochi, their leader, widened his eyes. Third Zhou boy, you're young, but you've got quite a mouth. How many days have you even trained with old Uncle Lu? If you have the guts, let's set a time and see whose game is better. The loser gets on his knees, knocks his head on the ground, and calls the winner Grandpa 3 times. If you don't dare, you can give us one kowtow right now. No problem. I agreed on the spot without the slightest hesitation. I had the system now, and Xiaozi, my spirit pet, to help me. Winning the contest would be easy. We set a time to meet again 2 hours later. Whichever side brought back more or better prey would win, though I made a small adjustment to the stakes. If I win, I don't need any of you to kowtow. Just give me your game. How about it? I was alone with only a broken hunting knife at most. What could I possibly use to compete with them? Then it settled. At once, the two sides went their separate ways to search different areas around the outskirts of Hujin Mountain. As usual, I was not in a hurry to look for a target myself. I sent my hunting companion out to scout first. Xiaozi might not be as good as a hunting dog at hunting itself, but when it came to finding prey, even dogs with keen noses had to stand aside. In less than 15 minutes, Xiaozi found some clues. The moment I approached the grass, a sharp stench of urine hit me. I covered my mouth in dry heave for a long time, nearly throwing up my lunch. Only after communicating through our mental link did I learn from Xiaozi that it was fox urine. Judging by how fresh it was, the fox had relieved itself not long ago. There was a very good chance it was still nearby. I waved a hand in front of my face and breathed in fresh air before I felt better. No wonder the smell was so strong. It was fox urine. Xiaozi, can you find its trail? Xiaozi nodded its little head, lowered itself to the ground, and carefully sorted through the smells. After determining the direction, the little fellow immediately shot off like a black shadow. I followed close behind. Man and beast raced through the forest together. After we passed through a pine grove, Xiaozi suddenly stopped. Its 2 fluffy ears stood upright as it stared at a spot several dozen meters ahead. A few years ago, a hunter from the neighboring village had been incredibly lucky and caught a snow fox cub. Even though it was not as valuable as an adult snow fox, it had still sold for nearly 1,000 yuan. It caused quite a stir then. Many people dreamed of striking it rich overnight and went hunting on Hujin Mountain, but in the end they all came back empty-handed. The original owner of this body had been one of them. He had started training under old Uncle Lu because he, too, dreamed of getting rich. But he could not endure the hardship. After studying for half a year, he had given up and spent every day lying around on the Kong at home. Now that I had finally run into a rare snow fox, I was determined to take it down and bring it home to make a fur coat. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my ear, and a virtual panel appeared before me. A rare animal has been detected near the host, a snow fox. A successful hunt will award 10 experience points. I was thrilled. The small prey I had caught earlier, rabbits and mole rats, had only given me 1 point of hunting experience each. Raising my hunting rank that way was painfully slow. But hunting a rare animal like a snow fox would give me 10 points at once. I carefully studied the terrain and determined the routes by which the snow fox might flee. It was on a small slope. Ahead lay a wide field of scrub grass. Behind it was a pine forest leading down the mountain. To either side were steep cliff faces. I decided to use the same method as before and have Xiaozi sneak up on the snow fox from behind. Once startled, the snow fox would surely run into the scrub grass, where I would circle around beforehand and lie in wait. After communicating with Xiaozi through our mental link and making sure we understood each other, I quietly retreated, took a wide detour to the grassland, and lay low in the grass to hide myself. With the elite skills from my Special Forces days, I silently crept to a position ahead of the snow fox. Even crawling through the tall grass, I did not make a sound. Though the snow fox remained alert and kept lifting its head to look around, it did not notice the danger closing in. It lowered its head again and continued digging at a mound of earth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In only a few moments, the snow fox caught several mountain mice and pinned them beneath its paws as they cried out. While the snow fox's attention was fixed on the prey under its paws, I immediately gave Xiaozi the order to move. The next second, Xiaozi became a purple blur and raced toward the snow fox. The snow fox sensed the threat at once. It released its prey without hesitation, spun around, and ran flat out toward the scrub grass where I was waiting. As the target drew nearer, I instinctively tightened my grip on the hunting knife at my waist. But after thinking it over, I let go of the handle and picked up a stone instead. If I used the knife, I might damage its pelt. That would slash its price, and such a snow fox would be wasted. The snow fox was clever enough. The moment it ran into the scrub grass, it sensed that something was wrong. Just as it was about to flee from the danger, a stone flew straight at it and struck it squarely on the head. Bang! The stone hit the snow fox's head with a dull thud. The force knocked it several meters away. It died without even making a sound. I walked over, picked up the snow fox, and muttered, "Well, damn. People say foxes aren't stupid, and I've seen it for myself today. Good thing I trained in a little hand-to-hand fighting before, or you really would have gotten away." Xiaozi ran over as well and kept rubbing against my pant leg. After spending the past 2 days together, I had already figured out what the little fellow was thinking. "Don't worry. You get the main credit for this snow fox. When we get back, I'll reward you with an entire wild rabbit." Xiaozi was overjoyed at the promised reward. It spun in circles on the spot and chirped without stopping. At the same time, a virtual panel appeared before me. "Congratulations, host. You successfully captured the rare prey, a snow fox, and have gained 10 hunting skill experience points." Then another message popped up on the virtual panel. "Congratulations. Your hunting skill rank has increased by 1. You have received the Stage 2 reward." With a thought, I chose to claim it. The next second, an old-fashioned double-barreled hunting gun and 10 rounds of ammunition dropped before me. As a former Special Forces soldier, I felt an inexplicable fondness for firearms. I was accustomed to automatic weapons, so using an old relic like this felt a little awkward. Still, it was a firearm. It was 100 times better than a hunting knife. I gave it a quick inspection. The gun was in decent shape, but it came with far too little ammunition, only 10 rounds. When I looked up at the virtual panel again, I was startled to see an additional prompt. "The host's hunting skill has reached rank 2. The system has automatically unlocked the mystery shop." A shop icon had appeared in the lower right corner of the virtual panel. When I entered the mystery shop, a dazzling array of goods filled my view. Stamina potion rapidly restores stamina for a short period, 5 experience points per bottle. Healing potion heals minor injuries and neutralizes the toxins of plants and animals, 5 experience points per bottle. Weapon ammunition automatically matches the current weapon type, 10 rounds for 5 experience points. There were more than 100 different products, and they made my eyes swim. There was even a pet potion that could permanently raise a spirit pet's intelligence after drinking it. But the price was outrageous. 1 bottle cost 25 hunting experience points. Looking at it made my heart itch. I had wanted to spend big, but when I looked at the balance in the upper right corner, I could only sigh. Hunting experience, 15 points. 5 points had come from capturing small animals, and 10 had been the reward for killing the snow fox. After working for half a day, I could barely exchange the points for 3 ordinary potions. It seemed I needed to find more rare or large prey in the future. Otherwise, I would accumulate hunting experience far too slowly. Never mind buying items from the mystery shop. Even raising my hunting skill rank would remain a distant prospect. Rank 2 to rank 3 required a full 30 experience points. After hesitating for a moment, I spent 10 experience points on 10 rounds of ammunition for the hunting gun. I did not need the potions for the moment, but ammunition was a major consumable. And with enough bullets, I could try venturing deeper into Hujin Mountain. I did not dare claim I could fight a tiger or black bear, but at least I would have some ability to protect myself. Then I put away the snow fox, slung the hunting gun over my back, and left. Xiaozi scampered after me, occasionally climbing to a treetop to look in every direction. If prey or danger appeared nearby, it could warn its master at once. Meanwhile, the hunting party led by Song Laochi had been lucky as well. They had caught no fewer than 5 wild rabbits, 3 pheasants, and 2 mole rats. 10 animals altogether, a haul that could equal an ordinary hunter's harvest for an entire week. In the remote countryside, the women were generally not considered very pretty. Not only in Shea village, but in the surrounding villages as well, Xiaotsue was considered one of the local beauties. It was no exaggeration to say that every year, dozens upon dozens of matchmakers went to Xiaotsue's home with marriage proposals. Song Laochi was one of them, of course. He had been interested in Xiaotsue for a long time, but she had eyes only for me, always calling me third brother Zhou so warmly. Now that he had finally found a chance, he had to vent his anger on me properly. He also wanted to knock some sense into this brat who did not know his own limits, and make him give up his toad dream of eating swan meat. Before long, Song Laochi and his group reached the place where we had agreed to meet. From far away, they saw me sitting beneath a pine tree, lazily chewing a foxtail grass stem. Trash is trash. He spent all that time and didn't catch a single thing. With skills like that, he still has the nerve to hunt in the mountains? He should hurry home, wash up, and go to bed. Don't let a few tiger roars or wolf howls scare you so badly that you wet your pants. Then you'll drag that soggy crotch back to the village and let the women laugh at you. No one noticed the unremarkable basket beside me. A few wisps of white fur could be seen through its gaps. Third Joe boy, look carefully. We have exactly 10 animals here, not one more or one less. What are you standing there for? Get over here, kowtow properly, and call us Grandpa 3 times. You really think a little haul like this is worth showing off? Honestly, I'm embarrassed for you. I casually spat out the foxtail grass, stretched, and only then stood up. Since we agreed to compete, we have to compare our catches. Who ends up being the grandson isn't certain yet. You're a dead duck with a hard beak. What is there to compare? We caught 10 animals. Look at your empty hands. What are you going to use against us? I did not answer. With a faint smile, I tipped over the basket beside me. I'm not seeing this wrong, am I? Good heavens. If that thing went to the supply and marketing cooperative, how many sacks of rice could it trade for? You don't know anything. Who would be stupid enough to trade it for grain there? Sell it to a fur buyer, and it'll fetch at least 1,000 yuan. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhou only trained in hunting for a few days. How could he catch a snow fox? My Song family has hunted on Hujian Mountain for generations, and I've never even seen snow fox fur. With a half smile, I stroked the snow fox's soft, delicate white fur. Well, Song Laochi, can this snow fox I caught compare to your 10 animals? If I remember correctly, our wager was about both quantity and quality, wasn't it? Song Laochi's group had indeed caught 10 animals and held an absolute advantage in quantity. Even though Song Laochi was unwilling to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. The snow fox before them had clearly died only recently. The blood on its head had not even dried completely. His eyes red, he took several ragged breaths. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and unwillingly conceded, ordering his companions to put down all their prey. Give him those 10 pheasants and rabbits. We'll just count today as a wasted trip. At worst, we can come back to Hujian Mountain tomorrow and catch more game. Before leaving, he turned back and gave me a venomous look. He would remember today's debt. Someday, no matter what, he would find a chance to repay it. I knew Song Laochi's temperament well enough. In the village, he was famous for holding grudges. Since it was still early, I decided not to hurry down the mountain. I planned to eat some dry food and rest for a while before taking Xiaozi back into the forest to keep looking for prey. Maybe I would be lucky enough to encounter another rare animal and earn a huge amount of hunting experience. Damn it. Who knows what kind of dogs hit luck that Zhou guy had to catch a snow fox. I go up Hujian Mountain every day. I've hunted for years and have never even seen the shadow of a snow fox. If we had caught that snow fox, we could sell it for money and live high on the hog every day. Then would we still have to worry about finding women? We could take our pick from 10 villages around here. At those words, everyone's eyes began darting around. Their thoughts all became active. Someone suggested using their numbers to forcibly take the snow fox from me. Song Laochi glared at the speaker irritably, his teeth itching with hatred. Nonsense. Do you think I don't want to rob him? Didn't you see that Zhou guy has a gun too? A double-barreled hunting gun. And he was not about to give the 10 animals they had worked so hard to catch to the other side for nothing. Still, Song Laochi found it strange. He clearly remembered that I had only carried a hunting knife. How had I suddenly acquired a hunting gun after strolling around Hujian Mountain? Their own guns were the traditional muzzle-loading type, requiring them to load gunpowder and shot by hand. After every shot, it took them a long time to reload. They could not compare with a double-barreled hunting gun. Hearing that, the others all looked afraid. But what you said did remind me of something. We can't beat the gun in his hands, but someone else might. If I, Song Laochi, can't have something, then Zhou won't have it either. After Song Laochi gave his orders, his 3 companions did not return to the village. They headed for several nearby villages instead. News that a snow fox had appeared on Hujian Mountain spread, without wings, and soon reached neighboring Shana village. He Lianjian was as idle as ever, loitering at the village entrance with a group of bad friends. They whistled whenever they saw a young woman and filled their mouths with crude talk. Brother Lianjian, that female sent-down youth from the city, what was her name again? Qing grew right. I heard you two went up the mountain a couple of days ago. How far did things go? Tell your brothers about it. His bad friends became interested. They kept waggling their eyebrows and snickering at He Lianjian, urging him to tell them everything, especially the details. Don't mention it. I had already seen Shin Qingrou's little belly cover. People in the city seemed to call it a bra now. I was only one step away, And that bastard Zhou from the next village ruined my good thing. The mention of it filled He Lianjin with anger. He had practically had Shen Qingru in hand when an irritating Cheng Yaojin had suddenly appeared halfway through. If you ask me, that girl must be involved with the Zhou brat. Otherwise, how could it have been such a coincidence? Looks like that female sent-down youth from the city isn't so innocent after all. Who knows how many men's Kong beds she slept on. What a waste of Shen Qingru's tempting figure. The way her little hips sway when she walks. It's a pity she got mixed up with that poor Zhou boy. His sickly body is probably useless already. Just as everyone was working themselves up, one of He Lianjin's lackeys ran over. Brother Lianjin, have you heard? Someone caught a snow fox on Hujin Mountain today. It's absolutely true. I'm not making it up. It was Zhou Qin from Shay village next door. He's still wandering around on the mountain right now. The moment he finished, He Lianjin leapt to his feet and blurted out, "What? Say that again. What was that person's name?" Zhou Qin. If I don't get this anger out of my system, I'll write my name backward from now on. An excellent opportunity had delivered itself right to his door. He could avenge himself and make a fortune at the same time. He Lianjin immediately ran home and secretly stole his father's long gun. Zhou Qin hasn't come down the mountain yet. You guys, hurry and come up there with me. If this works, we'll be rich. From now on, we can have whatever we want. He Lianjin's words sent everyone's blood racing, as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Brother Lianjin, we're going to rob someone. If we get caught, we could end up in jail. I've never even held a girl's hand. I've only secretly looked at a few dirty magazines. What are you scared of? My dad is the chief of Shana village. If anything happens, I'll take the responsibility myself. No longer hesitating, they picked up hoes and rakes and followed He Lianjin up the mountain. Meanwhile, I wandered around the outskirts of Hujin Mountain for half the day. Unfortunately, it seemed my good luck had run out. I never found another rare animal. Most of what I saw were pheasants and wild rabbits, little monsters I could only farm for experience. Still, catching one snow fox had already satisfied me. With the pheasants and rabbits caught by Song Laoqi's group and by me, I counted 14 animals in all. It had been a truly bountiful trip. Never mind how much the snow fox might be worth. These animals alone were enough to let my family live well for a while. To celebrate, I picked out 2 plump pheasants. After cleaning them by the river, I built a fire and started roasting them. Before long, the rich aroma spread everywhere. Xiaozi, you've done great work today. This roast chicken is yours. Keep it up. After giving one roast chicken to Xiaozi, I impatiently tore off a drumstick for myself. The skin was golden and crisp, and the meat was fresh, tender, and juicy. It tasted far better than domestic chicken. Man and beast ate until our mouths were slick with grease, almost wishing we could chew up and swallow the bones too. By the time I had eaten and drunk my fill, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Seeing that the sky was starting to darken, I packed up the prey and prepared to descend the mountain. Otherwise, even if I had caught all this game, this body, still weak as it had been before, would not have been able to carry it away. I carried the prey down the mountain. Just after passing through the pine woods, I suddenly stopped. The sharp senses I had developed as a special forces soldier in my previous life told me there was a faint trace of danger nearby. The danger was coming from a patch of grass not far away that looked completely ordinary. It was not just me. Xiaozi smelled that something was wrong too. It stared at the grass with full alertness, bared its teeth, and took an attacking posture. At a single command from its master, Xiaozi would rush into the grass, without hesitation, and tear into the target. I put down my prey and said calmly, "You people come out. The next time you want to hide and ambush someone, remember to cover your footprints. You've left far too many openings." Stealth was a real discipline, especially camouflage in the wilderness. They had picked the wrong day to come out. They had run into the thing I was best at. Their shoddy hiding and camouflage were almost laughable in front of me. Damn it, this brat's got sharp eyes. He actually found us. With that complaint, the previously still grass began to sway. Several hoodlums stepped out one after another. At their head was He Lianjin. You? I had not expected to see He Lianjin. I had thought Song Laoqi's group had refused to accept their loss and were planning to trip me up in secret because they did not dare act openly. Instead, it was this little thug. I remembered how he had nearly violated Shen Qingru before. Could it be that she had gone up the mountain to gather herbs and this beast had set his sights on her again? I had heard Shen Qingru say earlier that she often went into the mountains to gather herbs whenever she had free time. She did not want to let her specialized knowledge go to waste, and she hoped to exchange herbs for food to fill her stomach. At that thought, my face darkened. I stared coldly at He Lianjin, my voice completely without emotion. I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts about Shinchingru again. Otherwise, you will regret it. He Lianjian burst into arrogant laughter. Make me regret it? You've got a big mouth. With a little bastard like you? You think it's still a few days ago, when I was alone outside? He Lianjian raised a hand in a signal, and the group of rough men stepped forward to surround me. If you hadn't ruined things halfway through last time, I would have had that virgin Shinchingru already. The memory made He Lianjian grind his teeth in hatred. I heard you caught a snow fox. Hurry up and show it to us. Otherwise, how could news of my snow fox have reached Shanha village in less than a few hours? Song Laoqi's move really was vicious. Without lifting a finger, he could use someone else's hand to get revenge for himself. And He Lianjian was still immersed in his dream of getting rich, completely unaware that he was being used as a weapon. When I did not move for a long time, He Lianjian lost his patience and roared, "Zhou, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Hand over the snow fox obediently, then kneel down, kowtow, and call me grandpa. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you. Otherwise, I'll beat you half to death and leave you on the mountain to feed the wolves." Hearing those familiar lines, I grinned. He Lianjian, I have to ask, why do pieces of trash like you all love making other people call you grandpa? Did you grow up without grandfathers and never get enough love? If that's the case, call me grandpa. I'll treat all of you good grandsons well from now on. At that, He Lianjian and the others blew up on the spot. Little bastard, you won't drink a toast, so you'll drink a forfeit. Brothers, get him. If I don't break all 3 of his legs today, I'll take his last name. With He Lianjian's order, the rough men swarmed forward. Just as a shovel was about to greet my face, I shifted aside. This time, though, I did not give the man a second chance to bring the shovel down. I drove a half-step forward and threw a crushing burst punch. Bang! My sandbag-sized fist struck the bald man squarely in the chest, and his body flew more than 3 meters away. His tool flew from his hand into the air. I reached up and caught the shovel in one smooth motion, then said coldly, "That's not how you use a shovel." With that, I swung the shovel in a storm of slashes and chops. An ordinary farm shovel took on the force of a military entrenching tool in my hands. It beat He Lianjian's gang until they cried for their fathers and mothers, tossed aside their weapons, and lost any ability to fight back. In only a few breaths, He Lianjian's men had been completely defeated. One after another, they lay on the ground, clutching arms or legs, rolling around and howling. They might not have been martial arts experts, but they were not to be underestimated when it came to fighting viciously. They also had weapons in their hands and an absolute advantage in numbers. Yet these 7 or 8 men, all skilled in brawling and all carrying shovels or hoes, could not beat me with my bare hands. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, He Lianjian would never have believed it. Hadn't I nearly died of illness before? Hadn't Wang Shuqin been running everywhere looking for doctors and medicine for me? For a moment, He Lianjian's face changed from one expression to another. Finally, he gritted his back teeth and raised the long gun he had brought to bolster his courage. "Zhou, you can fight all you want, but can you fight a bullet? Take one more step, and I'll blow you away." A gun gave men courage. A blade gave heroes their spirit. Now that He Lianjian held what he thought was the truth in his hands, his voice grew much bolder. "You know fear now, don't you? Get on your knees and kowtow to me." I had not been afraid when I fought through death again and again on the battlefield in my previous life, much less of a small fry like He Lianjian. I have to say, next time you point a gun at someone, remember to take the safety off first. You're embarrassing yourself. In his nervousness, he had forgotten to release the safety. He immediately lowered his head in a panic and reached to release it. The instant He Lianjian was distracted, I rushed forward. My right hand shot out like lightning, and my index finger pressed tight against the long gun's trigger. When He Lianjian sensed that something was wrong and tried to pull the trigger, he could not move it at all. Before he could finish speaking, I drove an elbow into him. It knocked 2 of He Lianjian's front teeth flying, and the pain made him bare his teeth and nearly cry. "With your pathetic skills, you dare wave things around in front of me? When I was playing with guns, you were still tripping over doorsteps." I seized the long gun in one motion and kicked He Lianjian to the ground. I warn you, my dad is the chief of Shanha village and the captain of its militia too. If you dare do anything to me today and my dad finds out, he'll never let you go. If I had been afraid, I would never have stood up for Shinchingru and offended the He family in the first place. Do you think you still have a chance to go down this mountain? He Lianjian merely met my eyes and shuddered as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. Brother Zhou, no, Lord Zhou. I was blinded by greed. My men talked me into it, and I had a moment of foolishness coming up the mountain. I'll never dare do it again. I acted as though I had not heard his pleading. I loaded the gun with practiced ease, my finger already resting on the trigger. At the crisp sound of the gun being loaded beside him, He Lianjian began shaking even harder. Don't kill me. His plea came out with a sob, and the color of his pants visibly darkened. A burst of warm vapor rose, followed by a sharp stench of urine. He had been frightened so badly that he wet himself. Contempt flashed in my eyes. Pinching my nose, I stepped back 2 paces. With that much courage, he still had the face to come out and rob people. He was an embarrassment even to robbers. Since I had already scared him into such a cowardly state, I did not keep making things difficult for him. I'll spare your miserable life today. If you fall into my hands again, don't think your father being some damned village chief will save you. Even if the town mayor comes, I'll still beat you. He Lianjian looked timid and frightened, afraid that displeasing me would make me attack again. Compared with the arrogant, overbearing look he had worn before, he seemed like a completely different person. It was nearly dark, and I had no interest in staying. I gathered my things and continued down the mountain. Before I left, I did not forget to warn He Lianjian again. And if you dare set your sights on Shen Qingru again, losing a few front teeth will be the least of your problems. As for this long gun, I'll keep it for you, as compensation for the mental anguish you and your men caused me. They had come from far away and had not even seen what the snow fox looked like. Instead, they received a brutal beating and even lost their long gun to me. After I left, He Lianjian's rough men had mostly recovered enough to lie still. When did that Zhou brat become so strong? I never heard that his mom knew martial arts. That whip kick of his nearly made me see my great-grandmother. I'm still shaking now. Damn it. We can't mess with that brat again. He hits too hard. If he gives us some internal injury, we'll be finished. He Lianjian and the others all looked frightened. The beating had truly left them with a psychological shadow. Brother Lianjian, why are 2 of your front teeth gone? And your crotch looks wet. Before the man could finish, He Lianjian could no longer save face. He pointed at the rough men and shouted, "A bunch of useless idiots. Shut the hell up. You brag all day about being able to fight 10 people each, but one guy wiped you all out. You've brought shame on Shana village." The men lowered their heads under the scolding and silently thought, "You have the nerve to say that about us?" Not only had he lost 2 front teeth and begun whistling through every word, he had wet his pants from fear. In the end, under He Lianjian's stern insistence, everyone swore that they would not spread word of what happened today. Only then did the group trudge down the mountain in disgrace and reach Shana village before nightfall. Meanwhile, I returned home with a pile of prey, fully loaded. The sight of more than 10 pheasants and wild rabbits left Mother, Wang Shuqin, staring with her mouth open for a long time. Third, did you turn over a chicken coop and a rabbit warren? How did you catch so much game? This trip had exhausted me. I walked to the water vat by the courtyard wall, lifted the lid, drank several big mouthfuls, and wiped my mouth with a smile. I have Song Laoqi and his group to thank for that. Otherwise, where would I have gotten so much? At the name Song Laoqi, Wang Shuqin immediately became nervous. Third, did Song Laoqi and the others bully you again? Let Mom see if you're hurt anywhere. Mother was full of worry, and the sight warmed my heart. I quickly stopped Zhou Tiniu, afraid that his stubborn, reckless streak would make him charge out and cause trouble again. Mom, big brother, don't worry. Song Laoqi and his men can't do anything to me. You should look at this first. Compared with it, those pheasants and rabbits are nothing. I raised a hand, put down my basket, and tipped out the snow fox inside. Wang Shuqin was only a rural woman. After all, how could she recognize what kind of animal it was? What kind of beast is this? It's so white and pretty, and its fur feels so soft. Zhou Tiniu was curious too. He kept touching the snow fox all over. Third brother, this animal's fur feels amazing, better even than old Lou's sheepskin coat. If it were made into a coat, it would definitely keep someone warm. It'd be far better than my ragged padded jacket. His words made surprise flash through my eyes. My eldest brother might be rash and impulsive in daily life, with a bold and reckless air about him, but his eye was not bad at all. He could tell that the snow fox's pelt was its best feature. Third, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell Mom what this thing is. Mom, do you remember that, a few years ago, a hunter's family in the next village caught an animal cub? It caused such a stir that almost the whole town went up the mountain to try their luck. Wang Shuqin remembered the incident clearly. How could I forget? I think it was called a snow fox. It sold for 1,000 yuan. Wasn't that why your father had you learn hunting from old Lou? As she spoke, Wang Shuqin suddenly realized something and stared wide-eyed at the snow fox on the ground. Third, this can't be. That's right. It's a snow fox, and an adult one at that. It's worth far more than a cub. It took her a long while to recover. Then she stammered, "This? How much can it sell for?" "At least close to 1,000 yuan. If I take it to town to sell, it should fetch even more." Close to 1,000 yuan. She had lived for decades and had never seen that much money. Third, don't fool your mother. Can this snow fox really sell for 1,000 yuan? At last, she could prepare a bride price for her son, marry him a wife, and see him have children. Third, tomorrow I'll take some grain to see matchmaker Zhao in the village. I'll have her find good, capable wives for you and your big brother. Then pick a lucky day for your weddings. I could not help laughing and crying at the same time. I waved my hands. Mom, there's no hurry about marriage. We should first find a way to cure Dad. He can't keep lying there like this. When we have this money, we'll take him to the town clinic. The doctors there are very skilled. Zhou Hanshan's illness was not a serious one, but our household's expenses had long exceeded its income, and there had been no money for treatment. We could only ask the village's barefoot doctor for some herbs to barely keep him going. My third boy is finally grown up. He knows how to think of the family now. Later, I'll tell your father this good news so he can be happy with us. To celebrate, Wang Shuqin took out the white flour she had kept hidden for a long time and could never bear to eat. She busied herself boiling water and kneading dough, preparing to steam a basket of hot white flour buns. I was not idle either. I got to work skillfully preparing to skin the snow fox. Even if the pelt stayed intact, it would not sell for a good price if it picked up the rank smell of blood and animal musk. Thanks to my special forces training in my previous life, I was excellent with a knife. Afterward, I would find old Zhang, the village fur buyer, and sell it as soon as possible. The longer I waited, the more trouble there might be. If someone with bad intentions found out, who knew what kind of mess they would make? Song Laoqi and He Lianjian were perfect examples. Both had set their hearts on the snow fox. If I had not been hard enough, the two of them might really have gotten their way today. When it was time to eat, Mother had not only steamed hot white flour buns, but also stewed a pheasant. Its fragrance could be smelled from far away. In those poor, backward times, seasonings were scarce. But that did not affect how delicious wild game was. Even a tiny pinch of salt made it unbelievably good. I had eaten roast chicken in the mountains and was not very hungry, so I barely touched my chopsticks at dinner. I let my family eat almost all of it. After dinner, I went straight to see old Zhang, the village fur buyer. Zhang Qing had been in the business of buying wild goods and pelts for nearly 20 years. Only when he saw the snow fox pelt in my hands did Zhang Qing truly have his eyes opened. This pelt feels fresh, and it doesn't smell of blood or musk. If I'm not mistaken, the fox died less than half a day ago. You even avoided the sweat glands while skinning it. I didn't expect a young man like you to know these things. When an expert made a move, people could tell whether he had the real thing. Zhang Qing could judge a pelt's quality just by touching and smelling it. Even professors who studied zoology every day might not have his skill. Uncle Zhang, let's get right to the price. How much can you offer for this pelt? The moment business came up, Zhang Qing put away his smile. He thought for a moment and held out one open hand. Since we're from the same village, consider it old Zhang looking after the Zhou family. How about this number? Even snow fox cubs could sell for 600 or 700 yuan. Yet an adult snow fox was worth only 500 yuan here. And he still had the nerve to call that looking after the Zhou family. What was that old saying? Take half from strangers, take everything from acquaintances. Uncle Zhang, if that's your price, I'll go to the next village. You aren't the only one buying furs within these 10 villages. At worst, I'll make the trip to town. It will still be worth far more than that. Seeing the deal in his grasp about to slip away, Zhang Qing hurried over to soothe me. He stopped calling me the third boy from the Zhou family, and began calling me dear nephew with every sentence. It isn't easy for your uncle to do this business either. I can add another 100 at most. This price is already very good. It's enough for your family to eat full meals for years. Zhang Qing thought that would scare me into agreeing. Instead, I picked up the snow fox and turned to leave. Hey, dear nephew, don't be in such a hurry. I can add another 100, but I truly can't go any higher. I gave Zhang Qing a calm look and spoke in the same even tone. Uncle Zhang, if you sincerely want this snow fox pelt, then let's speak frankly. If it's made into a fur coat and sold to someone from the city, it can bring at least 4 figures. Let's say 1,000 yuan. We both make a profit. What do you think? When I finished, I added, if you agree, we have a deal. If not, I'll turn around and leave right now. You're truly made for business, kid. Fine, we'll do it your way. But your uncle has one request. If you get more good goods in the future, come to me first. Naturally, I agreed readily. We exchanged money and goods, traded a few polite words, and I left. When I got home, I gave most of the money to Wang Shuqin for safekeeping. I kept 50 yuan for myself in case I needed money unexpectedly. I had planned to give some money to big brother Zhou Tiniu too, but he had little interest in it. Every so often, he imitated the sound of gunfire with his mouth and kept shouting things like, "Down with the little Japanese." Third, when did our family get guns? Wang Shuqin noticed the 2 guns as well. After looking at them for a moment, she sensed something was wrong. Well, I bought them with the money from selling the herbs last time. These are proper good guns, not the homemade hunting guns those hunters use. It's only because this gun is powerful and has a long range that your son caught so much game. Fortunately, my mind worked fast, and I soon came up with a reasonable excuse. Especially in remote rural areas, hunting guns were practically standard equipment for hunters. The only difference was that hunters with money bought good guns, while poor hunters could only buy homemade workshop guns. Wang Shuqin was a rural woman. She did not understand these things, so naturally she did not doubt me. I was wondering how you could catch so much game after learning hunting from old Lu for only half a year. So you bought a good gun. Take good care of it. Don't let your big brother's clumsy hands break it. I casually said a few words to appease mother, then went back to my room to study the system. But Wang Shuqin called me back. She selected 2 of the fattest pheasants and rabbits and handed them to me. Third, take these 2 pieces of game to Xiao Cui's family. Now that our days are getting better, we can't forget the people who helped us. Mother's reminder brought a lovely figure to mind. I had been busy hunting for the past few days and had truly forgotten about Xiao Cui. When the Zhou family had been at its hardest, Xiao Cui had brought us several vegetable corn buns. Without her, our whole family might have starved to death, and we would not have today's good days. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Now that I had the ability to hunt, I naturally would not begrudge a few pieces of game. I took the 2 animals to the west side of the village and arrived at the gate of a modest courtyard. After I knocked several times, Xiao Cui's slightly nervous, frightened voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, your third brother Zhou." The instant I spoke, the courtyard gate opened a crack. Only after confirming my identity several times did the worry in her heart settle. "Third brother Zhou, why are you here? We haven't seen each other in 2 days. I was thinking about you." The lie came easily. I did not blush or skip a beat. Her mind flashed back to the time not long before, when the 2 of us had taken off our clothes by the river. "Third brother Zhou, don't tease me. Coming over so late. Is something urgent wrong?" Then Xiao Cui seemed to think of something. "Is your family out of grain? We happen to have a few vegetable buns left." She turned and went inside to get the buns. Those few words alone showed what a kind-hearted girl Xiao Cui was. She was worried I would be too embarrassed to ask for grain, so she had taken the initiative to offer the vegetable buns. "No, your own family doesn't have enough food, and you're still always thinking of helping mine. Besides, you can't keep eating wild vegetable buns. Xiao Cui, take these 2 pheasants and rabbits. Look how thin you are. Hurry and eat some meat to build yourself up. Otherwise, how will you get through the winter?" The moment she saw the game in my hands, Xiao Cui's eyes lit up. It was not that she was greedy. It was only that she had barely eaten meat for nearly a year. The last time she had eaten meat was during last year's Lunar New Year, when she had received 1 small piece of cured pork on New Year's Eve. Although she wanted it desperately, Xiao Cui still shook her head. "Third brother Zhou, I can't take this. You should bring it back for Aunt Shuqin and the others. There are so many people in your family, and it's rare for you to get meat even once. Stop trying to fool your third brother. Your little face is pale as can be. Anyone can see you're malnourished. If you don't nourish yourself, you won't even have the strength to work in the fields. Listen to me and take it." Xiao Cui refused no matter what at first. Only after she saw that I was going to get angry did she accept the game helplessly. Her words were reluctant, but her heart was warm. "Third brother Zhou, your kindness is all remembered here in Xiao Cui's heart. I'll repay you double someday. Listen to yourself. What is there to repay? You brought me vegetable buns too. If you hadn't sent help when we needed it most, Zhou Qin might not even have lived to see today." After a few ordinary words of conversation, I brought up Xiao Cui's strange behavior earlier. "When I knocked just now, why did your voice sound off? You looked nervous when you opened the door too. Did something happen at home?" At the mention of it, Xiao Cui let out a long sigh. "Third brother Zhou, you should stop asking about this. Let me handle it myself. It's not a big problem, and I can deal with it alone." But the more Xiao Cui said that, the more I wanted to get to the bottom of it. In the end, she could not refuse me any longer and told me what had happened with a wronged expression. Recently, Song Laochi had often come to harass Xiao Zui in the middle of the night. Once, after drinking too much, he had even tried to climb over the wall. Xiao Zui and her mother had been terrified. Fortunately, their screams alerted the neighbors, who came to see what was happening. From then on, whenever someone knocked at night, Xiao Zui was afraid, no matter who it was. She feared that Song Laochi, that old rogue, would come back after drinking to harass her again. And because Xiao Zui and I had always been close, Song Laochi had grown jealous. That was why he often came knocking late at night, hoping to threaten and frighten Xiao Zui into agreeing to marry him. As I heard this, my face darkened until it looked as though water could drip from it. Song Laochi truly is a toad dreaming of swan meat. He drinks a little cat piss and forgets his own name. Apparently, the lesson I gave him last time was not deep enough. I have to find another chance to make him remember. Hearing me say that, Xiao Zui hurriedly reached out and grabbed my sleeve. Third brother Zhou, you absolutely must not provoke Song Laochi. That gang of thugs has strength in numbers. You'll definitely get hurt if you go. I'll just build the courtyard wall higher and lock the gate tightly every night. Then he won't be able to do anything to me. The reason Xiao Zui had hesitated to tell me was that she feared I would act on impulse and run off to settle accounts with Song Laochi. In the end, Xiao Zui was worried that I would suffer a hidden loss against Song Laochi's gang of scoundrels. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Song Laochi is nothing more than a little hoodlum, and his petty followers are even less worth mentioning. I patted Xiao Zui on the shoulder and asked how her mother had been lately. By the way, how is Aunt Xiaoji? Is she feeling any better? It was only with Zheng Xiaoji's agreement that Xiao Zui had been able to take grain from home to help the Zhou family. But good people did not always receive good fortune. Because of long-term malnutrition and her advancing age, Zheng Xiaoji had unfortunately developed a stomach illness. Like my father's, it had not been a serious sickness at first, but without money for treatment, it had been allowed to drag on until it became worse and worse. Now Zheng Xiaoji could only drink a little rice gruel each day. Her stomach could not digest anything else. At the mention of her mother, a shadow crossed Xiao Zui's eyes. My mom has been in bed for several days. She doesn't even have the strength to get off the Kong. The village doctor said she needs a wild boar stomach to have any chance of getting better. But Xiao Zui and Zheng Xiaoji were two women without the strength to truss a chicken. How could they possibly hunt a wild boar? For this, Xiao Zui had even taken out the grain they had saved for winter. She had wanted to hire a hunter from the village to bring back a wild boar. They only wanted the stomach. But after asking every hunter in Shay village, she had not found a single one willing to take the job. The reason was simple. Xiao Zui's grain payment was too little, and hunting a wild boar involved enormous risk. Once the mud on a wild boar dried in the sun, it clung tightly to its skin and would not fall off. As this happened again and again, it gradually formed a thick layer of armor over the animal's hide. Even homemade hunting guns could only cause slight injuries, far from enough to kill one. Most hunters went around wild boars when they saw them rather than provoking them easily. Even if a hunter climbed a tree to hide, a wild boar, vengeful by nature, would not give up. It would keep digging at the roots with its hooves, wait for the tree to fall, and then chase you again. As for the saying that a wild boar stomach could cure stomach problems, it had been passed around northeastern China for many years. Take Zhao Qianjin, the current chief of Shay village. He had suffered from stomach trouble for decades. Later, the chief paid a high price to buy a wild boar stomach from a hunter in the neighboring village. He stewed it into soup with several herbs prescribed by the village barefoot doctor. After eating it, his stomach illness miraculously recovered. Shui, don't worry about the wild boar stomach. Tomorrow I'll go to Hujin Mountain and get one for you. Then we'll ask the village barefoot doctor for some herbs. I believe Aunt Xiaoji's stomach will get better soon. Third brother Zhou, hunting in the mountains isn't something to joke about. How many days did you even train under old Uncle Lu? And there have been tiger attacks lately. You absolutely cannot rush up Hujin Mountain on impulse. I smiled and reached out to pinch her little cheek. You're looking down on your third brother, aren't you? See these pheasants and rabbits? I caught them all. Most people don't dare hunt a grown wild boar, but a wild boar piglet is fine, right? Any wild boar will do. All we need is its stomach. Surprise appeared in Xiao Zui's eyes. In her impression, I had always stayed at home all day and rarely gone anywhere. Even when I learned hunting from old Uncle Lu, I had done it unwillingly, practicing only sporadically and eventually giving up. Third brother Zhou, I suddenly feel that you've changed. You don't seem like the same person you used to be. I smiled and did not explain much to Xiaotsue. No matter what I become, I'll still be your third brother Zhou Chui. Do you remember what you said when we played house as children? I've kept it in my heart all this time. The moment I finished speaking, Xiaotsue's cheeks flushed bright red. She lowered her head shyly, and when she spoke again, her voice was much softer. It's been so many years. I didn't think you would still remember, third brother Zhou. Before Xiaotsue could finish, I interrupted with a smile. What? Now that you're grown, are you trying to go back on your word? No, third brother Zhou. I don't mean that. Seeing that Xiaotsue did not resist at all, I simply drew her soft, warm body into my arms. Third brother Zhou, isn't this a little improper? What if someone sees us? It's the middle of the night. Who would be around? And in this darkness, what could anyone see? Xiaotsue only struggled symbolically a few times before meekly letting me hold her as I pleased. Just as I was about to go further, a woman's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Chui, who came to our house? Why haven't you come back inside after so long? Zheng Xiuji had been worried about her daughter. Xiaotsue had gone out to open the gate and still had not returned to the room. At her mother's call, Xiaotsue jumped out of my arms like a startled bird. Mom, I'm fine. Third brother, Zhou came to our house. He even brought us 2 pieces of game. Hearing that, Zheng Xiuji inside the house finally relaxed. So the third Zhou boy came. You came all this way and still brought game? Hurry and take it back for your own family to eat. And you, girl, honestly, your third brother came and you didn't even invite him in for a bowl of water. The intimate atmosphere broken, Xiaotsue and I both looked a little embarrassed. Aunt Xiuji, I won't drink water tonight. I still need to go up the mountain tomorrow, so I'll head back first. You and Chui should eat those 2 animals. When I'm free in a few days, I'll come see you again. Before I left, I did not forget to slip Xiaotsue 2 10 yuan notes. Although it was only 20 yuan, it could buy many things in the 1970s. Take this money. Buy Aunt Xiuji something to build herself up later. Winter is coming soon. After all, 20 yuan could equal nearly half a year's income for an ordinary farmer. Third brother Zhou, I'll accept the game, but I absolutely can't take this money. I did not care whether Xiaotsue agreed. I forced the 2 10 yuan notes into her hands. Take it when I tell you to take it. Your third brother can make money now. Consider it my filial respect for Aunt Xiuji. Before Xiaotsue could refuse again, I had already turned and left. She remained standing there alone, blankly watching my broad back disappear into the distance. Third brother, your good Chui will remember it all in her heart. I'll repay you double someday. Early the next morning, I got up at dawn and took Xiaozi up the mountain again. As always, Wang Shuqin had dry food ready and told her son again and again to be careful on the hunt. When I reached Hujin Mountain, I gave Xiaozi the usual order to search for the scent of prey. The only difference was that I had no interest in small prey like pheasants and rabbits this time. I had set my sights on wild boar and planned to bring back a boar stomach for Xiaotsue. If I cured Aunt Xiuji's stomach illness, I would also be repaying the life-saving kindness of the grain she had sent us. After the past few days together, Xiaozi and I already worked as though our minds were one. The little fellow immediately raced into the woods, following my command to search for wild boar tracks. I did not remain idle either. I lowered my head and carefully studied the ground. I looked for clues such as wild boar droppings or hoof prints. Unfortunately, after searching all morning, neither Xiaozi nor I found the slightest trace of a wild boar. My luck was bad. It had rained in the mountains early that morning. The rain had blurred the scents left by the animals. It had also washed away their tracks, leaving Xiaozi and me with nowhere to begin. If this keeps up, we can only move closer to the depths of Hujin Mountain and see if our luck changes. Not because of anything else, but because of the tigers that had been coming down the mountain to steal livestock, leaving the villagers anxious and frightened. Even with a gun in my hands, I did not dare gamble with my life. I had nothing I could afford to lose now. I had to treasure this chance at rebirth. I could deal with ordinary wild animals, but I was clearly not enough against large, fierce beasts. Unless I had a large caliber automatic rifle, I would have the confidence to fight them. After considering it again and again, I still decided to risk entering the deep mountain area. Xiaozi, we're going to cross the grassland and enter the deep mountains. Be extremely careful, and don't get too far from me. Xiaozi understood human speech and nodded repeatedly at its master. I rested where I was for a while, ate some dry food, drank water, and prepared to set out again. After passing through the pine forest on the outskirts and crossing the scrub grass, we finally entered the deep mountain area. Xiaozi still scouted ahead, and I followed close behind. The grass there was tall and dense. The moment Xiaozi slipped into it, the little fellow disappeared from sight. Slow down, will you? Do you ever think about whether I can keep up behind you? Squeak, squeak, squeak. I had barely complained twice when Xiaozi's cries suddenly came from ahead. At first, I thought Xiaozi had found prey, but I quickly sensed that something was wrong. Xiaozi's voice was not excited as usual. It sounded unusually sharp and carried panic. Damn it, Xiaozi's in trouble. Realizing something was wrong, I immediately ran toward Xiaozi. Using my agility, I raced through the grass. Soon, I saw Xiaozi running flat out in my direction. Only then did I secretly let out a breath. I had been afraid that something had happened and the little fellow would not return. My hand had already reached for the hunting gun behind me, ready to draw it and kill with a single blow at any moment. But why was the little fellow running back in such panic? It had even sent me a warning of danger. Just as I was wondering, a long, sharp, piercing cry sounded overhead. Screech! As the cry rang out, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. At the sound, Xiaozi jolted as though a mouse had hurt a cat. Its speed increased several times over, and its 4 short legs ran so fast they nearly became afterimages. But no matter how fast Xiaozi ran, it could not shake the black shadow pursuing it. The shadow on the ground grew larger and larger until it covered the fleeing Xiaozi. The golden eagle's dark gold feathers were striking in the sunlight. Its eyes, like 2 black gemstones, held the domineering coldness of a ruler of the sky. It looked as though it had taken Xiaozi for prey, yet it was in no hurry to kill. It wanted to toy with its victim first. That was a common failing of hunters at the top of the food chain, or perhaps the confidence of the strong. Otherwise, with Xiaozi's 4 little legs, how could it possibly escape a golden eagle's talons? As Xiaozi's strength began to fail, its pace gradually slowed. The golden eagle lost interest in playing and extended its 2 sharp talons to seize its prey. At that crucial instant, I raised the hunting gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet did not hit the golden eagle. It passed right beside its body. It was not because my shooting had worsened. I had deliberately aimed several inches wide. The reason was simple. The familiar system prompt had sounded in my mind just then. A golden eagle has been detected near the host. If you successfully subdue and take it as a hunting companion, you will receive 20 hunting experience points and unlock an entirely new pet skills module. Fortunately, the system had reminded me in time, or I truly would have forgotten about that. When my hunting skill reached rank 2, the number of spirit pets I could tame had risen too. Besides Xiaozi, I could now tame 1 more wild animal as my spirit pet. An adult golden eagle stood over 1 meter tall and had a wingspan close to 3 meters. When it dived from the sky, it was like a bomber, terrifying the smaller animals out of their wits. My shot was exquisitely placed. The bullet skimmed past the golden eagle's wing, and the powerful momentum made it lose its balance and tumble to the ground. Bang! Dark gold feathers flew everywhere. The golden eagle that had looked so majestic a moment ago now appeared thoroughly bedraggled. Xiaozi had taken a trip past death's door. Frightened out of its wits, it hid behind me. It might have gained intelligence, but it still had an instinctive fear of its natural enemy. Especially a raptor like a golden eagle. In its bloodline, it completely dominated purple martens. The golden eagle could no longer spare attention for Xiaozi. It flapped its wings several times and stood up again. When I saw it spread its wings to leave, how could I let a spirit pet already in my grasp fly away? I leapt forward and wrapped my arms tightly around the golden eagle's body, holding it so it could not move. It was not fully grown and stood only half a meter tall, but its strength was no small thing. Fortunately, I had been eating well these past days, building this body up with plenty of game. Before, I truly might not have been able to subdue this golden eagle. The host has subdued a golden eagle. Would you like to take it as a hunting companion? The system prompt sounded in my ear, and I chose to tame it without hesitation. The next moment, the golden eagle that had been struggling fiercely went still. Congratulations! The host has successfully tamed a golden eagle and gained 20 hunting experience points. The host has tamed 2 spirit pets. The pet skills system has automatically been unlocked. That gave me my second spirit pet. Just as when I had tamed Xiaozi, I formed a mental connection with the golden eagle. Through that connection, I could issue commands as long as they did not exceed its intelligence. I stroked the golden eagle's head and gave it an earnest lecture. Now that you're my spirit pet, you need a name. I'll call you Xiao Jin, Little Gold. From now on, get along with Xiaozi, and don't bully it just because you're bigger. The golden eagle seemed very pleased with its name. It flapped its wings again and again to show its happiness. But even if the golden eagle wanted to make friends, Xiaozi would probably hide far away out of instinctive fear. Then I checked it all over, afraid that my shot might have accidentally hurt Xiao Jin. Thank goodness my earlier shot didn't go off target. If Xiao Jin's wing had been injured, with medical care as backward as it is now, it might never fly again. Xiaozi had not yet recovered from its brush with death and hid behind me, shivering. Even though the golden eagle had already been tamed by its master, it still did not dare look directly at that fierce bird of prey. Yet the more Xiaozi showed fear and cowardice, the more the golden eagle craned its neck to peer in its direction. Finally, the little fellow curled itself into a ball. From far away, it looked like a ball of yarn. Xiaozi was my first spirit pet. How could a newcomer bully the veteran? I just told you not to bully Xiaozi, and you forgot it in the blink of an eye. As I spoke, I raised my hand and gave it a tap. Pets did need discipline. After being tapped, the golden eagle behaved much better. It stopped staring at Xiaozi and lowered its head to carefully preen the feathers on its wings with its beak. With a thought, I made the system's virtual panel appear before me. When I opened the Spirit Pet interface, there was indeed a new pet skills option in the lower right corner. After entering it, the system automatically displayed a line of introduction. Pet skills. Each spirit pet grants the host a special ability based on its unique traits. Note, as the host's hunting skill rises, these special abilities will grow stronger as well. Every pet skill has a cooldown and can only be used once every 12 hours. Purple Martin skill greatly increases the host's agility and reaction speed for a short time. I was fairly satisfied with the skill's effect. Xiaozi's running speed might not look like much. Its burst speed was not even better than mine. But with its agile body, it could move through dense forest as if walking on level ground. The skill was especially suited to use while I was hunting or pursuing prey. It was a perfect fit. Its only flaw was that it did not last long enough. It lasted only 5 minutes, which was truly too short. Once I used it, I would have to wait for the 12-hour cooldown to end. Fortunately, as my hunting skill improved, the duration of the pet skills would increase too. Next, I opened the Golden Eagle skill to check it. Golden Eagle skill. Gain the eyesight of a golden eagle and receive its visual feed. With its vision, nothing within several hundred meters could escape my eyes. And it could provide the golden eagle's visual feed too. From the sky, I could survey the ground at a glance. It truly was a divine skill for hunting. I could not wait to try it. I ordered Xiao Jin to take flight at once. Scree! With a piercing cry, the golden eagle spread its enormous wings. When I lifted my head and looked into the distance, all that remained in the blue sky was a tiny black. Once Xiao Jin had reached enough altitude, I activated the golden eagle's pet skill. Subtle changes came over my pupils, and everything before me gradually became clear. Several seconds later, the golden eagle's pet skill had fully taken effect, making my eyes unfathomably deep. I could see countless things, a spider feeding hundreds of meters away, even the structure of its web. It was comparable to military electronic binoculars. When I switched my viewpoint to the golden eagles, my field of vision opened up completely. Rolling mountains, lush forests, and crystal-clear rivers spread before my eyes. Every beautiful sight entered my view and left me absorbed in it. When I looked more closely, I saw a large wild boar foraging everywhere. The sight of that wild boar thrilled me. I had just been worrying about not being able to find one. I had not expected to locate a sizable wild boar after only one flight around the area. I immediately cut off the visual feed and headed for the forest in the northwest with Xiaozi. I kept watching the wild boar's movements so the prey I had finally found would not slip away. Before long, man and beast entered the forest and gradually slowed down. On the one hand, I was afraid that too much movement would make noise and startle the wild boar away. Compared with the outskirts of Hujin Mountain, this stretch of forest was exceptionally lush. Trees dozens of meters high stood everywhere, and all kinds of vegetation grew thickly. With that came far more danger. No one knew what might jump out of the grass nearby. Xiaozi, you absolutely can't run around this time. If something happens in this primeval forest, no one can save you. I did not even need to remind it. Xiaozi had already smelled the hidden danger in the air. In the end, it obediently came back to its master, climbed up my pant leg, and settled on my shoulder. I immediately realized this was an excellent hunting opportunity and hurried forward. Before long, chewing and gnawing sounds came from not far away. Using the thick grass as cover, I slowly approached and finally saw the target I had been longing for. A massive wild boar, easily 300 Jin, was chewing on tree roots. No wonder hunters chose to go around wild boars. If that thing rammed you, you would probably be finished. Even so, I showed no sign of backing down. I gripped the double-barreled hunting gun and stepped toward the wild boar one pace at a time. When the target was nearly within range, I slowly released the safety on the gun. Snap! At exactly that moment, I carelessly stepped on a branch. The movement had been tiny and the branch made only a small cracking sound, but it still alerted the wild boar. It instantly stopped eating and whipped its head around. Sure enough, when it saw something near it holding a weapon, the wild boar immediately sensed danger. It snorted harsh breaths through its nose. Roar! With an angry bellow, the wild boar charged straight at me. Although the boar was enormous, it was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered more than 10 meters. When it was about to reach me, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck the wild boar precisely and destroyed one of its eyes. The wild boar gave a miserable howl, and half its face became a bloody mess. I pulled the trigger again, and a tongue of flame burst from the muzzle. At such close range, the bullet hit its forehead without suspense. Just before it could crash into me, the wild boar's body stiffened and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Looking at the fallen wild boar, I still felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, I was holding a double-barreled hunting gun that could be loaded with 2 rounds at once. If I had used one of those homemade hunting guns and failed to kill the beast with the first shot, I would not have had a chance for a second. I had blown half its face apart, yet it had still charged at me madly. Those hunters had good reason to avoid wild boars. This beast was not something an ordinary person could hunt easily. With my successful hunt, the system's virtual panel appeared before me. Congratulations! The host has successfully hunted 1 adult wild boar and gained 20 experience points. Personal account, 50 experience points. It had to be said, hunting large animals earned plenty of experience. Unlike before, when I had spent half a day hunting rabbits and pheasants for only a little experience. At this pace, I would have the capital to exchange for some advanced items too. I no longer had to stare helplessly at the dazzling products in the mystery shop. At the very least, I could exchange for some potions now. Stamina potions and healing potions, for example, could save a life at a critical moment. Then another message popped up on the system panel. Congratulations! The host's hunting skill rank has increased by 1, and you have received the Stage 3 reward. 100 experience points are required to reach Stage 4 hunting skill. With a thought, I chose to claim the reward. The next moment, a dark gray object dropped before me. It was a hunting knife forged entirely from fine steel, gleaming with an eerie sheen under the sun. I picked up the knife, tested it with a few swings, and casually chopped at a pine tree beside me. What I never expected was for the blade to pass straight through the trunk. A pine tree as thick as the mouth of a bull fell with a single stroke of my knife. Hiss! There were famous blades such as the Nepalese kukri, the Swiss Army knife, and the Damascus knife. But compared with the steel knife before me, those so-called military knives were fit only for chopping vegetables. As expected of something from the system, it had to be top quality. Even in my shock, I could hardly put down the steel knife in my hand. What I lacked most now was a hunting knife that fit my hand. The one the system had given me before was too embarrassing to use. It was rusty, and worse, its edge was incredibly dull. No amount of sharpening had done any good. The system is thoughtful. It knows exactly what I need right now. Xiaozi suddenly began screeching again and again, as though it sensed danger closing in nearby. Thump, thump, thump. The ground began to shake slightly, as though some large animal was running nearby. Something was making enough commotion to shake the ground. Could a black bear be coming? More importantly, the wild boar's stomach was the vital medicinal ingredient meant to cure Xiaozui's mother. Before I had time to hesitate, the real owner came charging into view. Roar! A black shadow rushed closer from the distance, charging through everything in its way. Compared with the wild boar I had just killed, the one before me was a full size larger. Its entire body was covered in black bristles, leaving only a pair of eyes filled with savage ferocity. Most importantly, it did not have the fat, bloated shape of a pig. All 4 limbs were packed with developed muscles. From a distance, it looked like a large water buffalo. Oof, oof, oof. After appearing, the huge boar rushed straight to its companion and kept rubbing its head against the other body. Sadly, after receiving no response for a long time, it made a mournful sound. I had killed its wife. Of course it was going to fight me to the death. I needed to get out of here fast. I had not reloaded the hunting gun at all. The empty cartridges were still in the chambers. If I changed the rounds now, I would certainly alert the huge boar. The best response now was to retreat quietly without attracting its attention. I immediately stopped worrying about my trophy. While the huge boar was still grieving, I carefully backed away. I had only retreated a few steps when the huge boar noticed what I was trying to do. Roar! With an enraged bellow, it charged at me madly. Activate the Purple Martin's exclusive skill. Without hesitation, I activated the pet skill and gained Xiaozi's agile, nimble body. I leapt onto the pine tree beside me. The huge boar missed and slammed its head into the tree. Bang! The pine shook violently under the huge boar's full-force impact. Fortunately, my grip was firm, or I might have been shaken down. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, the trunk began to lean to one side. Crack! With a sharp breaking sound, the pine tree as thick as a bull's mouth was rammed straight through and snapped. Thanks to the agility granted by the pet skill, I jumped to another tree just before it fell. If that hit a person, he would probably be reporting to the king of hell at the gates of the underworld on the spot. When the huge boar saw me escape to another tree, it gave an unwilling growl and continued charging with its head down as though it could not feel pain. I was forced to jump to other trees again, swinging through the air like a monkey. My strength was being steadily drained, and I could already faintly feel that I would not be able to hold on much longer. But the huge boar seemed incapable of tiring. It clung to me relentlessly and refused to give up. It gave me no chance to reload the hunting gun. I could only grit my teeth and keep moving through the primeval forest. As the seconds ticked by, less than a minute and a half remained on the pet skill. Then I'll gamble on it. Instead of running, I chose to face it. I slid down a leaning, falling tree and landed astride the huge boar's back. I did not have time to think about anything else. I raised the steel knife and chopped viciously at the huge boar beneath me. Ow wow! The pain made the huge boar scream miserably. It reared up, trying to shake me off. Luckily, my center of gravity was stable. No matter how the huge boar bucked and leapt, it could not throw me from its back. Taking the chance, I pulled out the knife and delivered a storm of chops and slashes to the huge boar. Unable to do anything about the human on its back, it finally charged straight at a pine tree beside it. Bang! The huge boar, its eyes already red with rage, turned and pounced at me wildly. But the steel knife was still stuck in its back, and the pet skill's duration ended at that exact moment. With nowhere to dodge, I could only raise my legs and brace the huge boar's jaw with sheer force. Its two sharp tusks were only a hair's breadth from piercing my chest and killing me. Roar! I could even smell the nauseating stench pouring from its mouth. Seeing its chance for revenge right in front of it, the huge boar grew exceptionally excited. With only that final bit of distance left, it could open its mouth and bite my head apart. What it did not know was that I had used my legs to hold the huge boar back precisely so I could free my hands to reload the hunting gun. As my strength gradually failed, the huge boar's tusks came closer and closer. At the critical moment, I finally finished reloading. Bang! The muzzle was nearly pressed against the huge boar's jaw when I fired. The tremendous penetrating force turned its head into a cloud of blood. As its enormous body crashed down, I too collapsed from exhaustion and gasped for air. Only then did I truly understand how terrifying the depths of Fujian Mountain were. 2 wild boars alone had been so difficult. If I encountered a tiger or black bear, the equipment I had now would probably not be enough to let me see tomorrow's sun alive. Even after dealing with the wild boars, I did not dare lower my guard at all. I stopped worrying about saving resources and directly spent experience points on 2 potions, 1 stamina potion and 1 healing potion. The stamina potion could quickly restore my strength and keep me at my peak for sudden emergencies. The healing potion was for the injuries I had received in my fierce battle with the wild boar. After I drank the red and blue potions, color gradually returned to my face. Following a short rest, I stood up and pulled the steel knife from the huge boar's back. That was too close. I nearly died to a wild boar today. Good thing I reloaded at the last moment. Having learned my lesson, I ejected the empty shells first thing. Then I reloaded the gun again, making sure I would not be left scrambling like before. Xiaozi, which had been hiding in my clothes the whole time, finally dared poke its head out to look around. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiaozi bared its teeth at the fallen boar's body as though it were provoking it. It made me roll my eyes. I flicked Xiaozi on the head. Give it a rest. You were trembling in my arms just now, and now you think you're tough. Behave yourself. Don't keep squealing and making noise. If you draw some other fierce predator here, your tiny body won't even be enough to fill its teeth. After the flick, Xiaozi behaved. It burrowed back into my jacket to hide. I could also sense that Xiao Jin was still circling in the sky, anxiously worrying about its master. It was not that the golden eagle had refused to help. The vegetation in this primeval forest was simply too thick. blocked by dense branches and leaves, the golden eagle's ability to maneuver was greatly reduced. Only on broad plains could Xiao Jin fully use its abilities. I sent Xiao Jin a message that I was safe, then began worrying about how to handle my spoils. The two large wild boars together weighed at least 500 jin. How could I, a single person with no help, carry them back? If I went down the mountain to call people from the village, I would probably return to nothing but a pile of pig bones. My nerves, which had only just relaxed, tightened again. I swiftly raised the gun and aimed it at the grass. If the other side dared show its head, I would pull the trigger without hesitation and kill it. The next moment, 3 black gun muzzles poked out from the grass. Then a group of people cautiously showed themselves. A tall, thin man led them. The moment I saw him, I relaxed and put down my gun to greet him. "Brother Haijin, why are you here?" The tall, thin man was Wang Haijin, the eldest grandson of the well-known Wang hunting family in Shay village. He had inherited all his grandfather's skill and was extremely capable at hunting. "Third Joe boy, you've really got guts. You dared enter the deep mountains all alone." Recognizing me, Wang Haijin relaxed as well. He waved to signal the others to lower their guns. "He's from our village. Everybody lower your guns. Don't let one go off by accident." He was about to scold me and warn me to leave the primeval forest immediately. Then Wang Haijin suddenly noticed the 2 huge wild boars lying nearby, and his eyes went wide. What kind of joke was this? Their group had 6 men, 3 homemade hunting guns, and 2 hunting dogs. Even with that equipment, Wang Haijin did not dare claim that he could easily take down a large wild boar. Yet I was alone and had somehow brought down 2 large wild boars in one go. If the facts had not been right in front of them and the bodies had not still held warmth, Wang Hagen's group would never have believed something so outrageous. "How did you do it?" After a long time, Wang Haijin finally came to his senses and asked. After all, I had only trained under old Uncle Lu for half a year. As for these hunters, which of them had not learned for 3 to 5 years before gaining even a little skill? To hunt a large beast, 10 years or more of experience was normally essential. Well, I realized that taking down 2 wild boars alone really was too exaggerated. I only got lucky and picked up an easy win. I passed by and saw the 2 large boars fighting. I crept up and fired at them from behind. They hurt each other badly, and I finished them off. "You're something else, third little Zhou. You really are from Shay village." "Brother Haijin, since when did I become third little Zhou?" His words gave me an odd expression. I did not remember ever having such a nickname. It sounded much too awkward. "Aren't you third in the Zhou family and the youngest of your brothers?" "Then there's nothing wrong with me calling you third little Zhou, is there?" "Everybody, doesn't that make sense?" "By the way, Brother Haijin, why did you and the others enter this deep mountain area too?" Wang Hagen's group was indeed well equipped. 3 homemade hunting guns and 2 hunting dogs. If they ran into wild boars and cooperated well, they could be confident of taking one down. But if they encountered a tiger or black bear, 6 men and 2 dogs would clearly not be enough. Eventually, one of them stepped forward to explain, and I learned the whole story. Before this, Wang Hagen's group had been hunting nearby. They had followed the warnings of the older hunters and had not truly set foot in this primeval forest. They had only stayed around the edges, where they could flee at once if they ran into danger. The group had just spotted a sick deer and had not had time to act. Then a gunshot suddenly rang out and frightened away the prey that had nearly been theirs. Wang Haijin had been unhappy about it and insisted on finding the person who fired the gun to demand an explanation. The reason was that his group had recently been at odds with Song Laoqi's crowd. Song Laoqi's people had deliberately fired shots behind them to startle prey more than once or twice. Once, Wang Hagen's group had worked hard all day, only to return empty-handed, with one companion injured as well. They had assumed that today's gunshot had come from Song Laoqi's people again. Unable to endure it any longer, Wang Haijin ignored the danger, took his brothers, and followed the sound of the shot here. He had never expected the shooter to be me, and that I had taken down 2 huge wild boars that they would not dare dream of hunting. So that's what happened. Then it was indeed my fault. I didn't know you were hunting nearby, and my shot frightened away the prey you had in hand. Wang Haijin waved it off generously. We only came to hunt on the edge of the deep mountains to avoid Song Laoqi's gang of thugs. Besides, you didn't do it on purpose, and we're all from the same village. We go up the mountain to earn food. Is a little thing like that worth arguing about? Those few words were enough to show what kind of man Wang Haijin was. After thinking for a moment, I decided to give them a share of the 2 large wild boars I had caught. Brother Haijin, how about this? I won't keep these 2 large boars all to myself. I'll give each of you 20 jin of meat as a little compensation from your younger brother. What do you say?" At that, Wang Hagen's eyebrows shot up. "Third little Zhou, what do you mean by that? What kind of man do you take Brother Haijin for? We're not like Song Laochi. We can't do something like robbing a fellow villager's game." Seeing that Wang Haijin was angry, I hurriedly smiled and explained. "Brother Haijin, you misunderstood me. The 2 boars weigh several hundred jin. I can't carry them alone. Rather than leave them to wolves and tigers, I'd rather share them with everyone." Seeing the sincerity on my face, Wang Hagen's expression improved. "What you say makes sense. But we Northeasterners have always cared about returning courtesy with courtesy. You're being generous, giving away 120 jin of meat. I can't be stingy either." He took 2 birds from his basket. They look like pheasants. "These are 2 flying dragons we caught earlier. We plan to trade them at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for rice and oil, but you're in luck. Take them. We'll count them as an exchange of game today." The so-called flying dragon was scientifically known as the hazel grouse, an uncommon delicacy in the mountains. Especially when cooked with wild hazel mushrooms, it made a pot of the famous northeastern dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Even when hunters caught them, they could not bear to eat them at home. They usually took them to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where they could exchange them for quite a few necessities of daily life. For instance, if a hunter caught a sick deer and could not eat it all, he would trade part of it with another hunter. Exchanging a deer leg for a wild rabbit was better than eating sick deer every day. At first, I refused to accept them. But then Wang Haijin spoke. "If you don't take the flying dragons, we won't take the wild boar meat either. You decide." I could only agree helplessly and accept the 2 hazel grouse. Then we all got to work breaking down the 2 large boars and cutting them into pieces that would be easy to carry down the mountain. We had all hunted for many years and could handle hunting knives with practiced ease. We were practically half butchers already. Breaking down 2 wild boars was naturally no problem. In no time, we had cut them into chunks and put them into baskets. "All right, let's go. With this much blood in the air, fierce beasts will surely follow the scent here." Under Wang Hagen's arrangements, 3 people carried the heavy baskets ahead while the rest stayed behind with their guns to cover the rear. Luckily, we had good fortune and met no danger on the way down. We even found several clusters of hazel mushrooms, perfect to take home and stew with the flying dragons. Along the way, Xiaozi could not hold it in any longer and poked its head out from my collar. It was taking big breaths of fresh air when it suddenly noticed 5 or 6 pairs of eyes staring at it. The little fellow shrank its neck in fright and hid in my clothes again, occasionally showing half its head to cautiously check the situation outside. At that sight, Wang Haijin became interested. "You caught a purple martin too?" Xiaozi was intelligent and naturally understood human speech. Hearing that, it shook with fear even more. Only after I kept stroking and soothing it did it calm down a little. "Brother Haijin, I didn't catch this purple martin to sell. It's my pet, Xiaozi." Wang Haijin nodded, then quickly changed the subject. "No wonder it's so close to you. With it curled up in your clothes, it keeps you warmer than a padded jacket. By the way, it's dangerous for you to go up the mountain alone every day. Are you interested in joining us?" It was clear that Wang Haijin admired my abilities. Among all the hunters in the nearby villages, how many could take down a wild boar by themselves? Giving me the 2 flying dragons in exchange was also meant to show goodwill and recruit me. Before I could give an answer, Wang Haijin lowered his voice and continued. "And don't try to fool me about getting lucky. Was catching that snow fox luck too? We're all from Shea Village. If we act together, we can at least look out for each other. That's better than you being alone, isn't it?" Wang Hagen's words made surprise flash in my eyes. The lie I had just used to fool them had been seen through by this large, seemingly simple man in a single sentence. That was why many hunters chose to travel together, including Song Laochi and Wang Haijin. But I did not plan to join them, so I smiled and politely declined. "Brother Haijin, I appreciate the kindness, but I'm used to coming and going alone. I may not get used to hunting in a group, and it would be bad if I only caused trouble for you. In that case, I won't force you. If you need help later, say the word. We're from the same village, and we all make our living hunting. We should help one another when there's trouble." After returning to the village, I sorted through the haul from this trip. After removing the hide, bones, innards, and other offal, about 200 jin of pure meat remained. I kept only 50 jin and took the rest of the wild boar meat to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in exchange for many necessities. Wang Shuqin and Zhou Hanshan had worked hard for most of their lives and pinched every penny to raise their 3 sons. Whenever there was anything good to eat, they thought of their children first and ate leftovers themselves. Now that I could hunt, it was time to let the two of them eat well and enjoy a little comfort. When I returned home, Mother, Wang Shuqin, was working in the courtyard. Even though our family no longer owed money and our living conditions were steadily improving, she still could not sit still. After finishing the chores at home, she had gone to the edge of the fields to cut several bundles of willow shoots, preparing to weave baskets and sell them for extra household income. Even if she did not work in the fields, she had to make handicrafts to share some of the burden. After all, every household had several children. How could a family be supported on only a few mu of land? Mom, didn't I tell you not to weave baskets anymore? Those reeds prick your hands so badly. Wang Shuqin smiled as though it were nothing. Your big brother went to work in the fields and wouldn't let me go with him. I'm idle at home anyway, so I might as well weave a few baskets to pass the time. As she spoke, she neatly stacked the finished baskets in the corner of the courtyard. I wove 3 baskets in 5 days. If I give them to the buyer, I can trade them for at least 10 local eggs. Seeing that I could not persuade her, I let Wang Shuqin do as she pleased. Weaving baskets was not dangerous. After all, I could treat it as something to occupy Mother's time. Third, didn't you go hunting up the mountain? Why did you bring back so many bundles and packages? All these bottles and jars are making my eyes spin. Huh, why are peaches packed in a jar too? By the end, Wang Shuqin was even more curious. I smiled, picked up a can, and said, Mom, this is canned yellow peach. It's very sweet. I'll open one for you to try. The moment I opened the lid, a sweet fragrance rushed out. Unable to resist, Wang Shuqin tasted a piece, and her eyes grew round. Oh my heavens, there's something this delicious in the world? This. How much did it cost? Mother had only just tasted something good, and she was already worrying about the money. She looked at the canned yellow peaches with a conflicted expression, then at the pile of household goods. Third, I've already eaten from this can, so we surely can't return it. Hurry and take everything else back. Even exchanging them for rice, flour, grain, and oil would be better. It wasn't easy for you to earn that money. You can't spend it carelessly. Hearing that, I hurriedly explained, Mom, you misunderstood. None of these things cost money. Hurry and take this canned yellow peach to let Dad try it too. Wang Shuqin naturally did not believe me and instead began scolding me. Your mother may not have gone to school for many years, but being uneducated doesn't mean I'm stupid. How can buying things not cost money? Even a 3-year-old knows you need money to buy candy. I smiled wryly. Mom, listen to my explanation. These things really did not cost money. I used extra wild boar meat to trade for them at the village supply and marketing cooperative. As I spoke, I took 50 gene of pork and the wild boar stomach out of my basket. Third, I've heard the villagers say wild boars are dangerous. Wasn't Hunter Lu gored to death by a wild boar? Don't take that kind of risk again in the future. Just catch some rabbits and pheasants instead. I nodded, telling her that I would definitely not take risks again. There's one more thing. I've raised another pet. Mom, prepare yourself. I'm going to call it over, so don't get scared. Wang Shuqin smiled, not taking my words seriously at all. Your mom has lived more than half her life. What animal haven't I seen? Never mind your pet. I'm not even afraid of the big wolfhound tied outside the village chief's house that I pass every day. Hearing that, I relaxed and gave a sharp whistle. A black shadow appeared in the sky and, in the blink of an eye, flew over the Zhou family's courtyard. The result was easy to imagine. Wang Shuqin screamed in fright on the spot. Without another word, she grabbed a bench beside her and threw it at the golden eagle. The chicks and other poultry in the courtyard scattered in instinctive terror as well. For a while, the entire Zhou home was in chaos, with chickens flying and dogs jumping. Only after I soothed her did Wang Shuqin gradually calm down. Third, are you sure it won't bite people? There had once been stories in the village that a child left unattended had been carried away by a golden eagle. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Jin is nothing like the wild beasts on the mountain. If I tell it east, it won't dare go west. If I tell it to chase a dog, it definitely won't chase a chicken. Watch. As I spoke, I tore an ear of corn from the courtyard wall, where it had been hung to dry, and threw it hard into the sky. Xiao Jin, bring it back. The words had barely left my mouth when the golden eagle spread its enormous wings and beat them powerfully. It shot out like an arrow, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to see. The ear of corn had not even fallen before Xiao Jin caught it in its beak and flew back to me. Oh, this big bird really is clever. It's even more obedient than our Dahuan. Xiaozi was as before. The moment the golden eagle appeared, it ran toward me like a mouse seeing an old cat. It raced into its master's jacket to hide. It only dared show its little eyes, timidly watching every movement the golden eagle made. Fortunately, after I had disciplined and warned Xiao Jin last time, its temperament had become much more restrained. It no longer bullied Xiaozi as before, and instead looked around curiously at everything in the courtyard. Of course, what interested it most was the nest of chicks. The golden eagle looked at them the way humans looked at roasted squab. Xiao Jin, you must not touch any of the poultry in the courtyard, including De Huang, the watchdog. Don't let your carelessness wipe out all our family's property in one go. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the golden eagle gave Xiaozi an unhappy glance, the little fellow immediately shrank its neck and hid again. I had no time to deal with the two of them. I helped Wang Shuqin hang up the wild boar meat. Finally, I could not stand it anymore and cut off a piece of wild boar meat to throw to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was quick. It opened its beak, caught the pork in one bite, tipped back its head, and swallowed the entire piece whole. What? That was more than a gene of wild boar meat, and you swallowed it in one go. The golden eagle acted as though nothing had happened and kept staring at the wild boar meat. Having tasted something delicious, it wanted even more. Drool nearly dripped onto the ground from its beak. Stop staring before you choke on your own drool. I'll cut you another piece of meat. I was not stingy. There were still more than 40 gene of pork left, so what was the harm in giving some to the golden eagle? Our family used to eat only 2 gene of meat in an entire year, and you eat 2 years' worth in one meal. Maybe you should go back to the mountain. I'm going to have a hard time feeding you. But despite saying that, I could not bear to let the golden eagle leave. Even without talking about the golden eagle's pet skill, its excellent hunting ability alone could help me enormously. After all, it was not called the king of birds of prey for nothing. In the sky, it was practically invincible. Wang Shuqin had quite a few complaints about this. What kind of pet ate that much meat? Only after I explained that I had caught the wild boar thanks to the golden eagle's help did she stop objecting and hurry to prepare dinner. Third, you must be tired from hunting in the mountains. Hurry back to your room and rest. Mom will cook now. There are still plenty of white flour buns left from yesterday. You need to eat more at dinner. Mother had seen that I had barely eaten dinner the night before, which was why she had deliberately saved several white flour buns for me. By the way, your father has looked much better these past few days. He can even get out of bed by himself now. Hearing that made me happy. Father had been ill for so long, and he was finally improving. Johan's Han was not completely cured, but he was much better than before, when he could not even get out of bed. Mom, stew the 2 flying dragons I caught. We'll celebrate Dad getting out of bed. Wang Shuqin was reluctant at first. Flying dragons were genuine mountain delicacies. At the village supply and marketing cooperative, they could trade for enough grain, rice, oil, and salt for a family for 2 years. But she could not resist my filial devotion, so in the end, she cooked a pot of chicken stewed with wild hazel mushrooms. Go inside. Your father has something he wants to say to you. I'll call you too when dinner is ready. When I pushed open the door, Johan's Han was leaning against the head of the Kong, smoking his pipe. Dad, you've only been feeling better for a few days. Why are you already holding that pipe and smoking again? Johan's Han grinned. Compared with the sickly man he had been before, he looked much better. Ever since your dad was stuck on the Kong, I haven't picked up this pipe once. It's been sitting there gathering dust. Now that I'm finally a little better, naturally, I need to satisfy the craving. I just can't get enough of it. I looked helpless. Knowing I could not persuade father, I said no more. Dad, you're still not fully recovered. In a couple of days, I'll take you to town and let the doctors at the health clinic examine you properly and give you some treatment. Johan's Han waved a hand and set down his pipe. Your dad knows his own body. It isn't necessary to see a town doctor. With all the kinds of game you bring home every day, this illness will get better even without medicine. I wanted to say more, but father raised his hand to stop me. Your dad has always worried about the 3 of you. Your eldest brother is honest and works the fields, so he's doing all right. But you and your second brother have never had any proper occupation. Your mother and I have worried plenty about that. Now you've finally come to your senses, but your second brother still spends every day idling around and doing nothing. At that point, I had already guessed what father was thinking. Dad, do you want second brother to follow me up Hujian Mountain to hunt? Johan's Han nodded and sighed. Your second brother is already in his 20s, but he still does nothing useful every day. If he doesn't learn a trade, never mind finding a wife, he'll have trouble feeding himself. Since father had spoken, I naturally could not refuse. Dad, I don't object to that. We happen to have an extra hunting gun at home, but it depends on what second brother wants. We can discuss it when he comes back. Only at dinner did Zhou Shun stroll back in, looking every bit the loafer. Why did you call me back? My luck at cards was good. I'd just been dealt a great hand and was about to win money. Before Zhou Shun could finish, Zhou Han was already furious. You still have the nerve to mention it? Every day, you do nothing but drink and play cards. Creditors were already chasing us to our own door. If your third brother hadn't been capable, our old family house would have been handed over to the Su family long ago. And you still don't know how to rein yourself in. You're completely useless. Zhou Shun acted as though he could not care less. He dug an ear, then held his finger to his mouth and blew on it. Since third brother can make money, let him deal with a little of it for me. It's nothing to him. By the way, third brother, I heard you caught a snow fox recently and sold it to old Zhang for several hundred yuan. At the mention of it, Zhou Shun perked up. He shamelessly sidled up to me. How about this? Lend your second brother a little. I don't need much. 200 yuan will do. My card skills have improved lately. By the end of the year, I'll pay you 500, principal and interest. Those words nearly bent Zhou Hanshan's nose out of shape with rage. You worthless, spendthrift bastard, and you have the nerve to borrow from your third brother? Never mind 200 yuan. You won't take even 2 yuan. If you want money, earn it yourself. If I could earn money, would I need to borrow from third brother? You keep saying we're family, but the moment money comes up, your face changes. Hearing his muttering, Zhou Han was so angry that he nearly flipped the table on the spot. Seeing father on the edge of exploding when his health had only just improved, I hurriedly stepped in. It took a long time to calm Zhou Hanshan's anger. At the same time, I did not forget to remind Zhou Shun to watch his words and behavior. Second brother, you hardly ever come home, so don't say things that make dad angry when you do. His health is only starting to improve. Don't make him sick again. As I finished, I gave second brother a deliberate, seemingly casual glance. Before, Zhou Shun would not even have bothered to look me in the eye. But after only a few days apart, I seemed completely transformed. Dad, I was only joking. Anyone sitting in this room is family. By the way, what good food did Mom make today? I could smell something delicious from far away. Wang Shuqin entered the room carrying an iron pot. When she lifted the lid, steam rose into the air. Then a rich, fresh aroma rushed out and instantly filled the whole room. The broth was still bubbling, packed full of meat and hazel mushrooms. This, my heavens. With our family's circumstances, we can eat something this good. Hazel grouse were a rare mountain delicacy. The most traditional version of the famous northeastern dish chicken stewed with mushrooms was made with flying dragon and wild hazel mushrooms. Later, because flying dragons became scarce and extremely hard to catch, they were too expensive for ordinary people to eat. That was why the ingredients were changed to ordinary local chickens. That's thanks to your third brother. He caught 2 flying dragons up the mountain today. Otherwise, with our family, we might not eat something this good even in another 10 years. Wang Shuqin explained as she brought out a basket of white flour buns from the steamer. Mom, you even steamed white flour buns. Is our family celebrating the new year today? Zhou Shun took a bun without ceremony and began eating in huge bites. We were all family, so no one argued with him. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began eating. Second, don't only focus on eating. The reason we called you back tonight is that we have something to discuss. What could you discuss with me? If you want me to farm with Big Brother, forget it. I can't swing a hoe. With his mouth stuffed full, Zhou Shun answered Wang Shuqin unclearly. We're not asking you to farm. We want you to follow third up the mountain to hunt. Never mind whether you catch game. At least you'll have a proper thing to do. Wang Shuqin spoke earnestly, constantly trying to persuade her second son to take the right path. Hunting. I'd rather stay in the village, drink and play cards with a few friends. That's far more carefree. The moment he finished, Zhou Han slammed the table angrily. Bang. You'll go whether you want to or not. If you don't follow third up the mountain, don't ever come through this door again. Consider the Zhou family to have no such son. Go wherever you want from now on, and never come back. Zhou Han was truly enraged. Seeing this, Zhou Shun finally nodded his agreement, though unwillingly. I'll go, all right. Dad, calm down. Don't get yourself sick with anger again. I'll go, but I have one condition. If we catch game, I get a share too. Zhou Hanshan's eyebrows rose. He was about to scold him again, but I interrupted first. Fine. As long as you follow me up the mountain, whatever we catch, you'll get a share. But let me make this clear. Once we are on Hujin Mountain, you must follow all my arrangements. Otherwise, come back. I won't keep dragging around deadweight. Can you do that? If we caught a snow fox or something similar, wouldn't I be rich overnight? In the future, I could have whatever I wanted. Then who would still drink that 2 Malpergene rotgut? I would have to go to the county town and try matai that cost 15 yuan a bottle. Now that I had a wild boar stomach for a medicinal ingredient, Aunt Shoji's stomach illness could finally be treated. With the traditional medicine prescribed by the village barefoot doctor, I believed she would recover before long. If Xiaotsue learned of it, she would surely be overjoyed. Bang, bang, bang. Along with urgent pounding on a door, a familiar voice sounded. Xiaotsue, why do you keep hiding from seventh brother? Seventh brother isn't a bad man. Open the door and let's talk for a while. Last time really was seventh brother's fault. This time I definitely won't be so impulsive. At Xiaotsue's courtyard gate stood a man reeking heavily of alcohol. As he spoke, he kept pounding hard on the gate. Every now and then, he lifted his leg and kicked it twice. His patience was clearly close to running out. His tone shifted from the initial pleading to growing impatience. Xiaotsue, do I have to get angry before you'll open the gate? It looked like this bastard was drunk again and had come to Xiaotsue's house to make trouble. After a while, Xiaotsue's nervous, frightened voice finally came from inside the courtyard. Seventh brother, you've had too much to drink. Go home and rest early. My mom hasn't been well lately. Don't frighten her into something worse. And it's so late. If people see us meeting, who knows what they'll say about me behind my back. The moment she finished, Song Laochi cursed loudly. Don't give me that crap. Don't think I don't know you and that Zhou brat have been together for ages. You're a woman who's already been used, and you still have the nerve to pretend to be pure and chaste in front of me? At the end, Song Laochi completely tore off his last mask. Xiaotsue inside the gate trembled. She pressed her soft body hard against the courtyard gate, terrified that Song Laochi would get inside. Damn it, you bitch. You won't drink a toast, so you want the forfeit, is that it? Song Laochi staggered several steps back, clearly preparing to smash the courtyard gate open in one burst. Just as he was about to succeed, a black shadow shot out from halfway along his path. Before he even saw the other person's face, he was already flying 2 meters away and fell flat on his face. He lay on the ground, clutching his chest for a long time before staggering back to his feet. Which bastard with a death wish dared hit me? Do you believe I'll kill you and throw you into the mountains to feed wolves? Song Laochi had barely finished his threat when a cold voice sounded beside him. I don't believe it. Why don't you show me? Zhou Qing. In the bright moonlight, Song Laochi finally saw my face clearly. Enemies meeting each other made their eyes blaze. He glared at me, grinding his teeth. Why are you here? So Xiaotsue only pretends to be conservative. You two have been messing around already, haven't you? You too. After only one look into my eyes, Song Laochi shuddered unconsciously. The disgusting words already at his lips were swallowed back down his throat. Wasn't the last matter already settled? We gave you all the game we caught. What more do you want? The last matter was settled, but your harassment of Chui is not. I warned you before not to set your sights on Chui again, but you came looking for trouble over and over. Tonight I caught you in the act. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never break this bad habit. As I spoke, I slowly moved closer to Song Laochi. As the distance between us shortened, Song Laochi's face filled with tension and fear. Zhou, don't push people too far. Or else what? You bullied your way to Chui's gate, and you still have the face to say I'm pushing people too far. A grown man who targets a mother and daughter alone in a home. I'm embarrassed for you. Song Laochi clenched his teeth, his expression changing back and forth. He had already suffered a hidden loss to me on Hujin Mountain. Not only had he failed to take the snow fox, but he had handed over all the game his group worked so hard to catch for nothing. They had had several people and an absolute advantage in numbers, yet I had easily beaten them alone. The reason he had conceded then was that I carried a double-barreled hunting gun. Song Laochi's group only had ancient homemade hunting guns. Neither their range nor their power could compare with my double-barreled hunting gun. If the two sides turned hostile, there was a very high chance that Song Laochi's side would lose. But now my back was empty. I had not brought the hunting gun out with me at all. Zhou, you little bastard, you forced my hand. Song Laochi had not brought a gun either. The village chief had explicitly forbidden hunters from carrying guns while moving around the village. Xiaotsue keeps refusing to pay attention to me because you've been screwing things up behind my back. In that case, I'll kill you for good tonight. Song Laochi already carried a grudge. Fueled by alcohol, he suddenly raised a dagger and rushed at me. Third brother, watch out. Xiaotsue saw it through the crack in the gate and went pale with fright. I, on the other hand, remained calm. I stood without moving, my straight, upright body like a towering mountain standing proudly before Xiaotsue. Third brother, don't worry about me. Run. Even though Xiao Zui shouted a warning, I did not move. I simply watched Song Laoqi grip his sharp dagger and thrust it toward my chest. At that critical instant, I finally moved. My right hand shot out like lightning and caught Song Laoqi's wrist in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, astonishing strength suddenly erupted from my arm. Crack! The dagger fell from his hand, followed immediately by a pig slaughter scream. Ah! Pain drenched Song Laoqi in sweat, and his lips trembled continuously. If I had let go, he would already have collapsed limply to the ground. I glanced at the dagger on the ground, mockery flashing through my eyes. With skills so poor you can't even hold a dagger steady, you want to use a blade against me? Disarming a blade barehanded was one of the required skills for Special Forces soldiers. Let me go? I'll leave right now, and I promise I'll never harass Xiao Zui again. In the future, even if I pass her home, I'll go around it. Song Laoqi was full of pleading and had none of the viciousness he had shown while wielding the dagger moments ago. Several grown men had been unable even to get close to this Zhou brat. Song Laoqi, aren't you being a little too naive? What did you say just now? That you wanted Chui to give up all hope for good. That sentence reminded me. If I don't make you give up all hope tonight, you'll keep coming to trouble Chui sooner or later. I need to find a way to settle this once and for all. The moment I finished speaking, Song Laoqi's whole body jolted. A faint sense of dread rose inside him. Why you? What do you want to do? Song Laoqi instinctively tried to flee, but I held his wrist tightly. The moment he tried, the pain nearly made him cry. Seeing that he could not escape my grasp, Song Laoqi could only try to warn me with words. This isn't Hujin Mountain. If a life is lost, you won't get away either. I smiled and explained at an unhurried pace. Don't worry, I won't take a life. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'll only make you lose certain functions, so you'll never have those kinds of thoughts again. At that, Song Laoqi's face changed completely. Anyone who was not an idiot could understand what I meant. It would not take his life, true, but it would make him suffer even more than being killed. Zhou, you wouldn't dare. I did not answer. I showed Song Laoqi with my actions instead. I raised my leg and drove a fierce whip kick straight into his groin. Bang! Meanwhile, Xiao Zui burst through the gate and ran straight to me. Third brother, you scared me to death just now. I thought I'd never see you again. Tears filled Xiao Zui's eyes, and the catch in her voice made people want to cherish her. I held her warm, soft body in my arms. Isn't your third brother fine? Don't cry. If you keep crying, you'll become a little spotted cat. Third brother, Song Laoqi won't be seriously hurt, will he? If a life was truly lost, even though I had acted in self-defense, I would still face prison. Don't worry, that guy won't die. But when he wakes up, I'm afraid the world will have one more heartbroken man. No, from now on, he only counts as half a man. You could call him New China's first eunuch. Then I dragged Song Laoqi like a dead dog and threw him by the side of the country road. Winter had not arrived yet, so even if he lay outside for the night, he would not freeze to death. After dealing with Song Laoqi, that sticky dog, Xiao Zui, and I went back inside her home together. Chui, how are you? Zheng Xiuji had been worrying herself sick inside, afraid that Song Laoqi would hurt her daughter. Mom, I'm fine. Third brother happened to come by and help me drive Song Laoqi away. A moment ago, third brother had hugged her, holding her close and letting his hands wander over her. The thought had left her mind in a daze. The third Zhou boy came. Come in, come in. Sit down quickly. Chui, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and pour water for your third brother. Zheng Xiuji was as warm as ever and invited me to sit and drink water. Aunt Xiuji, I caught some more game in the mountains today. My family can't finish it all, so I brought some for you to try. I put the basket on the Kong, but Zheng Xiuji pushed it back to me. Third boy, Auntie appreciates your kindness. It isn't easy for you to hunt in the mountains. My daughter and I can't take this. Besides, we haven't even finished the pheasants and rabbits you sent last night. I smiled and put on a mysterious air. Aunt Xiuji, you can refuse other things, but you must accept these too. I promised Chui. Zheng Xiuji and Xiao Zui looked at each other, neither understanding what I meant. Only after I took the things from my basket did both mother and daughter widen their eyes and freeze on the spot. Is this a wild boar stomach? That's right, a wild boar stomach. When I smiled and nodded, Xiao Zui became so excited that she could not speak for a moment. Her lips trembled and tears filled her eyes as she looked at me. Her gratitude could not have been clearer. I had indeed promised Xiao Zui that I would bring back the vital medicinal ingredient to treat her mother's stomach illness. Never mind a beginner like me who had trained for only half a year. Even old hunters with decades of experience would not dare promise they could bring down a wild boar. That showed just how difficult and dangerous the hunt was. Yet after only one night, I had brought a wild boar stomach to her door. How could Xiaotsue not be shocked and moved? Third brother, I truly don't know what to say. From now on, you're our family's great benefactor. Chui is willing to work like an ox or horse to repay this kindness. Xiaotsue bent her knees, about to kneel and thank me. Without this third brother of hers, her mother's stomach illness might never have been cured in her lifetime. With her condition, if it was not cured, Zheng Xiuji might not even survive the coming winter. Calling me a benefactor was no exaggeration. I hurriedly stopped Xiaotsue and pulled her back to sit on the Kong. Chui, if you do that again, your third brother will be unhappy. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? If you and Aunt Xiuji had not saved and sent us that little grain, Zhou Qin would have gone to report at the gates of the underworld long ago. What does one wild boar stomach amount to now? Never talk about favors or debts again. Then I took a newspaper-wrapped parcel from the very bottom of my basket. Most things were wrapped in old newspapers. People in the city with better means used craft paper. I also stopped at the village barefoot doctor's place and got herbs. Stew them with the wild boar stomach into a medicinal soup for Aunt Xiuji. As I spoke, I opened the newspaper parcel. Inside were all kinds of dried medicinal herbs. I had worried that one wild boar stomach might not be enough. Luckily, I caught 2 large wild boars at once. The barefoot doctor said 2 wild boar stomachs would definitely cure Aunt Xiuji's stomach illness. After another month or so of recuperation, she would recover completely. This made them determined to remember my kindness and repay the Zhou family no matter what in the future. All right, it's getting late. Aunt Xiuji, rest early. The next morning, I still needed to go to Hujin Mountain. This time, hunting would not be the main purpose. I wanted to take Zhou Shun with me to familiarize him with the mountain and teach him hunting precautions so no accident would happen later. Zheng Xiuji nudged her daughter, who was still standing in a daze, with her elbow. Chui, don't stand there foolishly. Hurry and see your third brother out. Third boy, come sit with us often when you aren't busy. You and Chui are about the same age, so you have things to talk about. Once we left Xiaotsue's courtyard, the 2 of us could finally whisper privately. Third brother, how did you become so amazing? Even old Uncle Lu doesn't dare provoke wild boars easily, but you caught 2 at once. She looked at me with sparkling, admiring eyes, like the fans of future generations looking at a star. I pinched the bridge of her pretty nose and did not forget to caution Xiaotsue. They were only 2 wild boars. They can't stump your third brother. Remember not to spread this matter around. Wild boar stomachs are valuable medicinal herbs. In the city, they can sell for 200 yuan without any trouble. We aren't afraid of thieves stealing. We're afraid of thieves coveting. When I had gone to the barefoot doctor for the herbs just now, he had kept pestering me to sell him one. He claimed that wild boar stomachs were treasures for both food and medicine and stubbornly insisted that I sell him one. I refused firmly, and the barefoot doctor had no choice but to give up the idea. Xiaotsue nodded, staring at me blankly. Third brother, you treat Chui so well. Other than my mom, you're the person in the world who treats me best. I truly don't know how to repay your kindness. Silly girl, your third brother didn't do this to demand repayment. You and Aunt Xiuji, a mother and daughter alone, have depended on each other for so many years. It hasn't been easy. If your family runs into any trouble in the future, just come find your third brother. All the nourishing game I had been eating lately had left me full of restless fire with nowhere to release it. Xiaotsue vaguely noticed my unusual reaction. Being inexperienced, she did not understand it for a moment. But Xiaotsue quickly connected it to the things he had done and to the dirty jokes the married women in the village told. They were strikingly similar. Third brother, Xiaotsue had barely started to speak when I sealed her red lips with mine. After a brief moment of stunned stillness, she began responding awkwardly. As the seconds passed, I grew bolder and bolder. Just as I was about to cross the final line, Xiaotsue stopped me in a fluster. Third brother, no? I'm not convenient today. Besides, this was in front of Xiaotsue's home. Although it was dark, a passerby might still occasionally come by. All right, then go back and rest early. The first thing I would do at home was take a cold shower. My youthful blood was too hard to suppress otherwise. Although I did not say it plainly, Xiaotsue could hear the disappointment in my voice. Third brother, the day after tomorrow, after lunch, Chui will wait for you in the cornfield on the back hill of the village. Even Xiaotsue herself could hardly believe that the innocent girl she had always been could say something like that. This girl, at least give my basket back before you close the gate. Early the next morning, I called second brother up, and the 2 of us headed to Hujin Mountain to hunt. Along the way, Zhou Shun showed intense interest in my spirit pets. Third, how exactly did you train them? They come when called and go when dismissed. Even the monkeys in the town's street shows aren't as obedient as your two beasts. Hearing Zhou Shun call it a beast, Xiaozi immediately became unhappy. It stood on my shoulder and screeched a stream of angry squeaks at Zhou Shun. Though we could not understand its language, the tone alone made it clear that the little fellow was cursing quite foully. It can even understand what I say. This little thing has quite a temper. Believe it or not, when we get back, I'll skin you and take you to town to make a marten fur coat. At that, Xiaozi shrank its neck in fright and hurriedly hid inside my jacket. All right, second brother. Stop teasing Xiaozi. It's lucky Xiao Jin didn't hear you. Otherwise, it would scratch your face full of lines. What if it hurt me? In the end, it's just an animal. Though he said that, Zhou Shun's voice was clearly weak. He kept glancing at the sky. Only after he confirmed that Xiao Jin was not directly above us did the worry in his heart settle. If it really gets me angry, I'll shoot it down and make a whole roast bird. I shook my head helplessly and could not be bothered to argue with Zhou Shun further. Zhou Shun had always refused to lose face. Even if he feared the golden eagle, he would keep talking tough. Our goal for this trip was to find small animals and let Zhou Shun become familiar with the hunting process. Zhou Shun had plenty of complaints about that. He said we already had guns, so why hunt small animals? If we were going to hunt, we should bring back large prey and make the family see him in a new light. Second brother, hunting in the mountains isn't as simple as you think. One careless mistake won't just mean failing to catch anything. It could cost you your life. We agreed yesterday that once we came up the mountain, you would follow every arrangement I made. Look over there. A burrow entrance this size is usually made by wild rabbits. They are alert and cunning, and they usually make several exits. That's where the saying about a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows comes from. So catching them takes skill. What I was teaching was professional knowledge, the real nuts and bolts of hunting. But Zhou Shun listened until he was drowsy. It felt like sitting in an elementary school class to him. If a school desk had been in front of him, he would probably have gone to play chess with the Duke of Zhou in his dreams already. A hole the size of a palm is made by mountain mice. But venomous snakes may also crawl inside to hunt, so you must be extra careful not to get bitten. Before I could finish, a yawning Zhou Shun interrupted. Stop, third. I think becoming a hunter is wasting your talent. Why don't you become a teacher at the town middle school? You have a gift for it. You've spoken for less than 10 minutes, and your second brother's sleepiness is already surging up nonstop. Seeing that, I did not want to keep lecturing. Since you can't take in the theory, we'll do practical training. We'll use this rabbit burrow. If you can catch one rabbit, I'll give you the gun. Ever since we had come up the mountain, second brother had been pestering me for a gun. In his words, without a proper hunting gun in your hands, you did not count as a qualified hunter. How could I agree to let Zhou Shun, who had never even handled a gun, use one? Never mind whether he could hit prey. It would be a blessing if he did not hurt himself. If a gun went off by accident and hurt either of us, in these wilderness mountains, even a wound that was not fatal could kill us through blood loss. Third, you said it. If I catch a rabbit, you'll give me the gun? A man's word is like a nail once it leaves his mouth. You can't regret it afterward. In Zhou Shun's eyes, was this not just catching some rabbits? He had chased dogs and chickens since childhood. What was so hard about it? Never mind catching one. He thought he could catch a whole warren of rabbits with ease. A gentleman's word is a team of 4 horses that cannot pull it back. As long as you catch a rabbit, I'll give you the gun immediately. And I'll give you 10 bullets too, so you can shoot to your heart's content. Once we reached an agreement, we returned to the rabbit burrow we had found earlier. After carefully inspecting the area, I found that the burrow had 3 exits. We carried over several rocks and blocked 2 entrances, leaving only one open. I used the old method again and sent Xiaozi into the burrow to frighten the rabbits. Second brother and I guarded the only exit, waiting for the terrified rabbits to rush out all at once. Then we could wait for rabbits by the stump and catch this entire warren in one net. Go! At my command, Xiaozi immediately slipped into the hole. Before long, we heard the frightened commotion of rabbits inside. From the sound, there were about 7 or 8. Xiaozi was chasing them into terrified cries as they fled in every direction. But with the other 2 exits blocked, they could only run toward the sole opening. The rabbits are about to come out. At my reminder, second brother Zhou Shun fixed both eyes on the opening, ready to make a move at any moment. A black shadow flashed out. He hurriedly reached for it, but grabbed only air. Huh, Zhou Shun muttered to himself, thinking he had simply been careless. But he missed a second time too. He did not even catch a single rabbit hair. He thought that once a rabbit came out, it would collide with his legs and he could take the easy catch. But Zhou Shun had greatly underestimated the rabbit's strength. They were not little white rabbits from a farm. They were all fat, well-fed animals, nearly as large as the village's big yellow dog. And with Xiaozi chasing them for their lives, they burst out of the burrow with every ounce of their strength. A black shadow shot out and slammed hard into Zhou Shun's leg. Bang! The pain made Zhou Shun bare his teeth and curse his mother repeatedly. Damn it! What do the rabbits on this mountain eat? They're not just ridiculously fast, they're strong as hell too. That almost broke my leg. Complaining aside, Zhou Shun thought he must have caught one this time. But when he got up, still cursing, he could not see so much as the shadow of a rabbit. The rabbit had knocked him down, rolled over, and run into the grass in a flash. After trying several times, not only had he failed to catch a rabbit, but he had been knocked into a hard fall. He had embarrassed himself completely. Second brother, do you understand now that hunting isn't as easy as you imagine? Never mind catching large prey, you can't even do anything to wild rabbits. There was an old saying, an old man grows crafty, an old horse grows slippery, and an old rabbit is hard even for an eagle to catch. What creature that survived in the wild did not have some real skill of its own? If hunting were truly that easy, no one would be willing to farm honestly. I looked at the hunting knife at Zhou Shun's waist and the hunting gun on his back, polished until it shone. Third, I don't like hearing that. You've got both a knife and a gun in your hands, so naturally hunting is easier for you than for me empty-handed. If you were bare-handed like me, you might do worse than a beginner like me. I laughed at that. My second brother was truly stubborn. It was a waste that he did not go argue on construction sites for a living. It seemed that if I did not show him some real skill, Zhou Shun would never listen obediently. By chance, sounds came from the burrow again. Xiaozi was chasing out the last rabbit. As the black shadow shot out, I snapped my wrist. A pebble became an afterimage as it flew straight toward it. Bang! With a dull impact, the fleeing rabbit was struck in the head. The tremendous momentum sent its body rolling over several times before it stopped. There was a bloody hole in its head, and its limbs still twitched nonstop. Zhou Shun had tried hard for so long and could do nothing to those agile rabbits. Yet I had taken one down easily with only a pebble. Third, what kind of skill is that? You took down a rabbit with one stone. Even Little Lee's flying daggers could do no better, right? No wonder you caught so much game. You even brought down those huge wild boars. For a while, Zhou Shun could only stammer. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. His third brother, who had been weak and sickly since childhood, was actually an expert who had hidden his true ability. Second brother, I have to say, read fewer martial arts novels. With that time, you should learn more hunting knowledge. It won't only help you catch prey, it can save your life at a critical moment. After lecturing second brother a little, I picked up the rabbit and threw it into the basket. In the air that Zhou Shun could not see, the system's virtual panel appeared before me. Hunting small prey like rabbits still gave only a pitiful single point of experience. The previous night, I had been lying on the Kong with nothing to do, so I had browsed the system's mystery shop. The more I looked, the more tempted I became. I had discovered several items that would be extremely useful, but when I saw that the balance in the upper right corner had only 2 digits, my heart went cold by half. Helplessness flashed in my eyes. Hunting experience was far too difficult to earn. Unless I hunted large prey or rare animals, I could not obtain large amounts of experience. If I relied only on small animals, I would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to gain experience freedom. There was no chance of that on the outskirts of Hujin Mountain. I would have to risk entering the primeval forest. If I were alone, it would be all right. At least I could protect myself. But bringing second brother into the primeval forest would be no different from seeking death. I could only try our luck nearby. Perhaps we might run into prey of higher value. Zhou Shun was still immersed in shock at what he had just witnessed and could not pull himself out of it. When he came to his senses, he immediately crowded beside me and kept asking, "Third brother, where did you learn all those skills? Can you teach second brother? If I learn even a move or two, couldn't I walk sideways in the village in the future? Then let's see who dares not take me seriously." Naturally, I could not tell him the truth, but I also could not withstand second brother's pestering. In the end, I made up a story. I said that I had accidentally saved an old man while hunting in the mountains. To thank me for saving his life, he had taught me formidable martial arts. Before leaving, the old man had repeatedly warned me that I must never pass the skills to anyone else, or he would purge me from the lineage. So even if Zhou Shun wanted to learn, I did not dare break my promise. And Zhou Shun, being a fan of martial arts stories, believed the tale his third brother made up completely. At first, he wanted to ask for more details, but I truly could not keep inventing things. I found an excuse to brush him off and hurried several steps ahead to the river. I prepared to kill and clean the rabbit, then roast it as our lunch for the day. As I worked on skinning the rabbit, I turned and called for second brother to help. Second brother, don't sit around. Go find some firewood in the forest. Remember to pick wood that feels dry. Don't bring back a pile of wet wood and leave us hungry. I thought second brother could surely handle such a small task. Unfortunately, the facts proved that I had still underestimated Zhou Shun's ability to cause trouble. Third, save me. I no longer cared about preparing lunch. Throwing down the rabbit, I ran toward the voice. The moment I entered the forest, I saw Zhou Shun running toward me in panic, looking back from time to time. Only when I saw that he was not seriously hurt did I secretly let out a breath. Just as I was about to ask what had happened, a noisy sound suddenly filled my ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When I looked carefully, it was not black smoke at all. It was a swarm of bees. My face changed at once. This was a common kind of bee in northeastern China. Its scientific name was the wolf bee, and because it often nested in the soil, it was also called the ground bee. There were at least 1,000 wolf bees in that swarm. Never mind the two of us. Even wild boars went around them. Zhou Shun already had several large welts where the bees had stung him. The wolf bees were good at choosing places. One had stung his right eyelid so precisely that it was swollen almost shut. Another had stung his nose hard, leaving it red and swollen like a circus clown's. But if a person was stung in too many places, a large amount of bee venom entering the body could easily cause acute shock. Zhou Shun did not realize how serious things were. Instead, he acted as though he had found a lifeline. Third, what are you standing there for? Hurry and shoot them. Look what they did to my face. They've almost turned me into a one-eyed man. If I'd run even half a beat slower, they would have stung me into a pig head. I was holding a double-barreled hunting gun. Even if the bullets had not run out, it would not have helped much. Of course, a military flamethrower would have given us a chance against a swarm like that. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best. Run. I reacted at once, grabbed second brother, and ran toward the river. The two of us ran on the ground while the wolf bees flew in the sky. We were not in the same class of speed at all. The best way was to hide in the water. Only there would we have a chance to escape their venomous stingers. When the wolf bees were about to surround us, I pulled out the gun and fired without hesitation. I fired twice in a row. The bullet's impact shook patches of wolf bees out of the air and onto the ground. But there were simply too many wolf bees. Such a small loss meant almost nothing to the swarm. Taking that chance, Zhou Shun and I ran for our lives and leapt into the river to hide. It was already late autumn. The river was not as bone-chilling as it would be in the depths of winter, but it still made us both shiver. The swarm hovered above the water for a while, found it could do nothing to us, and finally gave up and flew away. Phew! After holding his breath under the water for a long time, Zhou Shun, whose face had turned faintly purple, finally broke the surface. I almost suffocated just now. It's the first time I've realized how happy it is to breathe normally. By contrast, I looked as though nothing had happened. I only showed half my head above the water and watched the surroundings alertly. My mouth and nose were still below the surface, yet I showed no sign of lacking oxygen. Third, I suspect you were probably a fish in your previous life. I was nearly suffocated, and you can stay in the water like it's nothing. I gave Zhou Shun a look, thinking, what was that little breath-holding time? We had held our breaths for perhaps 1 minute. The minimum requirement in special forces was 4 minutes. This body had not recovered yet. Otherwise, with my former ability, even 8 minutes would have been no problem. Only after confirming again and again that the swarm had left did second brother and I go ashore. The first thing we did was take off our clothes, start a fire, dry them, and put them back on. Otherwise, once the temperature dropped, we would definitely come down with a bad cold tomorrow. Second brother, didn't I tell you to gather firewood? How did you provoke that swarm of wolf bees? Luckily, we were close to the river. Otherwise, both of us would have died to those bees just now. We had been chased all over by a swarm of bees and had only escaped by hiding in the river. Don't mention it. Third, your second brother has had rotten luck for 8 lifetimes. He was a grown man, yet a few wild rabbits had already stumped him. Then, unexpectedly, he had kicked what looked like an insignificant dirt mound, and a huge number of wolf bees had poured out. Knowing he had made trouble, Zhou Shun turned and ran. The wolf bees, whose home had been attacked, immediately chased after him. Second brother, I have to say it. Why did you kick a dirt mound for no reason? Other people have itchy hands, but you have itchy feet. Let this be a lesson. I refused to believe it. I had taken down wild boars. Could I not handle a few wolf bees? After resting for a while, I quietly went back into the forest with second brother. Following the tracks Zhou Shun had left earlier, we made our way back near the wolf bee nest. Not far away was a small dirt mound. A hole had been kicked open at the top, and chunks of earth lay scattered around it. The wolf bees were repairing their damaged nest. The two of us hid behind a large tree and did not dare get too close, afraid that the swarm would notice us. Zhou Shun had indeed been stung badly, although he had applied some herbs as a wet compress. The red, swollen wounds still itched and hurt, leaving him with a lasting fear of the bees. Third, how about we forget it? The two of us definitely can't beat them. Seeing Zhou Shun begin to retreat, I shook my head and refused. Our trip up the mountain had not yielded any proper prey so far. The only wild rabbit had been left behind at the river. We could not go down the mountain empty-handed, could we? Now that we had found the wolf bee nest, I naturally could not let it go easily. Wolf bees could be soaked in alcohol, and once dried, they could also be taken as a medicinal herb. Besides, we had been chased into such a miserable state by the wolf bees. We had to take their nest and get our anger out. By watching the worker bees busy outside the nest, I could roughly estimate the number in the swarm. Third, how do you even know that? You were not only skilled in a fight, your head was full of all kinds of hunting techniques. I learned it from old Uncle Lou. He took me to raid several bee nests before. Thinking of it, I hesitated. According to old Uncle Lou, no matter the species, bees feared smoke and fire most. The best fuel was dried mugwort, which could quickly numb the bees. The pine forest where we were did not lack mugwort, but the plants were fresh, with green shoots. After thinking it through, I decided to use dried yellowing leaves instead. Third, are you sure this method works? What if we don't get the nest, and instead get stung all over again? Relax. Nothing major will go wrong. If something does, we can always run back and soak in the river again. But if we succeed, the honey alone will sell for a lot of money, and we can taste some too. Zhou Shun thought about it and agreed. The lure of wild honey was too strong. In an era when industry was still undeveloped, people only got to eat sugar during holidays. And it was the cloyingly sweet, poor quality kind of candy, nothing like fragrant, delicious honey. So the two of us quietly retreated and began gathering leaves in the forest. Once everything was ready, I took off my jacket and handed it to Zhou Shun. Second brother, I'll light the leaves and throw them into the hole. You must cover the entrance at once. Use your own jacket too, if you have to, and keep as much of the black smoke as possible inside the hole. Meanwhile, there were still many hornets outside the hive. A smaller number of guard bees hovered nearby, responsible for protecting the hive and queen. Just then, a ball of burning leaves flew toward them. The black smoke quickly drove away the wolf bees outside. They all flew away or hid inside the nest. A few wolf bees were so dazed by the thick smoke that they wobbled in midair, fell, and stopped moving. Taking the chance, I rushed out from dense grass. I cradled a pile of brightly burning leaves in my hands and shoved them all into the wolf bee nest. Zhou Shun followed close behind. He used both our jackets to cover the opening tightly and stop the wolf bees from escaping. For a while, the wolf bees in the underground nest fell into chaos. Driven by instinctive fear of the fire and by the rising temperature in the hole, they all flew toward the entrance to escape, only to find it sealed tightly. The few wolf bees still lingering outside tried to attack the intruders threatening their nest. After dealing with those little stragglers, second brother and I held the jackets pressed firmly over the nest entrance. Less than 10 minutes later, the piercing buzzing inside began to grow quieter and quieter. But I did not lower my guard. I lit another pile of leaves and threw it in. After half an hour, there was no movement underground at all. Only then did we lift the clothes. When I looked down, the inside of the hole was a complete mess. Wolf bees lay motionless everywhere, with only an occasional wing still fluttering. We really did it. Zhou Shun's eyes brightened, and his grin was almost crooked. But I was in no hurry to celebrate. I started digging at the earth. Second brother, turn over all the soil around it first and expose the hive inside. These wolf bees are only minor prizes. The truly valuable queen is deeper inside. Without a suitable tool, I could only awkwardly pry the soil with a hunting knife. The old, battered hunting knife had naturally been handed down cheaply to second brother Zhou Shun. Fortunately, the nest was not deep, only about half a meter underground. Without much effort, we dug out the hive. The harvest was far beyond what I had expected. The hive was actually half the size of a water vat. Seeing such a huge harvest, I grinned from ear to ear. I had only meant to vent my anger and get some honey so we would not go down the mountain empty-handed. I had never expected to find such a bargain. A hive this large had to be worth several hundred yuan at least. City people scrambled to buy wild honey in particular. That was why wild honey remained expensive, selling for 5 to 10 yuan a jean, depending on quality. The honey we had harvested could not be called top grade, but its quality was very high. 10 yuan a jean might be a stretch, but 7 yuan a jean would be no problem at all. I weighed the wolf bee hive in my hand. It probably weighed more than 100 jean. After removing all the miscellaneous matter, it should yield about 50 jean of honey. At the market price of 7 yuan a jean, the honey alone could sell for more than 350 yuan. Add the honeycomb, bee pupae, and more than 1,000 wolf bees, and it could fetch around 500 yuan. What? This hive can sell for 500 yuan? Then we're rich. I carried out the hive and began collecting the spoils. At a glance, the entire hole was filled with wolf bees lying motionless. A small number had been burned to death, but most had merely been smoked unconscious. I picked them all up and put them into the basket. After going down the mountain, I would find a mesh bag to hold them. I heard the sound of bee wings. Could there still be a survivor inside the hive? Following the sound, I saw a black shape appear at the hive entrance. A giant wolf bee, visibly larger than all the others, slowly crawled out. Zhou Shun jumped in fright and raised the old hunting knife to swat the huge wolf bee dead. Wait, there's a very good chance that's the queen. Of the whole hive, it's worth the most. I hurriedly stopped Zhou Shun, afraid he would kill the queen in a moment of impulse. The queen. Don't worry. The queen is at the end of its strength now. As long as you don't touch it on purpose, it can't sting you. I raised a hand and patted Zhou Shun on the shoulder, signaling him to keep collecting the remaining wolf bees. I crouched down and slowly moved closer to observe the queen. Even the attendant bees close to her had all fallen unconscious and showed no sign of waking. After trying several times to call them without success, the queen clearly became more and more agitated. A queen is still a queen. Her physical constitution is far beyond that of ordinary wolf bees. After being smoked and baked for so long, she still hasn't passed out. She can keep holding on even now. Marveling at the queen's powerful vitality, I carefully reached out to catch her. Seeing that, the queen immediately grew agitated again. The transparent wings on her back vibrated rapidly and buzzed as if warning me away. I laughed to myself. So it was bluffing. I no longer hesitated. With quick eyes and hands, I grabbed the queen bee by the wings on her back. Congratulations. The host has successfully hunted one wolf bee queen and gained 25 experience points. At the system prompt, the corner of my mouth lifted. The queen's value really was different. It was worth 5 points more than a large wild boar. Then the system's virtual panel appeared, and the familiar voice sounded again. The host has subdued a wolf bee queen. Would you like to take it as a hunting companion? I froze when I heard that. Only then did I remember that after my hunting skill reached rank 3, I could tame one more hunting companion. If the system had not reminded me, I truly would have forgotten about it. Hesitation flashed through my eyes. Should I tame the queen? Though it was far larger than its kind, it was still an insect in the end. It would offer far less help in hunting than Xiaozi or the golden eagle. But then again, the queen was not useless. It was a natural leader capable of leading a colony to reproduce in complex environments. It could also command the swarm to perform group tasks that other animals could not accomplish. After weighing the pros and cons, I finally decided to tame it. Do not underestimate this investment. In the short term, it might not seem like much, but over time the benefits from a bee colony would surely be considerable. Of course, that was only my own idea. To make it happen, I would need a certain amount of capital. As the saying went, food must be eaten one bite at a time, and roads must be walked one step at a time. No one could get fat with one bite. I stopped hesitating and chose to tame it with a thought. All right, from now on, your name is Xiaofeng, little bee. Without my permission, you and your people must not sting anyone casually. I gave the queen a name and laid down the rules for a hunting companion. Third, who are you talking to? Your second brother is timid. Don't scare me again. Zhou Shun, who was still bent over gathering wolf bees, hurriedly looked around in every direction. Only then did I realize second brother was still beside me. Ahem. Well, I was talking to Xiaozi just now. I made up an excuse, then carefully put the queen into my pocket. Little bee had been smoked badly and needed to rest for a while. At most, in a month, it would be able to produce honey normally. Of the thousands of wolf bees we had collected, Only the queen gave 25 hunting experience points. If ordinary wolf bees gave even 1 point each, a single nest would be worth more than 1,000 points. If that were true, who would hunt in the future? Everyone would just catch bees. I was also curious about Little Bee's exclusive hunting companion skill. When I opened the system's virtual panel, the skill description made my eyes light up. Like the earlier skills, it had a 12-hour cooldown. It lasted half an hour, and its duration would increase as my hunting skill improved. The method was simple. It could release a paralyzing toxin directly through skin contact. This trip had been quite fruitful, and our 2 baskets were packed full. The remaining wolf bees, roasted by the fire, could not be carried away, so I gave them all to Xiaozi as snacks. Then we immediately set off for the bottom of the mountain. The reason was simple. I was afraid that the honey exposed to the air would attract a black bear to come take it. With my current strength, I was still far from able to fight a fierce beast of that level. And I had a beginner second brother beside me, someone who could not even properly handle a hunting knife. When we returned to the village, I immediately went to see the village's old carpenter. I wanted to order 5 bee boxes to keep bees in our courtyard. The old carpenter started by asking 5 yuan for each box. In the end, I bargained him down to 2 yuan and 50 cents. Third, why don't we just sell all these wolf bees for money? Why go to all this trouble and spend money ordering bee boxes to keep them? Second brother, you don't understand. Even if we sell this whole nest of wolf bees, it would bring only a few dozen yuan at most. But if we keep them for honey, I guarantee we'll make money every month in the future. We'll earn at least 100 yuan each month, and we can often eat sweet honey too. Zhou Shun did not understand beekeeping, but the moment he heard that it could make money every month, he agreed immediately and even brought out the share that belonged to him to invest in it. I didn't expect you to know about investing for dividends, second brother. Listen to you. Even if I haven't eaten pork, haven't I seen pigs run? Your second brother hasn't spent these years outside for nothing. The cities are all talking about reform and opening up now. After trading a few idle remarks, we took the honeycomb and bee pupae to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. The clerk there was Old Wu. He had worked there for nearly 20 years and was practically half a Shave villager. Old Wu knew his goods. At one glance, he recognized that the Zhou brothers had brought genuine wild honeycomb. You brothers are really something. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a large honeycomb. After weighing it, the honeycomb totaled 120 jin. Old Wu did some calculations and offered 3 yuan a jin. Hearing that, Zhou Shun became unhappy at once. Uncle Wu, this is genuine wild ground bee honey. Take it to the city and it can sell for 7 or 8 yuan a jin easily. Why is it worth only 3 yuan a jin here? As he spoke, Zhou Shun stood up to leave. I was more experienced and composed. I stopped second brother and shook my head at him. I signaled Zhou Shun not to rush and to let Old Wu finish before leaving. Faced with the question, Old Wu did not grow angry. He only smiled and explained. Second Zhou boy, the honey you brothers brought is indeed wild local stuff. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been stung by wolf bees until your head and face were covered with red, swollen welts. At this quality, it would sell for 7 or 8 yuan in the city without a problem. Old Wu paused for a moment. But don't forget that what you brought is not finished, pure honey. It's 2 large chunks of honeycomb. You need 10 jin of honeycomb to extract 5 jin of honey. These 120 jin may look like a lot, but they only contain around 60 jin of honey. Offering 3 yuan a jin for the comb is perfectly fair. So the price Old Wu gave was for the honeycomb, not the finished honey after extraction. If he had not explained, we would have remained in the dark and nearly made fools of ourselves. Uncle Wu, 3 yuan a jin is still low. Could you add a little? I sold plenty of wild boar meat here last time, and I've brought more than 100 jin of honeycomb this time. I'm one of your regular customers. You should give me a little better price. I'm not asking for much, just 1 yuan more. After considering it for a long time, Old Wu slapped his thigh and agreed. For the sake of all the wild boar meat you sold last time, 1 yuan more it is. I'll buy this honeycomb for 4 yuan a jin. But if you get good goods again later, you must bring them to me. I nodded with a smile, and Old Wu immediately began counting out the money. Do not underestimate that 1 yuan difference. At 3 yuan a jin, the honeycomb would have sold for only 360 yuan. Of course, I did not sell all of the honeycomb. I kept one section of comb to bring home so the family could taste the fragrant sweetness of honey. As for the bee pupae, when fried in oil, they tasted so good one could swallow one's tongue. In no time, the 2 of us returned home. Why are you 2 back so early? Third usually doesn't come home until dark. Oh my Shun, what happened? You've been stung into so many red welts. Wang Shuqin did not even bother weaving baskets. She hurriedly stood and ran over. I'm fine. We applied herbs in the mountains, and it's much better now. Third and I raided a bee nest and sold it for more than 400 yuan. Even so, Wang Shuqin could not help scolding him. Why raid a bee nest for no reason? Look what they stung you into. If I didn't look closely, I'd hardly recognize my own son. He's a grown man. You still treat him like a spoiled child. If he wants to learn hunting, he has to pay a price. Besides, men get rained and windblown outside. Isn't it normal to suffer a little injury? Wang Shuqin could say nothing more and helped carry the honeycomb into the house. Third, is your second brother really all right? Those wolf bees bit him so badly. Should we have a doctor see him? Only after Zhou Shun and Wang Shuqin went inside did Zhou Han turn and glance at me. Dad, don't worry. Second brother only looks a little frightening. We already put herbs on the wounds, and most of the bee venom has been drawn out. I also applied royal jelly. The swelling will go down and he'll recover in 2 days at most. Hearing that, Zhou Han relaxed and sighed softly. It's not that your dad doesn't care about your second brother. I'm mainly afraid your mother will spoil him. He's nearly 30. If he doesn't find something proper to do, his whole life will be ruined. Everyone knew a parent's heart. How could I not understand father's intent? Dad, don't worry about that. I'll teach second brother to learn hunting properly. By the way, I have something else to discuss with all of you later. We'll talk at dinner. The woodshed was just a makeshift room built from several broken boards. It was usually used to store firewood so rain would not soak it and make it useless for starting a fire. The conditions were simple, but it was perfectly suitable for housing wolf bees. As the seconds passed, the wolf bees that had been smoked unconscious gradually recovered. Once they fully regained their ability to move, their first instinct would be to attack the enemy who had destroyed their nest. Little bee, keep them under control. Do not let them fly out and sting people, especially my family. I repeatedly instructed Little Bee to keep its underlings under control. Of course, I did not forget to warn the purple martin too. Xiaozi had been watching secretly from the shadows, hoping to find a chance to catch a few wolf bees for another snack. Xiaozi, I'm warning you. If you provoke the wolf bees again, I won't take your side. Not long after I left the woodshed, a sharp scream from Xiaozi came from inside. The little fellow raced out, hurried to find its master, and hid inside my jacket. I smiled and shook my head. It seemed Xiaozi had still been unable to resist the temptation. At dinner, Wang Shuqin used yesterday's wild boar meat to make a famous northeastern dish, braised pork with pickled cabbage and glass noodles. Everyone ate with great satisfaction. Big brother Zhou Tiniu, in particular, ate 3 bowls of sorghum rice. But the most sought-after dish was the bee pupae. Pan-fried until the skins were golden and crisp, they burst with rich juices in the mouth, their oily fragrance instantly filling it. The best way to eat bee pupae was to deep fry them in a pot full of oil. In that poor, backward era, grain, rice, oil, and salt were all scarce. Many families could barely afford food, much less spare that much cooking oil. Even though our circumstances had improved, Wang Shuqin could not bring herself to use much oil. So she had only pan-fried the pupae rather than deep frying them, but they were still unbelievably fragrant. Zhou Han was the first to put down his chopsticks and drain the liquor in his cup. He had wanted another cup, but Wang Shuqin flatly refused. Third, our whole family is here. What important matter did you say you wanted to discuss? I put down my chopsticks too and drank half a bowl of meat broth to settle my stomach. Dad, I plan to lease a stretch of woodland in Shea Village and set up a breeding farm. We can specifically raise uncommon and rare animals, mountain delicacies like flying dragons, and sell them in the city for money. The moment I said that, everyone in the Zhou family was shocked, especially in a remote rural place where people's education levels were low and most lived honest, steady lives their whole lives. When I suddenly proposed opening a breeding farm, the Zhou family could not accept the idea right away. Only Zhou Shun stepped up to say he supported his third brother. Dad, Mom, what era do you think this is? You think it's still 10 years ago? So many people outside are doing business now. In fashionable terms, it's called going into business. I nodded and added, we're living in the good era of reform and opening up. We have to seize this rare opportunity. Once the breeding farm is up and running, it will definitely make big money. We can earn at least tens of thousands a year. I was deliberately understating it, afraid a larger figure would frighten them. If I said we could earn 100,000 or even several 100,000, wouldn't the old couple faint on the spot? I've seen people raise chickens and ducks, but I've never heard of anyone raising flying dragons. Wang Shuqin's face was full of hesitation as she asked uncertainly, Mom, don't worry about that. Other people may not be able to raise flying dragons, but your son certainly can. I was full of confidence, giving my family something to rely on. Johannes Han did not object from the side. He took a puff of dry tobacco and slowly exhaled. Third, we old bones don't understand the ideas you young people have. But you want to lease woodland and build a breeding farm. How much money will that take? As the head of the household, Johannes Han had gone straight to the heart of the matter. We're starting from scratch, so the first scale certainly won't be big. Leasing the woodland, building sheds and fences, and all the miscellaneous expenses should come to around 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan? Where will our family find that much money? Mom, don't worry yet. I'll find a way to solve the money problem. Besides, a breeding farm can't be built overnight. We still have to go to the village to get the permits approved. I told my family to put their hearts at ease, then laid out my ideas and arrangements. By the time the breeding farm project is finished, Dad's health should be almost fully recovered. Then Big Brother can help Dad manage it. They'll only need to feed the animals and add water each day. Third, don't let the fact that your mother is a woman fool you. I have plenty of strength for work. The great man said women hold up half the sky. Let me help at the breeding farm too. I smiled and calmly explained my next arrangement. Mom, you don't need to worry about the breeding farm. I've arranged another role for you. Remember the nest of wolf bees I brought back? I've temporarily put them in the woodshed. Then I told them about asking the village carpenter to make 5 bee boxes. In the future, Mom, you can manage the 5 bee boxes. The work isn't too tiring. Since second brother has invested, he can help Mom look after that wolf bee colony when he has spare time. Third, it's not that Mom doesn't want to help. I just don't know how to keep bees. I've heard beekeeping is technical work. If you do it wrong, all the bees will run away. I smiled and comforted Mother about her worries. Mom, you don't need to worry. These wolf bees aren't ordinary bees. Every day, you only need to keep an eye on the bee boxes, make sure no natural enemies come near, get old carpenter to repair anything broken, and harvest the honey when the time comes. Beekeeping truly was technical work. It required a full understanding of bee habits and appropriate measures for different situations so the bees could produce honey normally. But the wolf bee colony I was raising was different. I had tamed the queen as a hunting companion. With Little Bee controlling the entire colony, nothing would go wrong under ordinary circumstances. Even if something unexpected happened, intelligent Little Bee would notify its master. All Wang Shuqin needed to do was watch the bee boxes and clean them from time to time. After dinner, I carried some things to visit the village chief's home. The chief's surname was Zhang, and his given name was Fuguwei. He had been the top man in Shay village for more than 20 years. Uncle Fuguwei, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. When I knocked open the village chief's door, his plump wife, Sun Tsueping, curled her lips in clear displeasure. Isn't this the third boy from the old Zhou family? Come inside and sit. Auntie will pour you water. Naturally, I noticed Sun Tsueping's performance. No wonder people said the village chief's family was like a Pishio. Unless you brought something to their door, you could not expect to get in. Now I had seen it for myself. Once inside the main room, I put the things I had brought on the table. Uncle Fuguwei, Aunt Tsueping, this is a small token from a younger relative. It isn't anything expensive, only some game I caught in the mountains. You really are something, child. You came, and you still brought gifts. Our two families have been related if you go back a few generations. You can't be this polite next time. Even as she said that, Sun Tsueping could not resist looking several times at the game on the table. She saw that none of the things I had brought were bad: dried wild rabbit and plump wild boar meat. What surprised her most was a small bottle of honey. That was a high-end good in those days. Husband, come out quickly. A child from the old Zhou family is here. He must have something he wants to ask you about. No one came to the temple without a reason, much less carrying a pile of gifts. Sun Tsueping had that much perception. Third boy, sit first. Your uncle will be here in a moment. Auntie will boil water and make tea. Not long afterward, the door to the inner room opened and Zhang Fuguwei walked out wearing a military overcoat. Uncle Fuguwei, I came to see you and Auntie today, but I also have something to discuss. Hearing that, Zhang Fuguwei did not look surprised. He glanced at the things on the table before smiling at me. Tell me what it is. If your uncle can help, I'll certainly give you a hand. The pile of game had opened the way. Village Chief Zhang, known for being harsh and stingy, had suddenly become easy to talk to. Seeing that, I stopped delaying and told him about my plan to lease village woodland and open a breeding farm. I heard you've been hunting in the mountains lately, caught a snow fox, and made quite a bit of money. I didn't expect you to have earned so much that you have the confidence to build a breeding farm. Not only in our village. You're number one, even in the whole township. You'll accomplish great things in the future, kid. Your uncle thinks highly of you. Uncle Fuguwe, you flatter me. Heaven gave me something to eat by letting me catch that prey. But whether I can start a breeding farm still depends on your approval as village chief. As the saying went, the mountains were high and the emperor far away. On Shay village's little patch of land, only a man named Zhang had the final say. Without Zhang Fuguwe's nod, nothing could get done. So winning Zhang Fuguwe over was the same as securing the breeding farm. Since you've said it this plainly, I'll give you the real answer. There's no problem with opening a breeding farm. I can have the village complete the paperwork for you. But you can't use the woodland for free. We have to sign a contract. Naturally, I was eager for that. To be honest, that's exactly why I came. I want at least 10 mu of woodland first. What annual rent would you consider reasonable? Zhang Fuguwe did not answer immediately. He simply raised 2 fingers. 20 yuan a year. 20 yuan? Do you think this is dried sweet potato from a street stall? Hearing that, I blurted out in shock. T200 yuan? Uncle Fuguwe, you're not joking, are you? The annual rent for 1 mu of farmland in our village is only 5 yuan. Why is woodland 4 times higher? Farmland is farmland, and woodland is woodland. How can you mix the two together? 200 yuan is already cheap. Look at the breeding farms in town. Their annual rents are several thousand. I unconsciously gritted my teeth. How could town facilities be compared with a rural place? Uncle Fuguwe, can you lower it a little more? It isn't easy for young people to start a business. You know what my family's situation is. Third Joe boy, you know that stretch of woodland belongs collectively to Shay Village. If you pay too little rent, the villagers will definitely not agree. That puts me in a difficult position. If they go make trouble at the woodland, I can't settle all their anger. He kept saying it belonged to the collective, but in the end, would it not all go into the pocket of the one named Zhang? Uncle Fuguwe, then I must ask on behalf of the Shay Village villagers. If the woodland belongs collectively to the village, how will the 200 yuan annual rent be divided? And for the woodland you leased out for logging before, how much dividend did you give the villagers? The moment I said that, Zhang Fuguwe lost his composure. What do you mean by that? Do you think I swallowed it all myself? If that's your attitude, the woodland rent will not only be 200 yuan a year, you'll have to sign a 5-year contract in one go. With that, Zhang Fuguwe stood up angrily and walked into the inner room. Wife, see the guest out. Our family will not welcome people from the old Zhou family again. Tell him to take everything on the table back. What does he take this village chief for? Although Zhang Fuguwe did not directly order me out, his words were cold through and through. People say starting a business is easy in this era. You only have to go into business to make money. But before the breeding farm has even begun, I'm blocked at the first step. My budget was less than 2,000 yuan, yet he wanted to swallow up nearly half of it in one mouthful. If rent alone took half the budget, there would be no point in opening the breeding farm at all. If I let my family know, they could not help me and would only worry along with me. I decided to go hunting first and earn the missing part of the budget. If that did not work, I could only ask around in other villages. The next morning, I took second brother back to Hujin Mountain to practice hunting. As he went up the mountain more and more, Zhou Shun gradually mastered some techniques. He could not hunt large animals yet, but catching rabbits or mole rats was no problem. Even so, I still did not agree to give Zhou Shun the long gun. The reason was simple. Zhou Shun was still only a new hunter. He had not even learned more complicated hunting traps. If he got access to firearms too early, he would become dependent on them. Besides, if he needed a hunting gun just to catch pheasants and rabbits, he should change professions as soon as possible. Third, how does this trap your second brother set look? I turned to look and nodded in approval. Not bad. It's a big improvement over before. But whether it works will take practice to tell. Let's see whether it catches something. Not long afterward, a miserable cry came from the trap. Zhou Shun, hiding in the grass, rushed over and lifted a wild rabbit upside down by its hind legs. Well, third, your second brother hasn't learned for nothing, has he? At that sight, satisfaction flashed in my eyes. It had to be said, second brother had changed greatly over the past few days. Not only did he actively go up Hujin Mountain to learn hunting, he had cut off contact with his old gang of bad friends. Second brother, we'll eat it for lunch. After we eat and drink our fill, we'll keep practicing. When you truly understand how to use a hunting knife, that long gun will be yours. Then you can hunt in the mountains alone. I was not making empty promises. The gun I had taken from Helianjian was still sitting at home gathering dust. Sooner or later, it would belong to Zhou Shun. Once a hunter made even a small mistake in the mountains, the result could be a terrible, irreversible disaster. By the end of our half-day of work, the two of us had caught many small animals. At this rate, we would gather enough capital in another week at most. Another day passed. I did not go hunting in the mountains. Instead, I called Big Brother and Second Brother and took them to the old carpenter's home in the village to pick up the bee boxes. The old carpenter truly deserved his decades of experience. His craftsmanship was beyond criticism. I paid him readily and even added 5 yuan as a thank you fee. Once we got home, I went straight to the woodshed and called out the queen bee. Little bee, from now on these bee boxes are the new home for you wolf bees. Keep your bees under control, build the comb quickly, and start producing honey. Of course, I was communicating with Little Bee through our mental connection. To Zhou Tiniu and the others, I was only making a few casual gestures with my hands. The wolf bees, normally so aggressive, actually flew obediently into the bee boxes. Third, how did you do that? I already admired you for training a purple martin and a golden eagle. Now you can even train wolf bees. I only smiled at that. Don't look down on animals. They have a certain intelligence too. As long as you understand the method, it's easy to get them to do simple things. For now, there were not enough wolf bees in this colony. They could fill only 2 bee boxes. It would take time before all 5 boxes could be filled. Third, are you sure these bees won't sting people? Looking at the bee boxes lined up in the courtyard, Wang Shuqin was still rather afraid. I smiled and told Mother to put her heart at ease. Don't worry, Mom. These bees won't sting people anymore. You only need to clean the boxes in the morning and evening and make sure they return to the hive before dark. Wang Shuqin tried opening a bee box. The dense mass of bees made her dizzy just looking at them. Even though she was very close, not a single wolf bee tried to attack. You know, beekeeping really is much easier than I imagined. It's nothing like farming, where you have to fertilize, water, and worry about the weather. You don't even have to feed them. They can go out and find food themselves. After lunch, I gave Second Brother a rare afternoon off. We had hunted several days in a row, leaving early and returning late. It had been truly exhausting. I told him to rest properly at home while I made a simple preparation and went out. Meanwhile, in the cornfield on the back hill of Shave Village, Xiao Zui had arrived early and was waiting for the person she loved. Before leaving home, she had carefully washed and combed herself and put on her cleanest clothes. Foundation and lipstick were things only wealthy women in big cities could afford. For a simple country girl like Xiao Zui, wearing clean clothes was already good enough. Even so, nothing could hide her delicate, lovely face. Xiao Zui unconsciously bit her red lips, conflict showing in her beautiful eyes. Otherwise, why would a girl like her take the initiative to suggest meeting in a cornfield? Xiao Zui was mainly afraid of being discovered. If word got out, it would be humiliating. But now that she had come, could she simply run back home? She had disappointed me last time. Xiao Zui did not want to stand me up again. If she came full of hope and returned disappointed, how would she face Third Brother afterward? In the end, Xiao Zui gathered her courage and made up her mind. At worst, they could walk farther in, deep into the cornfield. Not long afterward, I finally arrived late. Chui, I'm really sorry. I ran into old Uncle Lu on the way, and he kept me talking for half the day. That delayed me more than half an hour. Xiao Zui was as understanding as ever. She smiled and did not blame me. Old Uncle Lu was the one who led you into hunting. He counts as your teacher, Third Brother. It's natural for master and student to chat when they meet. He must be proud of you now too, right? The moment she finished, I snorted with my arms folded. When I had followed old Uncle Lu into the mountains to hunt, I had mostly done odd jobs. And old Uncle Lu had always spoken with conviction about how teaching an apprentice would starve the master. Later, when I was seriously ill, my so-called master did not even come to see me. Now that I had ability and was bringing back snow foxes and large wild boars, old Uncle Lu had come to recognize me as his apprentice again, calling me third with great warmth. Forget him. Let's hurry and take care of our important business. I deliberately emphasized the words important business. Chui will listen to Third Brother. The moment we entered the field, I impatiently wanted a more intimate exchange. But Xiao Zui refused. If someone passed the cornfield, we could be discovered. At her repeated insistence, we kept walking until we reached the deepest part of the field before stopping. Without any effort, I parted her soft, fragrant red lips. With the experience from in front of her house, Xiao Zui was no longer a completely ignorant girl. She unconsciously put her arms around my neck and responded a little awkwardly. Third Brother. Chui, you smell so good. Your Third Brother is almost dizzy. I borrowed a bar of soap from Aunt Ling next door and bathed specially. The dry kindling and fierce fire were about to ignite at the slightest touch. Just as I was preparing to take the high ground in one push, a man and woman's voices suddenly came from outside. There shouldn't be anyone coming here at this hour, right? Put your heart at ease. It's not corn harvest season. Who would be so bored as to wander around the cornfield on the back hill at noon? The sudden sounds made Xiaotsue and me stop at the same time. For a while, neither of us even dared breathe loudly, afraid the pair outside would hear us. Fortunately, they were completely focused on their own important business and did not notice their surroundings at all. I had been about to make Xiaotsue mine, only to be interrupted by this pair. From the look of things, they had probably come secretly to the back hill to slip into the cornfield as well. Hurry up and take off your clothes. It's been half a month since I've had any affection, and I've missed it to death. Sure enough, just as I had expected, the man and woman had come to the cornfield for the same purpose as us. Xiaotsue was already too embarrassed to bear it. She hid in my arms and did not dare lift her head. Third brother, let's hurry and leave. I shook my head helplessly and lowered my voice to the faintest whisper. We probably can't leave for a while. If we move now, they'll definitely find us. We can only wait until they're done. Shui, bear with it and don't move. I had come to take care of important business, yet I had become an unwilling listener instead. And it was a live broadcast, not hard on the eyes, but damned hard on the ears. Pa, look at you. You have the nerve to be our village chief with such poor performance. What's wrong with a village chief? A village chief is still a man. He has to eat, drink, and relieve his loneliness. Hearing that, I raised an eyebrow. The moment I heard the words village chief, a figure appeared in my mind. I immediately rolled away and told Xiaotsue to stay put. Using my agile movements, I silently moved through the cornfield. After a moment, I stopped and carefully parted the corn stalks in front of me. I recognized the middle-aged woman having an illicit affair with him too. I had long heard that the women's director and the village chief had an unusual relationship. I had not expected it to be unusual to this degree. They had come into the cornfield to play poker. No wonder Zhang Fuguwei had been secretly gathering money without being exposed. His mistress, Lin Xiaofan, had been covering for him behind the scenes. I had no interest in watching more, so I quietly backed away to Xiaotsue's side. Shui, leave first later. I have something I need to do here. The moans and cries were far too loud, mixed with all kinds of filthy words. Fortunately, it did not last long. In less than 3 minutes, it ended hurriedly. It's always this disappointing. I won't serve you again in the future. You brag about how capable you are, yet how long did you last before you ran out of steam? Zhang Fuguwei's performance as a 3-minute little Superman left Lin Xiaofan deeply dissatisfied. The village has had so many matters lately. I've been running around and don't have enough strength. Before I go out next time, I'll drink more deer antler wine. I guarantee I won't lose my vigor. Zhang Fuguwei smiled ingratiatingly as he explained, but Lin Xiaofan did not buy it at all. Keep bragging. With your thing the size of a sesame seed, even drinking all the deer antler wine in the world would be useless. Lin Xiaofan got dressed, fixed her messy hair, and walked out of the cornfield first. After a moment, Zhang Fuguwei cautiously stuck his head out and looked around. Only after confirming no one was there did he fasten his buttons, hum a little tune, and walk out. He did not go to the village committee office. He planned to go home and take a good afternoon nap instead. That woman is getting harder and harder to satisfy. In another 2 years, even deer antler wine won't do. I'd have to chase down a deer and chew it myself to fill her appetite. Zhang Fuguwei muttered to himself, wondering whether he should get some medicine to build up his body. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the corner ahead. Uncle Fuguwei is still so vigorous at your age. Were you working out at noon? You're sweating all over. You must have worked very hard just now, right? The sudden voice gave Zhang Fuguwei a huge fright. This? Huh? Why is it you, kid? Stop talking nonsense to me. You can't be short even 1 cent of the woodland rent. He thought I had come to plead with him. He immediately put on the village chief's air. If you want to open a breeding farm, you will honestly pay 5 years of rent. Otherwise, on this little patch of Shea village, if I don't nod, don't even think about getting it done. Uncle Fuguwei, let's not discuss the land rental yet. Let's talk about your business first. You said you went to inspect the fields, so why did I see you in the cornfield on the back hill? The moment I said that, Zhang Fuguwei's face changed. What cornfield on the back hill? I don't know what you're talking about. I went to the rice fields in front of the village just now. You must have been seeing things and gotten it wrong. Stop pretending. I saw it clearly. Uncle Fuguwei, you really should clean up your traces better. There's still blush on your face. You must have rubbed it on by accident, right? The moment I finished speaking, Zhang Fuguwei hurriedly raised a hand and rubbed his face hard. But when he looked down, the back of his hand was clean. Where was the blush? You brat dared fool me? You even want to smear a village cadre's reputation? I think you don't want to keep living in this village. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Fugui quickly realized something was wrong. My little trick had made him admit it indirectly. He had been village chief of Shay village for more than 20 years, yet a young man in his early 20s had set him up. If word got out, he would become a joke. I saw every change in Zhang Fugui's expression. Uncle Fugui, I have to say, you're truly vigorous for your age, like a young man. It's impressive that, at more than 50, you still have the strength to roll around in a cornfield. That's my private matter. It's not for a junior like you to criticize. I warn you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. Seeing the matter about to be exposed, Zhang Fugui raised the village chief posture again. If he did not teach me a lesson today, I would not know who was senior and who was junior. If Uncle Fugui refuses to be reasonable, I can only go to your house and talk to Andy. A dignified village chief should be handling village work, not slipping into the cornfield with the women's director. That counts as a problem with personal conduct, doesn't it? If the higher-ups learn about it, I'm sure you won't have an easy time. At that, cold sweat immediately began to form on Zhang Fugui's forehead. If Sun Tsuaping found out, would she not tear their household into chaos? Oh, and I remember the women's director, Lin Xiaofan, has a blacksmith for a husband. With your frame, Uncle Fugui, you probably couldn't stand up to one of his punches. Hearing that, Zhang Fugui no longer cared about his status or face. He immediately smiled ingratiatingly. Dear nephew, there may be some misunderstanding between us. How about we find a quiet place to talk things over? Your uncle is at least a man with a reputation. If this spreads, where will I put my face? As he spoke, he kept looking around, afraid someone else would hear our conversation. After a great deal of coaxing and persuasion, I finally showed mercy and reluctantly agreed to follow Zhang Fugui. We passed several houses and came to a quiet bamboo grove. After confirming again and again that no one was listening, Zhang Fugui continued with an ingratiating smile. Dear nephew, your uncle was wrong before. Let's talk things over. You only want to open a breeding farm. I'll speak to the village committee, and all the paperwork will get the green light. Uncle Fugui, green lights on the paperwork alone may not be enough. You know I'm starting from scratch and don't have much money. If the rent is too high. Before I could finish, Zhang Fugui understood. We're in the era of reform and opening up. The country strongly supports ordinary people doing business, and Shay Village must firmly answer the national call and fully support villagers starting businesses. Then Zhang Fugui made two decisions. The 200 yuan rent we had discussed before was cut in half to 100 yuan a year. The woodland lease that had originally required a 5-year contract would now be renewed year by year. Under normal circumstances, I would have been very tempted by those terms. But times were different now. Zhang Fugui's weakness was in my hands. If I did not make a huge demand and get some proper compensation from him, the resentment in my heart would be hard to calm. Uncle Fugui, even though the woodland rent has been halved, I'm still not satisfied. At that, Zhang Fugui could no longer stay calm. Dear nephew, this is already the greatest concession I can make as village chief. If I reduce the woodland rent any further, the villagers will surely suspect me of lining my own pockets. I smiled. Uncle Fugui, put your heart at ease. I'm not asking for another reduction. 100 yuan a year for the woodland is enough for me. Any lower would be unreasonable. Then what do you mean? I want the woodland rent to be stable. Don't suddenly raise it next year. My concern was not baseless. Zhang Fugui was being controlled tightly now and was willing to lower the rent. But what if, 2 years later, this old man held a grudge and deliberately raised the rent? A small increase would be manageable. What I feared was a sudden rise of 800 or 1,000 yuan. My breeding farm would certainly collapse. It could not bear costs that high. My request isn't high. I only want the village committee to sign a contract guaranteeing that the rent will not rise for 10 years. This, Uncle Fugui, think about it carefully. If my breeding farm grows bigger and bigger, how many jobs will it bring to the village? In the end, won't that become your achievement as village chief? I did not keep pressuring him. Instead, I analyzed the benefits and drawbacks for Zhang Fugui. Finally, Zhang Fugui went all in. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he agreed to my plan. When I return, I'll talk with the village committee and sign a contract with your breeding farm. Dear nephew, I've taken care of your matter. About that business in the cornfield, don't worry, Uncle Fugui. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. With my verbal promise, The worry in Zhang Fugui's heart finally settled back into place. After a few polite remarks, I left first, using village committee business as an excuse. The next question was which young animals to choose. Common domestic livestock such as chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep were not in my plans. I had set my sights on wild game instead. Take flying dragons, for example. A single bird could easily sell for more than 100 yuan. The big restaurants in the city scrambled to buy them, and diners came in an endless stream, leaving supply unable to meet demand. Of course, all of this benefited from the era's opportunities. Some large restaurants even made bear paws a signature dish, never mind little hazel grouse. Beyond that, I did not want to raise only wild game. Although these valuable foods would certainly sell, their profit potential was still limited. With my current strength, I was not enough to support an industry that large. Without substantial capital, I could not enter the marten farming business either. I knew no one could get fat in one bite. I had to keep my feet on the ground and take one step at a time. That afternoon, Zhang Fugui had the village committee complete all the breeding farm paperwork. I went personally to sign the contract and paid 100 yuan for the first year's rent. Then I went to the tract of woodland north of the village to make an initial inspection and plan it out. The breeding farm covered 10 mu in all, roughly the size of 15 standard basketball courts. Half of it would be outdoor space, while the rest would be used to build the farm buildings. The buildings would include animal sheds, an incubation room, workers' dormitories, and a warehouse. As the farm grew, more facilities would be added. I found craftsmen from the village. After evaluating the project, they quoted an initial estimate of around 1,300 yuan to build the breeding farm. That included labor, materials for the main structures, and fencing for the outdoor area. The price made me suck in a breath. My total budget was only 2,000 yuan, and construction would take 1,300. The remaining money would barely cover several years of rent. And there were still so many buildings to construct. It was easy to imagine how expensive this breeding farm would be. In the end, the loss would be my own. It would be better to grit my teeth and solve the problem all at once. How about this? I'll pay you half the labor cost first. We'll calculate material costs separately. Once the breeding farm is finished and I inspect it as satisfactory, I'll pay the rest of the labor cost. Is that all right? The craftsmen naturally did not refuse. They immediately began arranging to contact fellow workers they knew. When I heard that, I shook my head. I could not wait that long. 1 month is too long. I can give you 15 days at most. My words startled the craftsmen. 15 days? Are you joking? There are several buildings. Even if there's no wind or rain and work goes smoothly every day, it will take at least 20 days. They were only single-story houses, but I required brick and concrete construction. In all of Shave Village, only a few families, such as village chief Zhang's, could afford large tiled houses of brick and concrete. Most villagers still lived in mud brick houses. No, the schedule is far too short. Seeing the craftsmen shake their heads again and again, I raised the offer. As long as you can finish the breeding farm in 15 days with quality and quantity assured, I'll add a 200 yuan hardship bonus for all your workers on top of the original labor cost. Money could make even ghosts turn millstones. That saying worked at any time. The craftsman agreed instantly. 200 yuan was no small sum. It could equal nearly a year's income for several workers. They were willing to work day and night for it. After being busy all day, I returned home at dusk. Mother, Wang Shuqin, had long prepared dinner and called the whole family to sit down and eat. While everyone was present, I roughly explained that the breeding farm had been approved and construction was beginning. Zhou had originally wondered when Zhang Fugui had become so easy to deal with. Not only had he readily approved my breeding farm paperwork, he had generously cut the woodland rent in half. Maybe Chief Zhang found his conscience. He's preparing to strongly support villagers starting businesses. He even signed a lease contract with me guaranteeing that the farm rent won't change for the next 10 years. Hearing that, everyone in the Zhou family was delighted. That would save a great deal of cost and greatly help the breeding farm develop. They did not know that behind it all was my firm grip on Zhang Fugui's weak point. By the way, third, do you still have contact with that female sent-down youth from Shana village? Today, while you were gone, she came to our house and brought a basket of medicinal herbs. Wang Shuqin pointed at a basket packed full of herbs in the courtyard corner. I had promised to take Shin Qingru her share of the money from the Hushihong, but I had never gotten around to going. Thinking of that, I felt guilty. Shin Qingru had saved my life by bringing medicine when I was ill. Mom, when did Shin Qingru come? Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. But she heard you weren't home and went back. As she spoke, Wang Shuqin put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at me with a broad smile. Tell Mom honestly, are you and that female sent-down youth seeing each other? Mom, what are you talking about? Shin Qingru and I are only friends. But Wang Shuqin did not mind that. She said seriously, what's wrong with friends? I hear young people in the city start as friends when they court someone. Mom thinks that girl is truly good. She's pretty, and she has a nice figure. Most importantly, after coming from the city, she isn't spoiled at all. She'll certainly be a capable, thrifty daughter-in-law. At that, I nearly sprayed the rice in my mouth. Mom, where are you even getting this? Shin Qingru and I are really ordinary friends. What daughter-in-law? Wouldn't it be awkward if the girl heard you? Wang Shuqin still looked unconcerned. Men should marry when they're grown, and women should marry when they're grown. What's awkward about that? Third, are you too embarrassed to bring it up? If so, we can find a matchmaker to test the waters. Before I could say a word, Johan's Han beside me could no longer hold back. Mother of the children, why do you keep meddling in young people's matters? At her husband's reminder, Wang Shuqin remembered something. You're right. I almost forgot that Shui and Third grew up together as childhood sweethearts. But people value free love now, so we'll see which one our Third likes better. Seeing Mother go more and more off the rails, I hurriedly finished the food in my bowl. Well, I'm full. I've been busy all day and I'm exhausted, so I'll go back to my room and sleep first. Mother's imagination was too rich. Now she had dragged Xiaotsue into it and was debating which girl would suit her son better. The next morning, I took a pile of dried goods and 2 bags of grain to Shana village. The fields were not busy these days. Since Zhou Tiniu was idle at home anyway, it was better to take him out more. Zhou Shun might not be fully independent yet, but at least he could hunt in the mountains alone now. Of course, that was on the condition that he remained in the outer areas of Hujian Mountain and never easily entered the deep mountains. To ensure Zhou Shun could return safely, I finally agreed to give him the long gun. I also told Zhou Shun to familiarize himself with the firearm first. I would train him in shooting after I returned. And I did not give him many bullets, only 10, enough for defense. The scene shifted. Zhou Tiniu and I appeared at the entrance to Shana village with large and small bags of goods. Third brother, where does that female sent-down youth live? Let's hurry over and ask for a bowl of water. Carrying so many things had tired Zhou Tiniu badly. I haven't really been in Shana village before. I only passed by it in the past. Let's ask a villager. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and looked around for someone to ask. Just as I was about to ask at a house, a young man approached from not far away. He was in his early 20s, wearing glasses and extremely thin. At a glance, he was an urban educated youth sent down to the countryside. His manner carried the poor, bookish air of a scholar without money. He carried a hoe and moved furtively. By the look of him, he was trying to sneak back into the village to avoid work. Situations like this were common in the 1970s. Most of the male and female educated youths sent down for re-education had grown accustomed to a comfortable life in the city. Friend, may I ask something? Do you know where Miss Shin Qingru lives? Seeing that he was about my age, I stepped forward and asked, You're looking for Qingru? What are you to her? I'm a friend of Shin Qingru's. I came from Shay village to see her. The young man pushed up his glasses and gave me a thorough look up and down. How come I never knew Qingru had a friend like you? You aren't here to harass her again, are you? Go back and tell He Lianjin this. Qingru is a girl from a big city. How could she ever take a fancy to a country boy? Tell him to give up this idea as soon as possible. As he spoke, the young man put on airs by straightening his collar, as though educated youths from the city were born a class above country farmers. Zhou Tiniu beside me did not indulge him at all. He reached out and grabbed the young man by the shoulder. Hey, my third brother asked you a question. Where does Miss Shin Qingru live? The young man jumped in fright and instinctively tried to break free. But Zhou Tiniu's large hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how he struggled and twisted, he could not escape. Why you let me go? My father is a deputy division chief in the county. If you offend me, you're finished. So he had an official father behind him. He was exactly the same kind as He Lianjin. It hurts. It hurts. If you don't let go, my arm will break. Seeing that the young man's face had gone white, I patted Zhou Tiniu on the shoulder. All right, big brother. We came to find a friend, not to cause trouble. Under pressure from Zhou Tiniu's forceful manner, the young man had no choice but to lead us into the village with a reluctant face. After turning through several winding paths, we finally reached a very run-down courtyard. In the courtyard was a lovely figure, processing medicinal herbs and laying them in the sun to dry. It was none other than Shin Qingru, whom I had not seen for some time. Miss Grew, long time no see. Zhou Qin, why are you here? They really do know each other. Seeing that, the young man made a sour comment. I joked, yesterday Mom told me you brought a big basket of herbs to my home. I thought I had nothing to do today, so I came to return the favor. Where should I put all these things? Xin Grew had been about to say a few polite words, but the big pile of goods at the gate stunned her. There were 2 large bags of grain and several dried pheasants and rabbits. There were also household goods only available at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, including 2 cans of yellow peaches, rare goods in the countryside in those days. Zhou Qin, why did you bring so many things? Take them back quickly. There are so many mouths in your home. We have food here. You don't need to worry about us. Xin Grew quickly waved her hands in refusal and would not accept any of it. Miss Grew, saying that makes us strangers. If you hadn't brought me medicine, this life of mine would have been over long ago. What is a little food compared with that? Take it and improve your life a little. How could I not know Xin Grew was only putting on a brave face? Her small face was pale, an obvious sign of long-term malnutrition. After I insisted again and again, Xin Grew finally agreed to accept the gifts. Zhou Tiniu and I then helped carry the pile of daily necessities inside. You two don't look like people with money. These things must have been stolen from somewhere. Yang Wenyuan only dared say it after Zhou Tiniu had nearly dislocated his arm earlier. By the way, Miss Grew, why did you bring medicinal herbs to my home yesterday? Xin Grew smiled and brought us 2 bowls of cool water. I heard before that Uncle Zhou had been ill and bedridden. I gathered some herbs that activate the blood and disperse bruising. Yesterday, while passing through Shea village, I brought them by. It's a rare kindness from Miss Grew. I thank you on behalf of my father. By the way, how have you been lately? Is there anything our family can help with? At the mention of her recent situation, a shadow crossed Xin Row's eyes. She had originally had a chance to return to the city, but bad people had obstructed her. Now she was forced to remain here, with no idea when she might return. After hearing Xin Row's story, I could do nothing about the matter of returning to the city. Sai, don't be too sad. It is hard for educated youths to live in the countryside, but I believe you will all return someday. Xin Grew only sighed at that. She was not afraid of staying and enduring hardship. She did not want her knowledge to be buried. She had majored in medicinal herb cultivation and livestock care at university. In this rural place, there was no chance to use it. Who says there is no chance to use it? I'm officially hiring you as the technical consultant for our breeding farm. I looked at Xin Grew with a smile and explained the true purpose of my visit. Technical consultant for a breeding farm? Xin Row's lovely brows drew together. She did not understand what I meant. That's right, technical consultant. Didn't you major in livestock care at university? It matches your field perfectly. I urgently need someone as talented as you. Besides, the 2 of us knew each other's character. I trusted her completely as a person. If I could bring in a talent like that, the help to the breeding farm would be enormous. Here's the situation. I'm planning to open a breeding farm. The funding is in place, but I still urgently need a professional on the technical side. You're not joking? You're going to become the owner of a breeding farm. Do I look like I'm joking? I drafted this contract before I left. Read it, and if there's no problem, sign it. With a serious expression, I took out the contract I had prepared long ago. A monthly salary of 100 yuan and a year-end dividend? Xin Grew looked down at it twice, and her eyes grew round. It had to be said that she was truly tempted. Having a chance to use her specialized knowledge was the lifelong dream of every college graduate. And the generous salary meant she would no longer have to worry about food and daily expenses. But then again, Xin Grew was a female educated youth sent down to the countryside. Regulations required her to participate in labor re-education. How could she often leave the village for a breeding farm? If she were caught or reported, Xin Grew would face harsh criticism and punishment. I made the rules flexible. Xin Grew did not need to come every day. She only needed to visit the breeding farm 3 times a week as long as the animals were normal. If any emergency occurred, Xin Grew would come at once. Faced with my invitation, which was full of sincerity, Xin Grew truly could not find a reason to refuse. When do I start? There's no rush. The breeding farm hasn't been built yet. It will take another half-month at least. In this poor, remote place, I truly could not find a second professional talent. If Qin Grew did not agree, the breeding farm would have to sit idle even after it was built. I had planned to leave after we finished discussing the partnership, but Xin Grew insisted that we stay for dinner. It wasn't easy for you to come from so far away. I must treat you properly tonight. You and Big Brother sit, drink some water, and rest. I'll go light the fire and cook. It'll be ready soon. Shin Chingru picked up 2 pheasants and rabbits and began working on dinner. The kitchen was in another small room, with the earthen stove common to northeastern farmhouses. She skillfully lit a pile of firewood, prepared the game, and planned to make a pot of iron pot stew. Chingru, honestly, why make friends with these crude country bumpkins? They dress like dirt, though they do give gifts freely. They probably stole them somewhere. Before Yang Wenyuan could finish, Shun Qingru's brows furrowed. Yang Wenyuan, please understand your place. Who I make friends with is not for you to control. Say another bad word about my friends in front of me, and don't blame me for turning hostile with you on the spot. Hearing that, Yang Wenyuan's face stiffened at once. Qingru, you're too innocent. Zhou Qin sent you so many things. He must have some bad intention behind the scenes. Still unwilling to give up, Yang Wenyuan tried to keep driving a wedge between Shun Qingru and me. Besides, we educated youths all came from the city. You and I have both received higher education at university. How can we mix with country people who can't even read? If the villagers hadn't helped us and sent several bags of grain to save us in an emergency, we educated youths would have starved to death long ago. Why didn't you mention your status when you ate that life-saving grain? Shin Qingru gave a cold snort. She almost directly called Yang Wenyuan an ungrateful villain. Seeing that Shin Qingru was truly angry, Yang Wenyuan turned away awkwardly and left. Without even saying goodbye, he turned his head to the side and walked past us. I had no time to care about him. I went into the kitchen and asked Shin Qingru whether she needed any help. No, I can handle it alone. How can I have guests work? You should hurry out and keep Big Brother company. Shin Qingru quickly waved her hands in refusal and urged me to go sit with Zhou Tiniu. What's that saying? Men and women working together don't get tired. And besides, do we need to be this polite with each other? As I spoke, I rolled up my sleeves and began helping Shin Qingru. By the way, you caught a chill in the mountains before. You've recovered completely by now, right? At the mention of it, Shin Qingru instinctively recalled the ambiguous scenes between us. If I had not used my body to warm her then, she probably would not have made it back. That night in the cave was enough for Shin Qingru to remember for a lifetime. She gently bit her red lip and murmured an unable to calm her heart for a long time. I took several doses of herbs after I got back, and it improved after a few days of rest. I only cough occasionally now. With long-term malnutrition, her body's resistance was no longer what it had been. That was why a chill had not fully improved even after 10 days of recovery. Look how thin you are. The wind could blow you over. Take these 50 yuan first and get your health back. Shin Qingru still refused, saying she would not take the money no matter what. You brought so many things as gifts, and I'm already deeply grateful. I absolutely can't take this money. Take it back and use it to run the breeding farm. In the end, I took Shin Qingru's small hand and forced the money into it. Let's keep things separate. We agreed that you had a share in the money from selling the Hushiong. Consider these 50 yuan your dividend. You can send some home to help support your parents. At my sudden action, Shin Qingru's delicate body stiffened. Then I'll accept it for now. Thank you for your kindness on behalf of my parents. I smiled. Why be polite with me? We've faced life and death together. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, Yang Wenyuan hid outside the kitchen and watched everything through the window. When he saw me hold Shin Qingru's hand and refused to let go, he was so angry that he nearly ground his teeth apart. Damn it, what an outrage. A man and woman alone, touching each other. What kind of spell did that country bumpkin Zhou feed Qingru? No, I absolutely can't let Qingru fall into a person like that. I have to find a way to ruin their relationship. But then again, Yang Wenyuan was alone and weak. How could he be a match for the Zhou brothers? And if he stepped forward personally, wouldn't his image in Shin Qingru's heart completely collapse? After thinking it through and through, Yang Wenyuan still could not find a good plan. Finally, he casually noticed a bunch of flowers in the corner of the courtyard. Ahem. Qingru, entertain your friends. I won't stay home for dinner tonight. Song Sija and He Wenwen are helping at a fellow villager's home, so they probably won't come back for dinner either. Yang Wenyuan deliberately shouted loudly. After saying goodbye, he turned and hurried away. The sudden noise startled Shin Qingru, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Then she looked outside the window. Only after finding no one there did she breathe a sigh of relief. Shin Qingru said nothing more and began peeling potatoes on her own. But both of us could feel that our hearts had clearly sped up just now. Soon, a whole table of steaming dishes was ready. Zhou Tiniu was already so hungry his chest nearly stuck to his back. He impatiently picked up his chopsticks and tasted a bite. Delicious. Really delicious. It's even better than Mom's iron pot stew. Third brother, hurry and try it. I tasted a bite and raised a thumb. I had not expected Shinro's cooking to be so good. Although she was an educated youth sent down to the countryside, she made northeastern food more authentically than many locals. I didn't expect it, Miss Chingru, but you really can cook. Many local people can't make iron pot stew at your level. I stopped being polite and, like Zhou Tiniu, began eating in big bites. Shin Chingru smiled and kept placing food in both our bowls. When I was at university, my professor's wife, my teacher's wife, was the head chef at a large restaurant. Many leaders had eaten her cooking. I studied cooking with her for a while. Third brother, listen to Mom and marry Miss Shin early. Then our family can eat food this delicious every day. The moment he said that, the atmosphere became delicate again. Big brother, if it's good, eat more. Let's eat properly and stop talking. Meanwhile, Yang Wenyuan ran panting to the west side of the village and gathered his courage to enter a courtyard. He carefully pushed open the door and found the room packed with people. Harsh curses rang everywhere, and the smoke-filled air stung the eyes. Yang Wenyuan choked on the smoke until tears nearly came out. It took him a long time to recover. Pinching his nose, he went inside and looked around before finally finding the target of his trip. Four young men sat at a card table, each with a fashionable cigarette hanging from his mouth. Damn it, can we even keep playing? We've gone around this table 3 times, and my luck is still this bad. One of them had just picked up his cards when he immediately pulled a long face, cursed, and threw them down. It was none other than He Lianjian, Shanha Village's leading hooligan. Sorry to disturb everyone's fun. Brother Lianjian, I have something I want to tell you. Four Eyes, you actually dare come here? The lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. He Lianjian was just looking for someone to vent his anger on, and Yang Wenyuan had walked right into the line of fire. Four Eyes, did you come here on your own today, or should we help you? Wait, Brother Lianjian. There's been a misunderstanding between us, but I came this time to report something important. Seeing the others crack their knuckles, Yang Wenyuan hurriedly revealed why he had come. He was afraid that if he spoke one moment too late, a rain of fists would fall on him. Then Yang Wenyuan told He Lianjian every detail of how I had held Shun Qingrou's delicate hand, adding plenty of exaggeration along the way. At that, He Lianjian could no longer sit still. He shot to his feet and asked, "What the hell did you say?" Some little punk went to Qingrou's house and was pulling at her. Yang Wenyuan nodded. Yes, Brother Lianjian. How would I dare lie to you? That guy's from Shay Village. I'm not sure what his name is. He Lianjian narrowed his eyes tightly. A little punk from Shay Village. Could it be the guy named Zhou? Damn it. Was that person's last name Zhou? He Lianjian asked. I think so. Right, it was Zhou. I heard Shin Qingru call him Zhou Qin. Damn it, it really is him. He Lianjian was angry and enraged, though there was fear in his heart too. He knew that I was no longer the person I had been before. Thinking of it, He Lianjian looked at the people around him today. There were dozens, all carrying tools. They should be enough to take care of that Zhou boy. The Zhou brat had come all the way to his village. If he still feared him, it would bring too much shame to the He family. With that thought, He Lianjian roared, "Damn it, stop playing. Take your things and come with me. We're getting back the face we lost before." As the village chief's son, He Lianjian's influence needed no explanation. At one command, plenty of people supported him. More than 10 card tables broke up, and more than 40 people poured out of the courtyard. Led by He Lianjian, they set out in a grand procession carrying hoes, pickaxe handles, and other tools. He Lianjian really is like a firecracker. One spark and he goes off. Zhou, you brothers are in for it now. Meanwhile, I was still eating and drinking at the educated youth residence in Shanha Village. After eating and drinking my fill, I began talking with Shin Qingru about the future direction of the breeding farm. When she heard I planned to take the high-end route and did not want to raise ordinary chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, but rare wild game such as flying dragons, Shin Qingru immediately could not stay calm. Zhou Qin, first, I have to admit that your idea is advanced and bold. But have you considered a problem? These are uncommon wild birds. If you want to raise them and successfully breed young, you need a huge number of specimens for trials. Where will we find so many? I'm afraid even the hunters from 2 villages together couldn't catch that many flying dragons. Shin Qingru did not want to hurt my confidence, but the facts were right before us. Don't worry. Leave catching flying dragons to me. You only need to take good care of them. The sooner we can achieve artificial breeding of young, the bigger our breeding farm's profits will be. They're birds and beasts. How can you be so confident? At Shin Qingruo's doubt about how I would catch so many flying dragons, I only gave a mysterious smile. A mountain man has his own clever plan. I'll catch them and bring them to you when the time comes. It's getting late, so Big Brother and I should go. I was about to call Big Brother Zhou Tinyu to head home when I suddenly saw a massive group of people coming down the alley. Want to leave? You aren't going anywhere today. At their head, He Lianjian ordered his men to surround the entire courtyard. What do you want to do? You're home. One of the rough men jumped out to retort, leaving Shun Qingru speechless. Zhou, do you remember me? The humiliation you gave me before, I'm returning it to you double today. He Lianjian ignored Shin Qingru and stared at me without blinking. Isn't this my good grandson? Though the other side came aggressively and everyone carried a tool, I still did not take He Lianjian seriously. Instead, I publicly struck at his sore spot. Damn it, you're asking to die. The muscles around He Lianjian's eyes twitched, and his teeth ground with a clack-clack sound. Then he swept his hand out, and the dozens of people closed in on Big Brother and me. Why you dare act recklessly? Do you believe I'll report you to the village committee? As long as no one died, the village committee generally came forward to mediate fights. Qingru, are you still asleep? My dad is Shanha village's chief. What use is going to the village committee? He Lianjian laughed wildly as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. The more Shin Qingru protected me, the more deeply it stabbed at his nerves. Brothers, stop talking. Keep that Shay village punk here, then go do whatever you need to do. You were so impressive in the mountains last time. Let's see how arrogant you can be today. After spitting out the words, He Lianjian made an arrogant sweep of his hand, and the rough men swarmed forward. Expecting that a hard battle was unavoidable, I hurriedly pulled Shin Qingru to the side. Damn it, anyone who dares touch my third brother can try me. Zhou Tinyu might usually look honest and simple, but once he fought, he did not hesitate in the least. He swung a bench in a blur, and more than 10 young men with weapons did not dare get close. But as the saying went, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. No matter how strong Zhou Tinyu was, he could not withstand the many people around He Lianjian. Before long, he began struggling more and gradually fell to a disadvantage. At that moment, I charged forward without another word. When He Lianjian saw it, he shouted, "Don't bother with that dark-skinned fellow. Take down this little punk first. Anyone who breaks one of his damn legs gets 2 packs of amber cigarettes from me." Heavy rewards drew brave men, especially when the prize was brand-name cigarettes. Even young men who wanted to look fashionable could only roll tobacco leaves to imitate cigarettes. Filtered brand-name cigarettes like those were rare goods in those days. Only a hoodlum like He Lianjian, relying on his father, could afford to buy a few packs to smoke. Then several loyal lackeys acted as though they had been injected with chicken blood and howled as they surrounded the Zhou brothers. Damn it, get out of the way. Those 2 packs of cigarettes are mine today. A tall, thin young man held a pickaxe handle and aimed a vicious blow at my right leg. At the same time, a short, fat man fought dishonorably, secretly raising a hoe behind me to chop downward. Zhou Qin, watch out. Shin Qingru turned pale with fright and hurriedly warned me. She thought I could not escape disaster. No matter how high one's kung fu, one still feared a kitchen knife. But to her surprise, after waiting for some time, she did not hear my scream. Instead, 2 other men's pained howls rang in her ears. The sounds moved from near to far and ended with a bang, as though someone had struck something. Not knowing what had happened, Shin Qingru looked up. Then she froze in utter shock. The brutal scene she had imagined had not happened. I stood there perfectly fine. Instead, the tall, thin young man was pinned under my foot, held firmly so he could not move. Not only Shin Qingru, but Zhou Tinyu too was stunned. Third brother, what kind of skill did you use just now? You subdued them like that? It's far too amazing. I smiled at Big Brother and explained that I had used a military grappling technique. Big Brother, if you're interested, I'll teach you another time. For now, step back and watch over Miss Qingru. Leave these people to me. As I spoke, I stomped down hard. The force sent the pickaxe handle beneath my foot, springing high into the air. I caught the flying pickaxe handle and charged toward the densest part of the crowd. I was like a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. Nothing remained standing in my path. With every swing of the pickaxe handle, I beat the group until they cried for their fathers and mothers. In only a few breaths, I had knocked down 5 or 6 hooligans. Damn it, what are you all good for? The brand-name cigarettes He Lianjian had promised were certainly tempting, but they were not worth risking one's life for. And that Shay village boy seemed to have eaten something extraordinary. His strength was too fierce, his skill too formidable. Before they could react, I knocked them down. As the saying went, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't fear death. In their eyes, I belonged to the last kind. I faced so many people alone and still dared to keep fighting back. Worse, the kid had clearly trained and had real skill. For a while, several lackeys who were not close to He Lianjian slowly backed away. They only played cards with He Lianjian from time to time. They did not have any deep friendship, so there was no reason to risk their lives for him. He Lianjian saw it all and grew even angrier. Pointing at those people, he cursed, "Trash. You're all trash. Don't follow me again in the future. I'm ashamed to be seen with you." When he noticed I was coming straight at him, He Lianjian grew afraid and roared at the people around him. "Damn it! Stop him!" But before they could protect him, I was already at his side. I raised my leg and threw a flying axe kick. Bang! He Lianjian flew more than 3 meters and landed flat on his face before everyone. "You still dare have crooked thoughts about Qingru? It seems the lesson last time was not enough. Today, I'll make you remember it properly and make you give up all hope for good." He Lianjian turned as pale as paper and trembled nonstop. "Zhou, think clearly. I'm the village chief's son. If anything happens to me, you won't leave Shanhe village standing." I smiled, a smile full of disdain. What did Shanhe village matter? If I were afraid, I would not have come here to see Shin Qingru today. "Kid, stop right there." A group of villagers hurried over, led by an old man with a half-grown beard. He looked somewhat like He Lianjian. He was probably He Lianjian's father, Chief He. Chief He's first glance fell on his son lying on the ground, battered black and blue. His face went iron gray, and his eyes nearly spat fire. On this little patch of Shanhe village, no one had ever dared touch the He family, much less He Lianjian, whom he treated like a treasure. "Dad, you finally came." Seeing his father arrive with the village committee people, He Lianjian immediately began making himself sound pitiful and adding false details. Clearly, he had brought people to cause trouble, yet now he made himself the victim. Chief He was already furious. After hearing his son's made-up story, he became even more enraged and glared at me viciously. "You, a boy from another village, dare come to Shanhe village to make trouble. Tie him up first." Several village committee militiamen quickly surrounded me. They took out ropes, preparing to tie me up. Zhou Tiniu watched from the side without saying a word. He picked up a bench and wanted to start fighting again. "Damn it, anyone who dares tie up my third brother can try me." "Big brother, don't act rashly." Once both sides fought, the nature of the matter would change. We might end up at the police station. Hearing me, Zhou Tiniu decided to wait and see. He carried the bench back to my side. After calming Big Brother, I turned and glanced at He Lianjian's father. "Chief He, shouldn't you first find out what happened? You want to arrest someone without sorting out right and wrong. That doesn't make sense, does it?" Chief He snorted coldly. "Boy, the facts are right in front of us. What more do I need to ask? You beat my son. If you can't give a clear account today, don't think of leaving Shanhe village by so much as half a step." At that, I laughed. "Chief He, what do you mean? Everything needs reason. Your son brought these people here to cause trouble first. Big brother and I were forced to fight back." But Chief He ignored my explanation completely and insisted that I had struck first. "Whether what you say is true or false is unclear, but I saw you hit my son with my own eyes. On that basis alone, we have reason to arrest you and lock you up in the village committee office." Like father, like son. The He father and son were both bad buns from the same steaming basket. Meanwhile, when Zhou Tiniu heard that they wanted to lock up his third brother in the village committee office, he immediately wanted to fight again. Although I stopped Big Brother in time, old Baldy he still seized on it and sneered. "Look at this reckless ox. He wants to fight at the slightest disagreement. You must have been the ones causing trouble first. You dare be this arrogant in our village and beat my son in public. Your bandit behavior must be sent to the police station for re-education." Just as he finished, Shen Qingru stepped forward to defend Big Brother and me. "Chief He, it was clearly He Lianjian who brought people to my home to make trouble and openly attacked first. Zhou Qin was only acting in self-defense. How can you turn black into white like this?" "Miss Shun, what do you mean by that? You educated youths eat our food and use our things. Even your houses were given by the village. And not only do you refuse to stand with the villagers, you speak for outsiders instead?" Old Baldy, he should not have brought that up. The moment he did, Shen Qingru became full of anger. "Then let's talk this through. Why has Shanhe village never issued the grain that should have been allocated to the educated youths? Every time we ask for it, you say the village is having difficulties. The educated youths can only dig wild greens in the mountains to fill our stomachs. Otherwise, we would have starved to death long ago. Shin Chingru kept protesting the unfairness she had suffered and said she would report it to the town. The educated youths have not missed a day of work, yet the grain never arrives. Didn't you say you would send people to the police station? Hearing that, a thin layer of sweat appeared on old Baldy's forehead. As village chief, he knew the truth behind it better than anyone. If the matter reached town and the relevant town government leaders learned of it, his time as village chief would be over. Being removed would be the least of it. He might spend his old age in detention. So that's what happened. We misunderstood the two young brothers just now. Luckily, Miss Shen, you reminded us in time. Otherwise, we might have wronged good people. Old Baldy's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. His tone could not have been more polite. Lianjian, what are you standing there for? Get over here and apologize to these two young brothers. Old Baldy, he gave his son a series of meaningful looks, nearly telling him directly to accept the loss. What? You want me to apologize? Lianjian nearly coughed up blood. I was the one who had beaten him. Yet in the end, he was the one who had to apologize. Where was the justice in that? But with his father's authority as village chief hanging over him, Lianjian could only lower his head and apologize unwillingly. Seeing that, I pretended to dig in my ear. Didn't you eat dinner? Your voice is too low. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Now that sounds like an apology. Don't look at me with that clenched teeth expression. Before you leave, here's a piece of advice. When you make a mistake, admit it. When you get beaten, stand straight. With his father's weakness in Shun Qingrou's hands, Lianjian could only swallow his broken teeth and blood. Without saying another word, he turned and stormed out of the courtyard. You too, please go slowly. Come visit again when you have time. Just don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you both pay. I was uneasy about leaving Shin Qingru in the village, afraid that the He family would retaliate against her afterward. How about you come back to Shay Village with me, Miss Qingru? Our home has plenty of room for you. They lost a great deal of face today. With the He family's character, they will surely retaliate against you. Zhou Tiniu chimed in from the side with a laugh. Huh. If Miss Shin came to our home, wouldn't we get to eat such delicious food every day? Although she knew I meant well, Shin Qingrou's small face still reddened. I appreciate your kindness, but where educated youths live is arranged. Changing it casually would violate discipline. Besides, the He family will not dare do anything to me for the moment. I shook my head. There are many people watching in the village, so the He family certainly will not act rashly. But you often go into the mountains to gather herbs. That gives them an opportunity. After thinking for a moment, I came up with a solution. How about this? From now on, the two of us can go to Hujin Mountain together. I'll hunt and you'll gather herbs. That way, we can look out for each other. Though I was younger than she was, Shin Qingru always felt the charm of a mature man from me. How could she know that I came from the future and had been a special forces soldier in my previous life? On matters of right and wrong, and in my way of thinking, I was streets ahead of these villagers. All right, I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. It's a promise. Blushing, Shin Qingru agreed to my proposal. After returning home, Zhou Tiniu kept pestering me to learn military grappling techniques. Grappling techniques come in large and small forms. Small grappling has 36 methods. Large grappling has 72. They focus on separating tendons, dislocating bones, and striking vital points. You need a full understanding of the joints and acupoints of the human body. After only a few sentences, Zhou Tiniu was completely lost. Third brother, I've heard those things from storytellers. Aren't they the divine abilities of the great sage equal to heaven? Seeing Big Brother scratch his head in confusion, I patiently continued explaining. Sun Wukong is a mythological story. What I'm telling you is the method of grappling. It's all right if you don't understand yet. In a moment, I'll draw you a chart of human acupoints, joints, and tendons. Once you memorize the fundamentals, I'll formally teach you the forms and techniques of grappling. In the evening, Zhou Shun finally returned from hunting on Hujin Mountain. His haul today was passable, 2 pheasants and 2 wild rabbits. Compared with the rookie who could not even catch a rabbit before, Zhou Shun had improved considerably, but he still needed to practice his marksmanship thoroughly. I had given him 10 bullets, and he had brought back only 5 animals. That came to around 2 rounds for each target hit, and the targets were only small animals. For a qualified hunter, that performance did not even meet the passing line. Second brother, tomorrow I'll train your shooting properly. I won't promise 100% accuracy, but at least I can raise your hit rate to 60 or 70%. And bullets are not cheap. We have to use them sparingly, or we'll spend more than we earn. Early the next morning, second brother and I went to Hujin Mountain. Unexpectedly, Shin Chingru was already waiting at the foot of the mountain before either of us arrived. Once we met, I introduced the two people who were meeting for the first time. Chingru, this is my second brother, Zhou Shun. Second brother, this is Shin Chingru, the female educated youth from Shanha village next door. They quickly greeted each other, exchanged polite words, and went up the mountain together. Before long, Shin Chingru spotted a patch of wild buplurum. While she went to gather herbs, Zhou Shun nudged me with his elbow. Third, you're something else. First Xiaozue from our village, now the female educated youth from the next village. So many young, pretty girls are circling you. You really have good luck with women. Hurry and tell second brother how you got them. I want to learn a move or two myself. I said, second brother, what are you thinking? She's the technical consultant for my breeding farm. You can't talk nonsense and scare her away. Xiaozi was as before. The moment it reached the mountains, it ran into the grass to play. I did not stop it and let the little fellow race all through the woods. After deliberately picking some wild fruit, Xiaozi lay in Shun Qingrou's arms and ate to its heart's content. All right, after eating and drinking your fill, get to work. Sniff carefully and see what prey is near us. I gave Xiaozi the command through our mental link. The little fellow immediately leapt out of Shun Qingrou's arms and ran into the pine forest to look for prey. Not long afterward, Xiaozi sent messages one after another. Most were small animals like pheasants and rabbits, and I truly could not get interested. First, keep your eye, rear sight, and front sight in one line. The basic shooting position is preferably prone. Depending on the distance to the target and factors like wind direction, you must adjust your angle appropriately to improve accuracy. I'll teach you a rhyme. At 100, aim point to point. At 200, aim at the edge. At 300, edge to edge, double for strong wind, half for light wind. Those are the essentials of iron sights. As someone who had been a special forces soldier, knowing how to use firearms was already in my bones. Although guns in this era mostly had old-style iron sights and were nowhere near as accurate as a scope, I could still use them with ease and score astonishing strings of bullseyes with the naked eye. Under my instruction, Zhou Shun's marksmanship gradually improved. He no longer pulled the trigger impatiently the instant he spotted a target. Instead, he learned to observe a target's movements and fire only after confirming a sure hit. And beyond firearms, I knew clearly what could and could not be eaten in the wild. Zhou Qin, where did you learn all of these things? Well, I could not exactly say. I had been a special forces soldier in my previous life and received professional field combat training in the military. Could I? I learned them from books. I've been interested in these things since I was young. Shin Qingru wanted to keep asking when Xiaozi's cries suddenly came from not far away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little fellow seemed to have been frightened by something and came running back as fast as its legs could carry it. When it reached my feet, it climbed up my pant leg and finally burrowed headfirst into my jacket. But after waiting for a while, we saw no movement. The patch of brush remained quiet. Everyone be careful. Xiaozi must have discovered some danger, or it would not have reacted so strongly. After saying that, I stood still, keeping the gun aimed at the brush. At the slightest problem, I would fire immediately. I'll take a look. Second brother, stay here and protect Qingru. If something happens, call out to me loudly. Zhou Shun refused to let his third brother take the risk alone, and Shin Qingru insisted on following too. I'll take point. Second brother, you cover the rear. Qingru stays in the middle. Keep the formation. With that, our group slowly approached the brush. When I gathered my courage and reached out to part the weeds, Shin Qingru covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. It's a wild wolf. Behind the brush was a wild wolf, digging at the soil endlessly with its paws. The wolf had thought it was finally about to have a full meal, but the frightened purple marten had ruined things. Xiaozi's scream had scared the prey that was already at the wolf's mouth back into its burrow. Fortunately, the little fellow had run quickly enough. Otherwise, it would soon have become a small snack for the wild wolf. Wild northeastern gray wolves were known for their large bodies, fierce temperaments, cruelty, and love of killing. Even wild boars that ran rampant in the mountains went around northeastern gray wolves. Gray wolves lived in packs and excelled at coordinated teamwork. That was why they could kill prey several times their own size. In sufficient numbers, they could even contend with black bears. Oh well. At the same time, the gray wolf sensed the three of us behind it. It was probably starving. Without hesitation, it charged straight at us. There had been an old saying in the Northeast since ancient times. When a wolf turns its head, it is either repaying a favor or seeking revenge. Zhou Shun and I were both grown men, and we had weapons in our hands. Ah! When she saw the gray wolf pounce toward her, Shin Chingru went pale with fright. She instinctively wanted to turn and run, but her legs had gone weak and had no strength at all. Shin Chingru could only watch as the gray wolf came closer and closer. Finally, she covered her eyes with her hands. At the critical moment, I pulled her behind me. With a flick of my right hand, the gleaming hunting knife flew out. When it reached us, the gray wolf actually leapt into the air, opening its huge tooth-filled mouth to attack me. In the next second, the hunting knife struck its body in midair. A black shadow flashed, and the sharp knife pierced straight through the gray wolf's body. It pinned the wolf firmly to the ground as its limbs struggled, and it howled again and again. Oh well, the gray wolf realized its death had come. It used the last of its strength to make a mournful cry. But I had no pity. With strength in my hand, I ended its life completely. For the past several years, wolf packs had continually caused trouble. In the nearby villages alone, several wolf attacks had occurred one after another. Most involved wolf packs actively coming down the mountain to attack chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and passing villagers, especially children, who had been harmed by them. To eliminate this danger, the authorities had even issued a reward policy. Take a gray wolf to the supply and marketing cooperative, and you could receive 20 yuan and a number of household goods. But who would go head-to-head with a wolf pack for merely 20 yuan? If we took it to the cooperative, we could trade for some canned yellow peaches to taste and receive the 20 yuan bonus too. Zhou Shun had just put the gray wolf into the basket when rustling sounds suddenly appeared all around us. Black shadows began appearing one after another in the surrounding forest, slowly drawing closer to us. I sensed something was wrong at once and called to second brother not to worry about the trophy. Something's wrong. Forget the gray wolf for now. Take out your gun and release the safety. Before I had finished speaking, those black shadows had revealed their shapes. Hey, a wolf pack. We're done for. We ran into something truly hard to deal with. Seeing them clearly, Zhou Shun began breathing rapidly. There were 15 wolves in all, every one a gray wolf, staring coldly at us. At the Wolf King's direction, the pack spread out and surrounded the three of us completely. Then the Wolf King looked toward the basket in the distance, at the body of its dead packmate. Oh well, oh well, oh well. With the Wolf King leading a mournful howl at the sky, the other gray wolves answered one after another. What? What does that mean? They're mourning their dead companion. People say wolves understand human feeling. Today, I've seen it. If I were alone, it would be all right. At least I could escape. But with Shin Qingru and Zhou Shun, getting away would be far from easy. Meanwhile, after the wolf pack finished mourning, the Wolf King stared at our group with its distinctive triangular eyes. Third, what do we do now? Faced with the wolves' encirclement, Zhou Shun and Shin Qingru were both pale. If I had not been there as their main support, the two of them would already have been frightened into collapsing. Don't panic. The more you panic, the more excited the wolves become. That will only stir the primitive hunting desire in their bones. I calmed them first, then swept my eyes around to see whether there was a route for a temporary retreat. After looking all around, I found none. The wolves had come prepared. They had surrounded us completely, leaving not the smallest gap for escape. Second brother, hold your gun muzzle steady. Don't let the wolves fail to bite you only for you to shoot yourself by accident first. At my reminder, Zhou Shun relaxed a little. Third, I heard wolves can't climb trees. How about we climb a tree and hide? Zhou Shun thought he had found a way to survive, but I poured cold water on him immediately. We can hide for a while, but not forever. The reason wolf packs often come down the mountain to attack villages is that they have no food and are forced to do it. And we are their enemies. Do you think the pack will easily let go of this valuable chance to avenge a packmate and fill their stomachs at the same time? At that point, I paused, and sharpness flashed in my eyes. If we want to live, we have to clash with them. Who dies and who lives is not certain yet. All three of us would eventually run out of strength. At that point, we could only let the wolf pack do as it pleased with us. It would be better to fight our way out in blood while we still had strength. Third, we only have 2 guns. What can we use to fight a wolf pack? The gun in Zhou Shun's hands was not an automatic rifle. It had to be reloaded after every shot. That meant even if he shot one wild wolf, the others would use the reloading gap to swarm in and tear Zhou Shun to pieces. My double-barreled hunting gun was a little better because it could load 2 rounds at once, but against more than 10 wolves, it was still a difficult fight. It could not make up for the numerical disadvantage. Who told you we would use only guns? Is the hunting knife I gave you just decoration? Think about the moves I taught you. Every cut must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Never imitate flashy moves that only look good. That will only send you to your death for nothing. The hunting knife the system had rewarded me at the start was now in second brother's hands as a weapon for protection. It was exactly the moment to use it. Remember, save the gun for the critical moment. Once you fire rashly, they won't give you a chance to reload. To survive, Zhou Shun gritted his teeth and committed himself. He pulled out his hunting knife, ready to fight with everything he had. Damn it, I'll fight these beasts. Kill one and I don't lose. Kill two and I profit. Keeping one eye on the Wolf King, I pulled Shen Qingru behind me. Although terrified, Shen Qingru still noticed that I was protecting her. Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let you get hurt. Whoosh. I took up a fighting stance and waited for a decisive battle with the Wolf King. Roar. At the same time, the Wolf King gave a low growl. Then it charged toward the Zhou brothers, intending to knock us down and feast on us. The next second, a gray wolf leapt high and bit from my neck. As powerful predators of the forest, wolves possessed abundant hunting experience. Every attack went for a deadly vital point. They intended to bite through the target's throat and take away its ability to move. The gray wolf's speed was truly not to be underestimated. It reached me in a blink. If it had been anyone else, he would not even have reacted before the beast bit through his neck. Its bad luck was meeting me, a special forces soldier. My right hand shot forward like lightning. With the explosive strength of my wrist, I caught the gray wolf in midair. At the same time, I raised the knife and lightly drew it across the wolf's neck, leaving a thin line of blood. The next moment, the bloodline burst open, and blood sprayed out as if it cost nothing. I had dealt cleanly and decisively with the first gray wolf to attack, but second brother Zhou Shun was struggling more. His strike lacked force and did not end the gray wolf's life immediately. It nearly bit his arm. Fortunately, he made up for it with a timely second stab to a vital point and killed the gray wolf without disaster. He was embarrassed, but at least he gained experience. I threw off the gray wolf's body that had landed on me and charged at another wolf. When brothers worked together, they could cut through gold. With our cooperation, the wolf pack quickly lost 5 or 6 wolves. Seeing more than half its subordinates killed, the Wolf King, which had been watching, finally could not stay still. Howl! With an angry howl, the Wolf King pounced at the weaker Zhou Shun. Second brother, watch out. At my warning, Zhou Shun instinctively looked back. It was one thing not to look. The moment he did, he was nearly frightened enough to wet his pants. The Wolf King's open, bloody jaws could have held half a watermelon. If it bit him, even Hua Tuo returned to life could not save him. Fortunately, Zhou Shun reacted quickly and fired at the Wolf King. In his panic, the shot was off. It did not hit the Wolf King's vital point. Instead, it struck the Wolf King's paw, and the blood spilling from it stained the ground red. Roar! The searing pain only drove the Wolf King's rage even more madly. Zhou Shun did not have time to reload. He turned and climbed a pine tree beside him. Children raised in the countryside were all skilled tree climbers. Zhou Shun was no exception. Using hands and feet, he quickly climbed the pine. The moment he got up, the Wolf King slashed angrily. The spot on the trunk where Zhou Shun had been a second before now bore a terrifying claw mark. If he had been one step slower and taken that claw, even if he did not die, it would have stripped off a layer of skin. Zhou Shun climbed several more meters up the tree before finally breathing easier. Second brother, are you all right? Don't worry. I'm fine. Hearing that, I was completely relieved. With 2 more swift cuts, I dealt with another 2 gray wolves. Though the wolves hated it, they feared the hunting knife covered in the blood of their kind and could only give up. Finally, the gray wolves abandoned their attack on me and turned their attention to Shen Qingru in the distance. At the crucial moment, Shen Qingru reacted quickly. There was a tree behind her, and without thinking, she began climbing it. But Shen Qingru had grown up in the city and barely knew how to climb trees. A woman's explosive strength was also much weaker than a man's. After kicking twice, she still struggled even to get up the trunk. Seeing how hard Shen Qingru was struggling to climb, I reached out from below, supported her from behind, and pushed her upward with all my strength. At such a moment, I had no time to notice anything else. The Wolf King was about to pounce. How could I think of anything more? Shen Qingru's face turned bright red. It was the first time in her life that a man had touched her there. Zhou Qingyu. Shen Qingru was embarrassed and anxious, but with me supporting her from below, she had far less difficulty climbing. At that moment, the wolves, called by the Wolf King, attacked me again. Wolves had intelligence comparable to that of 10-year-old children. They knew how to divide their forces. While the Wolf King led the others to attack me, Two wolves circled beneath the tree, trying to pull Shun Qingru down. Whoosh. When the third and fourth wolves attacked again, I stopped wasting time. I drew the hunting gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! With two sharp gunshots, another two wolves fell to the ground. Having seen their companions die in front of them and smelled the lingering gunpowder in the air, the wolves understood the gun's power. They no longer acted rashly, only stared at me, the greatest threat to them. Roar! Ah! But at that exact moment, Shun Qingru gave a terrified scream. One wolf had served as a wolf ladder, while another stepped on its companion's back and sprang up. It jumped at least 2 or 3 meters high. With that leap, the gray wolf caught Shun Qingru's trouser cuff in its teeth. With a hard tug, it pulled Shun Qingru down from the tree trunk. Those wolves had practically become spirits. Their intelligence was something I had to admire. By the time I realized something was wrong, Shun Qingru had already fallen from the trunk. Damn it, Miss Qingru! I shouted and sprinted toward her at the speed of a 100-meter dash. I told Shun Qingru to run, but she had been scared blank. Her mind was completely empty. In such a tense situation, I had no time to reload the hunting gun. With a thought, I quickly activated Xiaozi's exclusive hunting companion skill. Then the aura of my whole body changed as though the heavens and earth had turned over, and my speed increased several times. At the critical moment, I finally reached her using the spirit pet skill. I hacked and slashed with the hunting knife, making the two wolves howl in pain. In the blink of an eye, the two gray wolves lay still on the ground, their life signs gone. How are you? Are you all right? After dealing with the two wolves, I hurriedly helped Shun Qingru to her feet. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just fell from the tree and got a few scrapes. Since being sent down to the countryside, no one had ever cared for her like this. Only I treated her sincerely, saving her from danger again and again. Earlier, when they spent the night in the cave, Shun Qingru had caught a chill and her life had been in danger. Luckily, I had thought quickly and used my own body to provide warmth, helping her escape death. Watch behind you. Before she finished speaking, I felt a vicious rush of air at my back. In urgency, I could only push Shun Qingru away with all my strength. When I turned around, the Wolf King had already leapt before me. Caught off guard, the Wolf King knocked me heavily to the ground. Zhou Qin. Shun Qingru's eyes reddened at once. She thought I could not escape disaster. If anything happened to this man, she would blame herself for the rest of her life and never find peace. Hide first. Don't worry about me. Only when she heard my voice beneath the Wolf King did Shun Qingru's terrified heart settle a little. But you alone. Go. Once you hide, I can focus on dealing with it. Shun Qingru immediately hid far away, crouching behind a tree to watch the battle change. Luckily, I had activated the hunting companion skill. With agility and reaction speed beyond normal people, I had avoided the Wolf King's first blow. If it had been someone else, the Wolf King would probably have bitten through his neck the moment he was knocked down. Though I had luckily kept my life, I could not be happy now. Both my hands were holding the Wolf King's upper and lower jaws apart, leaving me unable to free a hand to take the hunting knife. Most importantly, the Wolf King was extremely strong. I did not dare move carelessly and could only strain to hold its jaws apart. The hunting companion skill had not expired yet, but Xiaozi's exclusive skill only gave agility and reaction speed. I was now relying on my own strength to resist it. Zhou Shun jumped down from the tree in the distance and wanted to help me deal with the Wolf King. But two injured gray wolves watched Zhou Shun closely as he came down. For the moment, he could not free himself to help me. Man and beast both used all their strength. This was no longer a hunt. It was a fight to the death. Using my powerful will, I gritted my teeth and held on. But keeping my arms in one position and exerting force so hard had already made them tremble. Roar! Just as I was about to lose strength, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Scree! With a sharp eagle cry, the golden eagle dived down. Its two sharp talons raked viciously at the Wolf King's eyes. Howl! The Wolf King instantly gave a miserable scream, its eyes becoming a bloody mess. Taking the chance, I kicked the Wolf King over and finally broke free to stand up. Worst of all, after the golden eagle had clawed out its eyes, the sightless Wolf King fell into complete confusion. Seeing that, I picked up the hunting knife from the ground and approached slowly, taking its life while it was sick. I ended the Wolf King with a single strike. Congratulations. The host has successfully hunted one gray wolf leader and gained 50 experience points. The system prompt suddenly sounded, filling me with excitement. It truly deserved to be the Wolf King. One animal was worth 50 experience points. Together with the other gray wolves, I had gained more than 300 hunting experience points today. Congratulations. The host's hunting skill rank has increased by 1. You have received the stage for reward. 300 experience points are required to reach stage 5 hunting skilled. After hearing the system prompt, the corner of my mouth rose. I had not expected that beating a pack of gray wolves would raise my hunting skill 1 rank directly. That meant I could claim another stage reward. What good thing would the system give me this time? As I waited in anticipation, another system prompt followed immediately. System notice. The stage for reward is not a physical item. It does not require the host to claim it manually. It has been automatically issued to your account. Please check the reward and its method of use. The first 3 system rewards had all been physical objects. This was my first time seeing something like this. Full of curiosity, I opened the system panel and indeed found a new option. Storage space. Level 1, 5 cubic meters. System notice. Storage space cannot hold living things, except hunting companions contracted to the host. As the host's hunting skill improves, the storage space capacity will expand. At that, I grinned so hard I could not close my mouth. I had been worrying about how to transport prey, and the system had given me a storage space reward. Meanwhile, after taking a walk past death, Zhou Shun's own ability grew quickly. He did not dare claim he could handle the Wolf King, but dealing with ordinary gray wolves was no longer a problem. After I killed the remaining wolves in the pack, he hurried to me at once. Seeing that even the Wolf King had died at his third brother's hands, Zhou Shun was shocked, but also deeply relieved. Second brother has truly had his eyes open today. You even took down a Wolf King that fierce. I shook my head and did not take all the credit. If Xiao Jin hadn't helped by blinding the Wolf King, I really might not have had a way to take it down immediately. That thing was enormous, unbelievably strong, and its bite force was terrifying. As I spoke, I reached out and stroked the golden eagle standing beside me. Xiao Jin enjoyed it immensely, narrowing its eyes and rubbing itself again and again against my palm. Once I let go, it immediately returned to the proud posture of an eagle. By the way, second brother, are you all right? It's nothing major. I was chased hard by the Wolf King earlier, so I got a few scrapes. Put this medicine on them. It'll take effect quickly. I took a bottle of healing potion from my pocket and handed it to Zhou Shun. Looking at the green potion in his hand, Zhou Shun asked, "Third, what kind of medicine is this? It looks like grass juice, and there isn't even a label on the bottle." I had already made up an excuse. I mixed this potion myself after learning from a book. I guarantee the injury will retreat as soon as the medicine touches it. It really stops hurting the moment I put it on. Shen Qingru took the potion from Zhou Shun's hand and carefully sniffed it in front of her nose. "Zhou Qin, what book did you learn this potion formula from?" That was natural. Shen Qingru had majored in medicinal herb cultivation at university, so she was very interested in formulas like this. It was not that she wanted to covet my formula. She only loved the knowledge of herbal medicine. I smiled. "It's nothing. I learned the formula from an unnamed old book. I don't remember the details." Seeing that I did not want to say more, Shen Qingru did not press the question. She lowered her head and studied the potion on her own. Zhou Shun had no interest in potions at all. His attention was fixed entirely on the haul from this trip. We've struck it rich this time. 15 gray wolves in total. Take them back to the supply and marketing cooperative, and we can get 300 yuan and a large batch of household goods rewards. And this Wolf King, I'm afraid you couldn't find many of its size in all of Hujin Mountain. It's worth 2 or 3 ordinary gray wolves. We can definitely trade it for 100 yuan. And on top of that, I had gained a huge amount of hunting experience and obtained storage space. But then again, how do we get so much down the mountain? Every gray wolf weighs at least dozens of jin, and that Wolf King is at least 100 jin. It all adds up to several hundred jin. Even if we brothers ran ourselves sick, we couldn't carry it back. I was not worried at all. With the storage space the system had rewarded, never mind several hundred jin of prey, even more than 1,000 jin would be no problem. You don't need to worry about that. Just take Miss Qingru down the mountain for me. To dismiss the doubts of the two of them, I used my talent for making up stories again. Isn't this easy? I'll write a note in a moment and have Xiao Jin carry it back to the village. We'll ask villagers to come help move the wolf bodies and give them some payment afterward. Zhou Shun believed it completely. He had seen the golden eagle's ability with his own eyes and knew how intelligent the bird was. Handling a small task like that would be easy. Then I'll take Miss Shun down the mountain. I'll leave this pile of harvest to you third. Before leaving, Shen Qingru looked at me unwillingly. But with Zhou Shun, the extra person, at her side. She did not know how to say what was at her lips. In the end, Shin Shingru looked deeply at me and handed over a pile of herbs she had gathered. These are herbs I gathered for Uncle Zhou. They'll be good for his health when he drinks them at home. Then I thank you for my father. You're always thinking about his health. Fujian Mountain had indeed been restless lately. Many fierce animals that lived deep in the primeval forest had begun appearing often. The wolf pack was a perfect example. Only because my skills were so good and I had hunting companion abilities to help could I handle it. Anyone else would have died long ago. Don't worry. I'll return after I take Miss Shun back to Shana village. After saying goodbye to the two of them, I happened to look down and noticed that, besides the herbs, there was a purple-red cosmos flower in the basket. Once the two had walked away, I brought up the system panel, stored the entire pile of prey in storage space, and turned toward the foot of the mountain. Back in the village, I first stopped outside the Supply and Marketing Cooperative courtyard. Only after confirming again and again that no one was around did I take out all the harvests. Uncle Wu, I brought goods for you to buy. Old Wu was sunning himself in the courtyard, lying comfortably in a grandmaster's chair. In the 1970s, a job at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was a rare cushy position. The benefits were good, and it was especially easygoing. More importantly, one could secretly do small business on the side, such as buying mountain goods and wild game. Do not underestimate that business. Sometimes it earned more than the monthly wage. That was why Old Wu had worked for more than 20 years and was one of the few village families who could afford a red brick house. Third Joe boy, what good thing did you catch today? Don't tell me you raided another bee nest. My heavens. Old Wu had not finished speaking before the sight before him left him frozen in shock. Outside the Supply and Marketing Cooperative courtyard, gray wolf bodies were piled across the ground. At a glance, there were at least 14 or 15, a medium-sized wolf pack. This, my goodness. I've lived more than half my life, and this is the first time I've seen a gray wolf so large. Old Wu muttered while clicking his tongue in amazement at me. Seeing Old Wu chatter on without stopping, I cut him off. Uncle Wu, stop looking for now. Calculate how much this can trade for. Old Wu nodded repeatedly and hurried to count the wolves, finally confirming the number. Third Joe boy, there are 15 gray wolves in all. Under the reward policy, each gray wolf earns 20 yuan. I'll give you a 300 yuan reward and some household goods. As he spoke, Old Wu turned to go inside the cooperative and pack some household items for me. But I stopped him with a hand. Uncle Wu, that isn't the right calculation, is it? I accept 20 yuan for an ordinary gray wolf because that is the official reward. But this wolf king is worth 2 or 3 ordinary gray wolves. Does it get only 20 yuan too? Old Wu immediately pretended to be momentarily confused and tried to smooth it over with a smile. Sigh, when people get old, they're easily confused. Luckily you're clever, or I would have delayed the matter. Just as I had said, the wolf king was worth far more than 20 yuan. If it were made into a wolfskin coat, it would have value on the market too. Of course, that was only Old Wu's imagination. In those days, few people wore wolfskin coats, and wolf hide was not very suitable for one. It was nowhere near the quality of snowfox fur. As for me, I had long seen Old Wu's little intentions. I only did not expose him directly for the sake of being from the same village. Fortunately, Old Wu knew when to advance and retreat. He immediately raised the price threefold. In that case, I'll give you 60 yuan for this wolf king. It's more than twice the size of an ordinary gray wolf. Giving you 3 times the price is already a profit for you. I chuckled. Uncle Wu, if this were an ordinary transaction, calculating by weight would not be unfair. But this wolf king is very rare. Shouldn't we discuss its rarity instead? If you won't give me your real price, Uncle Wu, we can't keep talking. I can go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in neighboring Shanha village and ask. Maybe they'll give an honest price. Seeing the deal about to slip away, Old Wu hurriedly stepped forward to stop me. How about this? I'm an old man, and it isn't easy being a clerk. We're from the same village. I'll buy this wolf king for 100 yuan. What do you say? I shook my head without the slightest hesitation and did not accept Old Wu's act. As the saying goes, friendship is friendship and business is business. If you want to take this wolf king, add another 50 yuan to that price at least. That made Old Wu unable to stay seated. He said angrily, what kind of joke is that? Another 50 yuan. I did not plan to waste more words and turned to take the prey away. Fine, fine. I'm afraid of you. 150 yuan. Adding the 14 gray wolves, I took in more than 400 yuan in total. It made the life and death battle with the wolf king worthwhile. On the way home, I ran into several villagers I knew, gathered in groups of 2 and 3 to chat. Have you heard? We've had plenty of rain this year, and there's much more ginseng than in previous years. Luer Shatsi's family isn't even tending their crops. He took his wife and son up the mountain to dig ginseng. Exactly. I think our little town has more outsiders lately too. Could hunters from other places all be coming to Hujian Mountain to look for ginseng? As I passed these villagers, I unexpectedly heard this conversation. After steadying myself, I became interested. Ginseng had been a high-value medicinal herb since ancient times. If I got extremely lucky and dug up a top-quality ginseng root, would I not become rich overnight? If I missed this season, I could only wait until next year. I had to seize this precious opportunity. So when I returned home, I began preparing the tools for harvesting ginseng. Ginseng was extremely precious, so ordinary farm tools could not be used. One stroke of a shovel would likely cut it in half. As the saying went, a difference of a hair led to a difference of 1,000 miles. Even breaking a single rootlet would greatly reduce ginseng's price. Based on thousands of years of experience, ginseng diggers had invented a series of special tools. For example, the sorrow stick. Under the centuries-old tradition of ginseng diggers, one could not speak while climbing the mountain or the ginseng would be frightened away. So they carried a stick that could be used both for protection and to make sounds for communication. Beyond that, there were superstitious practices. Older ginseng diggers believed all things had spirits. Because ginseng looked like a human, they thought it possessed intelligence. So they carried a length of red string and tied it to any ginseng they found immediately to stop the ginseng spirit from running away. Naturally, I did not believe such superstitions. After choosing carefully, I selected only the most useful ginseng needle. To find ginseng, one had to enter deep mountains and old forests, so the danger level naturally rose sharply. It had been all right in the past, when wild animals appeared in the mountains far less often. But the situation was different now. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards came out to hurt people every few days. Never mind ginseng diggers. Even hunters needed to be 12 times as alert. Third, we can hunt and be satisfied with a full meal. Why do you have to take this risk too? Wang Shuqin objected from the side. Never mind far away. Look at old lady Sun from the next village. Her husband went up the mountain to dig ginseng and never returned. More than 2 years have passed, and they haven't even found a body. To persuade me to give up harvesting ginseng, Wang Shuqin brought up this living example from the village again. I knew my parents only wanted what was best for me, but I had a mind of my own. I only want to dig up some ginseng rootlets to make soup and build the two of you up. Don't worry, I definitely won't enter the deep mountains. I'll only try my luck around the forest's edge. Third, Mom appreciates your filial heart. Your father and I don't want any ginseng. As long as all 3 of you brothers stay safe, we old people will be completely satisfied. All right, Mom. I understand. I agreed casually, then went out once more. At dusk, Zhou Shun finally returned from Shana village. Third, Miss Shin was really enthusiastic. She even wanted to keep me there for dinner. The moment he saw me, Zhou Shun spoke with excitement written all over his face. I ignored that topic and changed the subject. Second brother, there's something important I need to discuss with you. What important thing? Zhou Shun looked curious. Here's the thing. The annual ginseng harvesting season has arrived. I've prepared all the tools. Tomorrow morning, we'll head into the mountains to dig ginseng. Third, we don't have any experience with that. Can we really find ginseng? I hear that stuff hides deep, always growing in old forests far in the mountains. I smiled. Don't worry. We're different from the others. Don't forget we have Xiaozi and Xiao Jin to help. You're right. Those 2 little fellows are very useful. Third, you have to treat them well.